Paneth Surge, the third book in the I Soldier series by Craig Martelle, narrated by Bryan Douglas. Chapter 1. Downtime. The more often you're hurt, the longer it takes to recover. Ares was first off the shuttle and into the largest space on board Antilles, the troop-carrying starship's hangar bay. He pulled his soldiers aside. They had helped to load the dead that filled half of the shuttle, but they wouldn't be unloading them. That was a job for someone else. The trials of Antares 4 stopped when Ares' section lifted off the planet's surface. Once on board their ship, the soldiers would be reintegrated into shipboard life. It was the way of things. The comfort of knowing what was next compared to the discord of combat. Turn in your armor for cleaning and repair. Get some hot chow, as much as you want, and then get some sleep. Good job down there, people. I'm not sure that could have sucked any more than it did, but we wouldn't have made it this far if you hadn't been good soldiers, doing what had to be done. We'll celebrate the lives of those left behind tomorrow. For now, your job is to recover. Compliance. The soldiers made a beeline for the exit. Ares watched them until they were gone. Darrell remained behind, but kept his distance. The work party to unload the bodies had started the grim task of unpiling the dead and spreading them out on the hangar bay's deck. You'll need to save space, Ares told them. They looked at him. There are a lot more bodies coming. A lot more, Ares added. The workers were ship's crew, wearing powered suits to help them carry the soldiers still in their armor. Nurses and medical technicians waited to one side, ready to remove the dead from their metal cocoons. Armor technicians stood by to recover the equipment. Weapons were piled into a container that would be delivered to the armorers, Mark 71s that would find their way into replacement soldiers' hands. Ares waited until the last body was removed and the deckmaster cleared the area for another shuttle. Ares wondered how many shuttles it would take to return the armor. The bodies would be flushed out the airlock after a fitting ceremony, but the recovery efforts were for the armor and not the bodies. No one was under any illusions to the contrary. What would the next campaign look like? It would be different from the last, but the Human Force for Peace, the HFP, was learning these last few were tied together by the Skinnies, manipulating the bug races and reducing human forces through battles of attrition. Wasted time, wasted energy, wasted supplies, and most importantly, wasted lives. Ares headed to the intel section to hand in the computer he had found. He followed the corridor to the converted cargo bay where the Skinnies were being held. Darrell wasn't allowed in this area. He was stopped by a sole soldier standing watch in the corridor. Despite the armor, it was clear Darrell wasn't a soldier. Darrell grumbled his displeasure. I know you have the Skinnies in there. I was with you when you captured them. I carried 3 of the little buggers. Ares waved over his shoulder. Darrell had helped, but Ares hadn't given him much choice. Inside the bay, Ares found the intelligence officer poring over a computer screen. Sir. Ares interrupted the man's train of thought. He looked up, blinking so his eyes would focus. How long have you been staring at that screen? Ares wondered. Too long, Ares. I heard the battle is over. I'm not sure we won because how many we lost. The numbers are still coming in. It's staggering. Ares didn't need to tell him that the intel section should have been down there so he could see for himself what a leadership failure looked like. His perspective would have aligned with the reports. They won, but they didn't. Ares handed him the computer. What's this? He turned it over with the greatest interest. He wasn't the only one who found the device fascinating. The Skinnies stopped what they were doing and stared through the new bars that had been installed around them. Fewer guards lined the walls. The rest were on recovery duty, restoring the HFP to shipboard life. Some of them could have been unloading the dead, or helping remove their armor. Ares couldn't dwell. There was too much to do. Found it among the remains of what we called smart spiders. They were having a meeting at the wrong place in the wrong time. This thing emits a high-pitched sound that they could hear but we couldn't. It drew the spiders to us. They chased us just until we figured it out, and then we did the chasing. It's skinny technology, isn't it? Ares glanced toward the prisoners. They motioned for the device. There's no doubt about that, the intelligence officer replied once the Skinnies saw their reaction. I think we should ask them to show us how to use it, Ares suggested. If we give it to them, and they destroy it, then what? The officer asked. Then we're no different from where we are now. The spiders had skinny tech. What exactly? Does it matter if we can't make it work? We haven't even tried to make it work, the intel officer said. The Skinnies continued to motion for the device. It won't leave my hand, Ares promised. The officer gave it back and watched intently. Ares strode to the Skinnies. He was in his armor, but his face shield was raised. They recognized him without that because he was the only soldier who joined them while wearing armor. He held the device in his armored hands. What does this do? He asked. The intelligence officer happily punched up the translator, and the computer generated the Skinnies' language. They replied, and it translated the words into English. It knows all things. Show me, Ares said. The lead Skinny turned it on and tapped buttons so quickly that Ares couldn't follow. He pulled the computer away. What are you doing? Pulling up the battle plan. Where are we, and what happened that you were able to acquire such a device? Once Ares heard the translation, the officer drew a finger across his throat. Cut it off. We have enough for now. Ares ignored him. We're in the Antares sector, where we just fought the Antigeneses, the spider race. They were carrying this technology. Your technology. How did they get it? Are they like the Scutigerans, your lackeys? The Skinnies stopped talking. Ares kept the device away from them. He handed it back to the intelligence officer. Flush them out the airlock for all I care. They never stopped being the enemy. And now, their usefulness has come to an end. Let your smart people figure that thing out. The Skinnies heard the conversation because Ares made sure they did, and that they received the translation. Wait, the lead Skinny said. I will show you. You'll show him how to use it, Ares said, pointing at the intelligence officer. If you cheat or lie, you'll be introduced to the rigors of space in a most disagreeable manner. The intel officer laughed. I've heard soldiers' threats before, but that's a first, Ares. It's the unflavored yogurt of threats. Vanilla pudding at its finest. I like vanilla pudding, Ares replied. Let me know when we get to Paneth. I hear we might take on the Skinnies directly. I look forward to that. He glared at the Skinnies in the confinement area before leaving. His work was done, and the campaign in the Antares sector was finished. He dropped off his armor on the way to the mess deck, where he found his section winding down, eating the last of their meals on a second tray. A space designed to hold 1,000 soldiers had a couple dozen at most. It looked empty. Only 2 people were working the line. One was in the kitchen area beyond. More ship's crew involved in the recovery efforts. Ares feared that the HFP didn't have 1,000 soldiers left out of the more than 10,000 they started with when they left Earth nearly 2 years earlier. The Scutigerans had caused catastrophic losses simply because they numbered in the millions. The spiders had caused damage that invaded the psyche. One-on-one, the spiders did more damage than the humans. Their needle guns fired rounds that penetrated a human's armor. The pain of loss would demand a change in tactics. Ares had ideas, but he wasn't sure what would work on a large scale, across decades and centuries of soldiers. 17 soldiers in a section, 10 sections in a decade, and 100 in a century. How could they work together to limit their exposure while maximizing firepower delivered into the enemy? That was a question the force commander and his staff could wrestle with. And replacement soldiers, new recruits from Earth. Promotions to replace section leaders. Promotions to point and wheel positions. Ares expected to lose Frodo, Tin Man, and maybe even Sailor Man. They would have the harder job in training a completely new section, while Ares would only have to train replacements. But they were Ares people. They had survived and were working better as a team. And they'd do the same thing for their own soldiers. Keep them alive. The nurse had told him to stay in sickbay for the greater good. He kept thinking about that. The best thing he could do for humanity was fight like he could and encourage those around him to do the same. If he wasn't there, his influence would wane. He had to be out there, on the front lines with his soldiers. That was in the best interest of humanity. Don't leave your prize stallion in the stable on race day. Everyone had to fight. No one could be left behind. Humanity was all in on the alien wars. If they lost, they exposed Earth to invasion. There was no turning back. They had to win and keep winning. Humanity against the universe. When would they gain allies? Ares wanted the day where humanity didn't have to do all the fighting. Then again, no one cared more about human interests than the humans. They came from one place, Earth. Humanity had been in space for centuries before first contact. That first interstellar colony had been wiped out sometime in the 2 years between resupply runs. Humanity decided to shoot first and make friends later. It served them well enough for the next century. Then they managed to get a seat at the table to discuss galactic issues that resulted in the Regulus Treaty. A blueprint for intelligent races to bash each other's brains out with the most minor of technological assistance. It seemed like a good compromise since humanity expected it was vastly inferior to the other races, but that was far from ground truth. The other races had hobbled humanity, but Earth excelled at war. Killing people in innovative ways was a grim feather in their cap. The bug races, humanoid and animal races, weren't skilled at making war, but they were learning. They had to be sharing information from the wars that humanity fought. Each new battle brought new ways for the enemy to kill humans. We're teaching them how to kill us, Ares thought, and they're getting good at it. Ares ate in silence. His team waited for him to finish. He went back for seconds, yet they continued to wait. He paused to look over his soldiers. He shared a brief smile with them. Well done, people. Constantly moving was important, and will always be important in the wars we fight. Static defenses are a monument to failure. Everyone can be breached, as you just saw. Avoid the kill zones. Frodo looked sideways at Ares. We know this. Why are you reiterating it? You saw how many section leaders survived. Ares' tone was cold and hard. We didn't see any. Stubby started before she realized what she'd said. Oh. Section leader? Frodo wasn't enamored of the idea. What if we don't want promotions? You might be moved out in any case. I'll try to keep you, but it won't hold you back either. You guys are good. If you have 3 campaigns with me, then it's almost a sure thing that you'll be moved up. I'll take charge of the decade if they give you new soldiers and a new section. Frodo's section has a ring to it, don't you think? Frodo asked Sailorman. No, sounds like something a bunch of knobs would call themselves. Stubby snorted. Stubby section, Sailorman quipped. Not me, Stubby countered. I'm moving up to point. At least, I'm not assuming Wheel 4's position. Frodo winced. Tin Man made a face. I think you should go without a Wheel 4. That's one unlucky position. You've lost 2 in 2 battles? Frodo asked. 3 in 3 battles. We had Ragnar's Wheel 4. We had him for all of 2 minutes, just like the others. Wheel 4 died so fast on Espina that we never saw it, Tin Man said. The new swing soldiers and the 2 surviving transplant from Ragnar took little joy in being included. They'd seen their section get wiped out. But just like that, Ares had absorbed them into his section, where they were treated as equals from the start. He gave them the best chance to live. But they had lost the only soldiers they had known. Survivor's guilt was a hard thing for first-timers. They'd insulate themselves against it later. Get close to your people, but not too close. Train and fight. Otherwise, every loss could be more pain than a decent human could bear. Ares held his fist over the middle of the table. The soldiers leaned in to rest their hands on it. "For all humanity," Ares said, deviating from the normal cheer for Ares section. They needed to be bigger than that. Ares saw this group as the foundation for the HFP's next campaign. The Skinnies. Ares wanted to take them on directly. After resting, he'd find Dante and get the latest word on their future, if the battle planner was willing to share. Paneth for liberty? He had alluded to it back on Antares 4. Ares had been deployed for a year and a half, but had never had rest and recreation on a friendly planet. He didn't know what to do, or how to do it. Did the soldiers just leave and were trusted to return? That sounded crazy to Ares' military mind. Soldiers could be trusted with weapons of war, but not life in the civilian sector. Ares shook his head. His soldiers stared at him. "What?" "You were talking to yourself, mumbling something about madness," Frodo said. "They said you might get a liberty call between here and wherever our next campaign takes us. Don't share that." He knew that word would get around the ship at the speed of light. It would be the only thing people talked about, which was much better than lamenting the losses the HFP had just suffered, or how miserable it had been to operate in the rain and the trees. Antares 4 had been as unwelcoming as Antares 3, although for wholly different reasons. Ares also wanted to reiterate with Dante about equipping everyone in his section with mortars. That made sense to him. The shock effect of rockets was undeniable, whether in a rainforest or on a flat desert. "Liberty sounds a good thing. Why were you thinking about madness?" Frodo pressed. "Because," he looked at them, "I trust you with my life, but I don't trust you after a beer when you're surrounded by civilians. Sorry, that's how I feel." Frodo made a face at Sailorman. "I wouldn't say you were wrong. In fact, we're probably as much a risk to ourselves as others. What's the penalty if something happens on Liberty?" Sailorman asked. Ares thought for a moment before shrugging. "Don't know. Never had any of my soldiers on Liberty. Maybe it'll be best if you don't take Liberty if they offer it." Frodo laughed. "Yeah, no. Sorry, Ares. You should take your Liberty too, just not with us, so you don't have to see it." "That might be the smartest thing you've ever said, Frodo. Get out of here, and let me eat in peace." Ares tipped his chin to them. They slapped backs and laughed while they hurried away. The soldiers' resilience was something to be envied, from the depths of despair to the height of joy with a few words. If they didn't get liberty, they'd return to the pit of despair, but not until they enjoyed the thought of having a drink and letting their hair down somewhere other than the ship. Ares hoped it came true. Paneth sector, where humans had established colonies, a foothold in a new part of the galaxy. Chapter 2. Rumors. It's all fun and games until you receive incoming fire. Ares found himself on Deck 3, where the head shed was located, the offices of the HFP's leadership. He hunted around until he found Dante in a side office, huddled in conversation with the Force commander. "Apologies. I thought you'd be alone," Ares said nervously. "Ares, come in and take a seat." The Force commander waved him into the small room. There were no other chairs besides the ones already occupied by the two officers. Ares waited. They called him in for a reason. The Force commander leaned back. His eyes narrowed and looked skeptically at the section lead. He realized there were no other chairs. He stood and slid his seat to Ares. "Take it, son. I said too much as it is." Ares sat while the Force commander stood, which only served to heighten his discomfort. "What do you think of Battle Planner Cassidy?" Ares clenched his jaw until he managed to get himself under control. Cassidy had committed the gravest sin. He got soldiers killed for no good reason, and then he tried to surrender. He broke under pressure because he was incompetent. "Ares, don't hold back," the Force commander said with a smile. "He spaced himself before we left orbit, out the airlock without a moment's hesitation." Ares nodded. He felt no remorse for the man. His suicide was the best answer. then no one else had to deal with him. "I see you're not bothered," the Force Commander observed. Ares maintained a neutral expression. "It's okay. Less paperwork from my end. As for you, we need battle planners." Ares' lip twitched with displeasure. The Force Commander laughed. "Dante tells me you're not going to accept the position." "Sorry, sir, but no. I need to be in the field with my soldiers." "We agree, but in a different role. Your attack on the Spider's tank compound was brilliant. I want you to command a new unit that we're calling shock troops. You want all your people to carry mortars and full loads of rockets. We can do that. 5 sections of the fastest runners and best fighters. Take the battle to our enemies and shake the foundation of their existence. What do you think of that?" Ares hadn't collected his thoughts completely on what an optimal combat organization would look like, but 5 sections of shock troops? "Yes, please," Ares answered. That made both officers chuckle. Ares didn't know what to say. "Consider it done. And you know those sections will be run by your soldiers. Who are they again?" He leaned close to Dante. "Nicknames Tin Man, Frodo, Sailorman, and Stubby." "You can't have Stubby. She's my new point." "Sorry, Ares, no can do. Stubby gets her own section. Your section, plus 4 more, led by you or your people. But we have one favor to ask." "Saber rounds. We need some of those. Get the production facility to crank out more. Those things were worth their weight in platinum." "That's not the favor. I fear that we're going to embed that reporter Dennis with you. His last video tripled our recruiting numbers. We'll have a huge force meet us in Paneth for cross-decking to Antilles." "Daryl Schwartzman, sir." Ares wanted to speak his mind, but it wouldn't change anything. After the losses on Antares, the force was so small that everyone had grown closer. The fact that he was a confidant to the Force Commander hadn't gone to his head. It was a weighty responsibility that he didn't want, but it was better him than somebody like Cassidy. "Compliance. I'll try not to let him get killed." "I can ask no more, Ares. You have any ideas on who should move into the battle planner position?" "Krieger, sir. He's good." "He didn't make it off Antares 4, Dante replied. "His section was in the middle of the line. They took the worst of it from the Spiders. They got hit from 3 sides at once." Krieger and his entire section, gone in an instant because Cassidy had marched them into a trap. Ares was okay with him going out an airlock. Ares didn't have many friends, but Krieger was one of the closest. "Concord and Dante can handle it, and the Decade Leaders. A small, more mobile force will win the day against anyone we face so far." "We think so too, but the problem is, the next enemy won't be like anyone we've faced. The next army is going to be made up of Skinnies." "We know that for sure?" Ares wondered. "We do. They're sniffing around Paneth. We're going to have to push them off a planet where they've been staging. It's technically their space, but they have no use for that planet except to harass our people. We'll push them off and then declare the planet neutral territory as per the Regulus Treaty. Neither side can occupy it. That'll push them a long way away from the rest of Paneth sector." The Force Commander watched Ares' expression, but he had it under control. "Then we'll push them off the neutral planet, sir. I have a bone to pick with the Skinnies, but we can speak their language. Our intel team has worked wonders with their computer system. Maybe we can talk them out of trying to expand into our sector of space." "Maybe. But we'll have to be ready to fight them in case the Diplos get stymied." Diplos. It was a less than respectful term for those whose failures led to the HFP's employment. No one had any confidence in them. But this was the first time they'd engaged using the enemy's language. Courtesy those who put boots on the ground. This was a good time to realize success with verbal jousting. Even with the supposed massive influx of new recruits, the HFP was poorly positioned to engage an opponent like the Skinnies. Ares had engaged Skinnies. They had been weak and poor shooters, had killed many of them, and they hadn't laid a hand on him. The Skinnies weren't good soldiers, Ares said.
Were you facing soldiers or technicians?
Dante asked.
The latter, but you'd think they'd have been better.
They were on Espinar to build the Scutigeran army, not to fight. It was a long shot that you found them, but we're glad you did. The force commander rubbed his chin. Are we giving him a star for Antares? That was some good work, once again. Ares shook his head.
Stubby gets a gold medallion for figuring out the spider tank and driving it into battle. She single-handedly eliminated 20 or 30 tanks. She was a demon on the battlefield, all while buttoned up in that tank.
Consider it done, the force commander said. You need a new title. Shock Troop Commander or something like that. Ares frowned. I like your name on the back of your armor. That's motivating as hell for anyone behind you. They know they're following a winner.
Dante raised a hand. Ares is good enough. Ares Command instead of Ares Section. He earned it, and even if he dies... He looked at Ares. Sorry, if you die, then we'll still call it that.
Ares nodded. He didn't care about titles, but he did like the accolades. The only 5-time winner of the Star of Valor. That meant something. They rewarded him this time with a new unit, the one he'd been thinking about, the Winged Hussars. He didn't mention the unit of old, but he thought it. They'd sweep the battlefield of the enemy by hitting them where they didn't expect. That was his trademark maneuver. Not his, though. The maneuver of every great commander who ever walked a battlefield. Fight the enemy on your terms, not his.
If that's all, Ares said, can I brief my people?
You can clue them in. We're getting replacements, but not until we get to Paneth sector. Train as much as you can and spend time with the intel types. Learn more about the Skinnies. Maybe you can get inside their heads while you're on the ground, should it come to a fight.
It'll come to a fight, Dante said. Better to be ready.
Of course, Ares replied.
Mortars for everyone in Ares Command. Everyone except Misfire. I can't trust him with things that go boom. Sounds like a training failure. Who was his instructor? Dante quipped. Thanks, Ares. You're dismissed.
Ares stood and saluted. He handed the chair to the commander and backed into the corridor. He had all day before his people would show up to the training room. That gave him time to visit the armorers to talk about mortars, saber rounds, HE rockets, and maybe flechettes. He'd read about them and thought they might come in handy if the Skinnies threw a massive bug army at them. The Skinnies. He wanted to study how they moved, how they scaled obstacles, how they fired their weapons, how did they mass fire, and what did an attack look like. From what he'd seen in other engagements, the Skinnies knew how to draw the enemy into a kill zone, how to mass fire, how to hold them with one attack while moving a force for a single envelopment to hit the enemy where they weren't expecting. Would the Skinnies be any good at executing that themselves? Did they have acceptable losses when they weren't manipulating lackey races? Questions that Ares wanted to ask the Skinnies. He took the stairs down, running to the lower level where the captives were sequestered. Inside the converted cargo bay, he found the intel guy showing images on a screen and asking questions to broaden the computer's vocabulary. The Skinnies were subdued but talking. I have some questions for them, Ares interrupted. We're in the middle of something, the intel officer replied. Ares loomed over him until he acquiesced. Fine. What do you need? I need to know how Skinny soldiers fight, and the best way to defeat them without having to kill them all. It's in their best interest to tell me. They can save the lives of their fellows, and us too. Laudable. What if they don't know? He countered. Have you asked? Ares wondered. Well, no. The intel officer showed one minor speck of remorse before returning to his former stoic self. Do you know my name? Ares shook his head. He resisted the urge to shrug. Not knowing the man's name had no effect on their relationship. Toby. Call me Toby. He offered his hand. Ares shook it, taking care not to crush the man's smaller hand. It didn't have the calluses from where it rubbed on the inside of the armored gloves like Ares had, but they weren't soft either. He worked out enough to keep from turning into a pile of goo.
"Toby," Ares repeated, "may I ask a few questions of our prisoners?"
"Of course." Toby indicated the translation program was running and ready for input. Ares took a chair to the enclosure and sat within arm's reach of the Skinnies. He wasn't afraid of this bunch. They'd already surrendered to him once. They owed him whatever was left of their lives. Not everyone was willing to die for their cause, although the bug races seemed to care much less than the warm bloods about their personal survival. Whatever was best for the hive, or the collective. Ares wasn't sure how the spiders approached things, but he considered them a bug race armed with human killer weapons. He blamed the Skinnies. What else did they have in store in case of a head-to-head conflict?
"Are your soldiers like you?"
Ares asked.
"No. They are bigger and stronger. They are unique," the lead Skinny replied. "Thank you for that. I figured they would be. Do they have combat armor like us?" "Yes."
He didn't elaborate. The other Skinnies piled in around him, pressing him toward the bars. He reached through, and Ares took his hand.
"What weapons will we face in a war with your people?"
The leader didn't answer. He gave an all-too-human shrug instead.
"How do we talk with them so we don't have to fight? I don't want to kill your people, but you know I will if they're trying to kill me. Help me find a different way."
This drew a flurry of whispers among the prisoners. Ares waited patiently. The translation computer didn't pick up on the conversation. Ares wished it had. What options were being discussed, if any? What else were they saying? Would there be repercussions for answering the humans' questions? The patience of the intelligence profession was little understood. If it took months to get one scrap that paid dividends, then the time invested was worth it. Without investing the months, the kernel of knowledge would never be known. It was a hard business because soldiers like Ares demanded information sooner rather than later, more accurate than not. Accurate information quickly? That was the holy grail of intelligence, but it rarely happened. The frontline soldier was his own collector of information that was turned into intelligence through analysis. They did it themselves because they had to live with the consequences if the information was bad. Ares didn't know how the weenies, as he called them, were able to look in the mirror when they promulgated bad intel, like the lack of warning regarding the extensive cave system on Espinar. That's why they stayed apart from the common soldier. They couldn't face them. No matter what, the intelligence would never be fast enough or good enough. It was a no-win situation for the intel guys. Ares felt sorry for Toby. He was doing his best, and had made great strides in deciphering the Skinny language.
"Thanks for building the translation software,"
Ares called over his shoulder.
"It's nice to be able to talk and not go straight to ripping heads off."
The program dutifully translated Ares' words, even though they weren't meant for the captives. The Skinnies chattered among themselves for a short while before reaching a conclusion. The spokesman said,
"We will help you."
Toby paused the translation program. "I guess they didn't want their heads ripped off." He turned the program back on.
"How do we convince them not to fight?"
Ares asked.
"By defeating the leadership. The soldiers will not take action on their own. The Malachites are very good at giving orders."
"Is that you, the Malachites?" Ares only wanted to clarify.
"Not me. All of us."
He pointed at the group.
"Of course."
Ares wanted clarification.
"How can we tell the leadership apart from the soldiers?"
The spokesman looked at the others and shuddered in what the humans had determined was a Skinny laugh.
"They will not be doing soldier things. They do not carry weapons. They do not wear armor. They are not at the front."
"That helps. Thank you." Ares watched the Skinny as intently as they watched him. Ares didn't take their race for fighters, even if the soldiers were bigger and stronger.
With armor, they'd be bigger targets. Sable flechettes. Take out a squad with a single direct fire shot from the mortar. They wouldn't stand a chance. Ares needed to see the armorers and get them working on better weaponry. Cut down those who would defend the leadership who didn't stand a chance if confronted by a soldier like Ares. But they'd be well out of harm's way and hard to find. We need a portable version of your program, Ares told Toby. Did you ever figure out what that handheld device did? It's a record storage and recall device. A computer, but for files and such. I barely scratch the surface when it comes to reading their language, so I can't tell what's written. It's a phonetic language. What I want is for the Skinnies to pronounce each letter and combination of letters. Then I'll run it through a synthesizer and play it out loud. The translation program can translate what it hears. Then we'll work some integration to cut out the middle steps. Direct translation. I think that's a few weeks away, because our vocabulary is fairly limited. Ares nodded. Make sure the Diplos get the program, so they can come to an agreement before we hit the planet. It'd be nice to go more than a month without entering a new campaign, or landing on a planet where the inhabitants are doing their best to kill us. It's already done. They're sending a delegation to meet us in the Paneth region of space. We have outposts there. I might even get off the ship. That'll be a first. Ares didn't have to tell him that his chances of surviving was much greater by not leaving the ship. In Ares' experience, aliens couldn't be trusted. He surrendered to the fact that he'd make a lousy diplomat, although he had captured the Skinnies after realizing they were no threat to him. Skeptical while being a realist. Maybe he would make a good diplomat. He'd never met one. He'd only carried the perceptions of what one was, what they did. Participating in the Regulus talks had been a major coup for humanity to have a seat at the table, despite what it cost, something they realized later. Soon, humanity would be in a position to renegotiate the treaty. A position of power, assuming they could come to an agreement with the Skinnies. Thank you, Ares told the group of prisoners. I don't want to kill any of your people, soldiers or not. Chapter 3. Ship Life. Eat till you're tired. Sleep till you're hungry. Here's the word. Ares set the stage with his section. The word was supposed to be the latest information to keep the entire force up to date, not guessing at what was next in their lives, when it served to do exactly the opposite. Not because the word was sacrosanct, but because there were an infinite number of variations of the word. There were always voids of information. Every void must be filled, even if there is no factual basis for what is tossed into the compost pile of military life. It stewed and festered to take on a whole new life. Ares had heard the word from the Force Commander, from Dante, and from Toby the Intel guy. His word was good word, and he'd refused to fill in the blanks with speculation. We're headed to the Paneth region of space, where humanity already has outposts on the habitable planets. The intent is that we'll get some downtime, R&R, while the weenies and the Diplos work their magic to negotiate with a skinny force that is believed to be massing on a planet just outside the region. Why are they there? To invade. That's the intelligence estimate. It's believable. We're going to head that off. We already kicked their butts to the moon. Skinnies are easy targets, Frodo said. He and the other new section leaders were still meeting as part of Ares' section until the new recruits arrived. Then they'd be responsible for bringing them up to speed, as would Ares. He'd get 10 new soldiers for his section and would have to teach them to use mortars. All of them. Shock troops. They'd run for half the day to get ready, and they would hate Ares for it. These would be skinny soldiers. They're not like the technicians and engineers we captured. They're supposed to be thicker and bigger. Plus they'll be wearing armor, and probably carrying the needle guns we saw from the spiders. The Skinnies have been watching each engagement between their lackey races and us. We've been showing the Skinnies our strengths and vulnerabilities. We've been teaching them how to beat us. The soldiers of Ares' section straightened up and contemplated Ares' assumptions and analysis. It carried significant impact and reinforced why diplomacy was foremost in Ares' mind. Ares didn't sense fear like normal people. His fear was in making a mistake and wasting the lives of the soldiers who counted on him. He wasn't afraid of dying. He was afraid of failing. But he shared that with no one. That's why he trained harder than any other section, focused on how he executed his missions in the combat zone. He'd also been learning with each engagement and incorporating that into more training. The soldiers had only been on the ship for 2 days following the evacuation of the successful but costly campaign in the Antares sector. Total soldiers deployed to Antares 3 were 1,000. Total deployed to Antares 4 were nearly 3,000, 900 of whom moved over from Antares 3 after those battles were won, and it was recognized that 3 was a diversion for the real campaign on 4. 850. That was the total number of living soldiers evacuated from Antares 4, with over 200 of those being injured. 650, and not all of those were frontline combat soldiers. The HFP was the lone force to keep the aliens away from Earth. They raced through one wormhole to the next to cut off encroachments before they happened by facing alien armies on neutral planets. They fought like gladiators. The winners claimed the nearby space, and the loser never recovered the dead from the planet. Others had to live with the consequences of the Diplo's so-called diplomacy. They had agreed to these conditions and limitations. None of the suit-wearing types were down there fighting for humanity, but they'd done their job. At the relatively trivial cost of 10,000 soldiers' lives, they'd kept the aliens away from Earth. Would less than 800 experienced soldiers be enough? Newcomers were untried. They might be good. They might not. Chances improved with time to train them, but they usually arrived at the last minute. Training lasted a week, 2 at the most. You'll get your new recruits in the Paneth sector. How much time will you get to train? I have no idea. They'll all be carrying mortars in addition to their Mark 71s. They'll know how to fire the beam rifles, but they'll have no idea about the mortars. He looked pointedly at Stubby. She'd never fired a mortar.
I'll be up to speed by the time we reach Paneth space,
she vowed. We'll conduct drills with everyone here. Plus, we're going to do a lot of running. Sorry, Stubby. We're a shock force, and are going to find enemy weaknesses by going where they aren't expecting us. That means getting there quickly.
I'll step up.
Stubby looked unusually small without her armor. She looked like a child compared to every other soldier in the unit. I have no doubt. Formation on the hangar deck at 1400 hours. Stubby is getting the gold medallion. I think a couple of you knotheads are getting silver medallions. Nothing for you, Ares? Frodo asked. Ares shook his head. You must have been slacking down there, Sailorman suggested. Maybe you'll recover in the next operation. Ares didn't tell him that he'd been less than kind to Battle Planner Cassidy. It was a breach of discipline, but Cassidy's failures had been nearly catastrophic. Ares considered it a good trade-off, one that he should have made earlier in the battle. Some people had no business being down there. Like Daryl, the ball and chain that had been shackled to him on Espinar, a reporter who had made a recruiting video that had gone viral, because there wasn't a recruiting video, but an expose. Ares' actions created a wave of recruits who wanted to be just like him. The leadership on Earth wanted more of that, as it relieved them of the responsibility to tell the recruits the truth. 9 out of 10 would die on distant planets. The one who survived may never return to Earth. It was a one-way trip off the planet these people were investing their lives to protect. They wouldn't reap the benefits earned by their sacrifice. The recruiters wouldn't be telling them those juicy tidbits. Daryl was like a rash that wouldn't go away, no matter how much salve was applied. Ares couldn't sacrifice him on the field of battle. He'd have to keep him out of the line of fire while keeping him in a position where he could observe the heroics that were standard practice in Ares' section. Uncommon valor being a common virtue, as the old adage stated. Fighting for their lives and the lives of their fellows brought out the best in the soldiers. For all humanity was a higher order of dedication, but it wasn't at the front of anyone's mind in the campaigns against alien soldiers on distant planets. 2 hours of running, top deck and down, I've secured the aft stair for our sole use from now to noon. You'll run until I'm tired, and you know when that will be."
Ares' lip twitched upward in the ghost of a smile.
"Then you have 2 hours to clean up, eat, and get yourselves to the hangar bay. I'll see you there."
"Can we wear armor?" Frodo asked. The only ones allowed to deviate from the dress uniform were section leads, but the 4 new leads were only beginning to learn the benefits of the job.
"Frodo, Sailorman, Tin Man, and Stubby. The rest of you in dress uniform."
Ares knew that he'd wear his armor. It was his dress uniform, and what he was most comfortable in, both physically and emotionally. He wasn't big on ceremony.
"What are you waiting for?"
Ares barked. He jumped to his feet and ran for the door. Being behind the section lead during physical training was never optimal. He found fun and interesting ways to punish those who did not keep up. He drifted to the side of the corridor to allow his soldiers to pass.
"Get on your horse, Stubby."
"Sir!"
she shouted, and pumped her legs harder to catch up to the others. She took 3 steps to every of Ares' 2. She needed to work that much harder. She was a section leader, whether she wanted it or not. She was a soldier, through and through. Ares was proud of his people, and that's why he drove them. The next campaign would employ Ares' command in a new way. He wouldn't let a lack of fitness hold his people back or negatively impact his tactics. The battlefield offered little in the way of opportunities. Exploiting openings required a bold application of energy and violence. It usually came at a cost, too. What would they pay? Whatever it took to ensure victory. Win the battles. Win the war. It was a simple concept in Ares' mind.
"Hurry up!"
he shouted up the stairway. They were maintaining a decent pace, but Ares wanted them to push themselves, right to the edge. The empty space on the hangar bay dragged those present toward a dark abyss. The dead had been so numerous that the recovered armor was piled in the hangar bay so it didn't overwhelm the armor cleaning and repair team. They'd get to them in due course. They had weeks to make it happen during their round-the-clock shifts. Less than 700 soldiers stood in formation. It was trivial compared to the full hangar bay of previous formations, where not every section had to attend, because there wasn't enough room for everyone. The leadership hadn't anticipated the negative feelings that would weigh on those attending. This should have been a private ceremony, but the military loved its tradition, recognized its greatest warriors in front of all to encourage them to greater deeds of valor. Ares section stood to the side, as they usually did, along with another 25 soldiers who were going to be recognized. In a campaign with the massive losses like on Antares, there were fewer people to recognize for lesser deeds. Just surviving had taken a monumental effort. The lengths the awardees had gone to ensure the survival of their fellow soldiers had been worthy. Fighting to survive is a different step in fighting to win. Still, a private ceremony would have served the same purpose.
"Attention!"
an adjutant barked. Dante and Concord were the only battle planners on a small platform with the force commander and his senior staff. Ares wondered if any of them had experience in actual combat. Ares dismissed the thought. Dante was a stand-up guy. He'd been right there with Ares on multiple campaigns. He had earned all of Ares' respect. The others had it due to their positions. That made a difference. The force commander stepped up to the microphone, but his breath caught. He looked at the empty space and not the troops who were present. The victory on Antares IV had come at a high price. Dante laid a hand gently on the commander's shoulder and took the microphone. The force commander stepped to the side. "Soldiers of the HFP, look around you and see who's still standing with you. These are the men and women you'll count on most when next your feet land on a hostile planet. They may be small, but they be mighty. You've endured what has killed those of equal ability, equal station. Why not you?" Dante paused to let them think. Too many were thinking those thoughts. It was best to get them out in the open, clear the air. That's what Ares thought. It was what Dante thought too.
Because the originator determined that you should live. Not because you were more worthy, but just because. Now it's your turn to give something back to the originator. Make your survival matter. Soldier on, as they say. We're taking in 3 new recruits for every one of you standing here today. That means new people with 0 combat experience. You will be teaching them. Don't take that responsibility lightly. I'm going to count on a force that's ready to fight. I'll be down there with you, and if we fight to win. There is no other acceptable outcome.
The force commander nodded, and Dante surrendered the microphone.
Soldiers,
the force commander said in a low, confident tone,
you have sacrificed more for humanity than anyone in generations. We want to recognize a few of you, although many, if not all, are worthy. Every campaign gets its own ribbon, but Antares was different. It'll get a special device to be added, a V, for the valor you displayed in the face of overwhelming odds. I know it's just a ribbon and a piece of metal, but it's a testament to the fortitude of humanity's strongest generation. You are carrying the burden of billions. 704 of you are here. You represent billions. Don't take that lightly. Every single one of you matters for the greater good, for all of humanity, and more importantly, for each other.
The force commander backed up 1 step and came to attention. The adjutant bellowed, without the benefit of the microphone.
Awardees, front and center.
The soldiers marched in a long line to a point well past the platform because there were so many of them. The first soldier received the Star of Valor. Next were 3 male soldiers and Stubby, who were awarded the Gold Medallion. The next 8 received the Silver Medallion, and among those 8 was Frodo and Tin Man. The final was for those awarded Bronze Medallions. They received their awards, saluted, executed a right face, and marched around the formation to the rear. With a final, "Dismissed," the ceremony was over. Ares and a couple dozen surviving section leaders made a beeline for the soldiers to congratulate them on their awards. They let Ares go first. He was the most decorated soldier in the entire force. It meant something when he recognized achievement in combat. He said a few kind words to each and ended with the Star of Valor winner.
"Welcome to the club, soldier,"
he told the man.
"It's an honor, Ares," he replied. "Just means you did the right thing and luckily survived it. Don't let it go to your head."
The soldier laughed.
"Don't worry, I won't. My section leader still calls me Meathead." "Humility at its finest. Congratulations. Keep doing great things."
Ares called his section together with the new awardees.
"I'm mad you didn't get another star," Frodo said.
"There are a lot of things to be angry at, but not getting a 6th star is the least of them.
I'm happy seeing my section get awards. These awards reflect on the entire section. No one person wins an award all by themselves. You did for Elbow Gap. You were the only one to survive that battle." "That was different. I was lucky to the 4th power. That's all. I don't want anything like that to ever happen again. I won't take you into a hellhole like Elbow Gap. And you shouldn't do that to your soldiers either. I wasn't the section lead at that point. But I'm not bashing him. He paid for that mistake with his life."
Ares didn't have anything to say after that, and his soldiers didn't ask for more. Chapter 4. Deploy. Off the rails. We have arrived in the Paneth region of space. We will assume orbit at Pan Minor in 2 days to rendezvous with the HFP resupply and reinforcement armada. Prepare to receive new soldiers, all 2,000 of them. A disembodied voice reported over the ship-wide intercom.
"Are you ready?"
Ares asked the new section leads. They hadn't been given any information regarding getting plussed up to full levels, or if they would have reduced numbers. Less would be more if they were good soldiers, rather than getting anyone willing to put on the uniform. Ares didn't know if he would receive a full complement either. They had to wait until they established comms with the incoming armada. Last reports came via wormhole repeaters and were 3 weeks old.
"I can't wait,"
Sailorman blurted. Ares stared at him. Sailorman would have to wait, period. Ares never understood that expression because it made no sense. Waiting wasn't something one could or couldn't do. It simply was. Timelines couldn't be shortened or lengthened, based solely on one's desires.
"Don't be in a rush to get your people killed,"
Frodo cautioned.
"Jeez, Dark Cloud rustles up a vortex of doom to push us into." "He's right. Being in charge means being able to accept when soldiers die. Soldiers that you put into the line of fire. You'll wonder if you trained hard enough. You'll question what you did wrong. You'll think you could do more. And they'll still be dead, and you'll still have a mission to complete. But you know what?"
Ares stared hard into each of their eyes.
"You're the best we have. When you see people like Cassidy send people unnecessarily to their deaths, you'll know that you'll be okay. Help your people to help you. Listen to them. Hear what they're not saying, and always, every minute of the battle, reassess the battlefield. Are you heading into a kill zone, or are you establishing one?"
"Sorry about that, Frodo. Or maybe we should call you Vortexan," Sailorman offered. Tin Man snorted and waved his bionic arm as naturally as if it had been there his whole life. He tried to speak, but couldn't.
"No change to Frodo section,"
Frodo announced in a loud voice.
"You guys."
Sailorman collected his wits, while Ares waited for the group to reground itself.
"And you 5.
Ares addressed the ones who hadn't been transferred from his section.
"You're the foundation of Ares' section. Even you, Misfire. I'm giving you a mortar, but you're not to fire it until I'm sure you're going to hit what you're aiming at."
"You're not still mad about that little grenade thing, are you?" Ares unconsciously flexed his arm. His elbow felt fine. He was as close to 100% as he could be.
"He is,"
Frodo cried out and stabbed a finger at Misfire, now filling the swing 1 position.
"Eat me,"
Misfire said.
"I'm fine, and no, I'm not angry about what happened in close quarters combat. We were fighting a determined enemy. No one was hurt but me. We did just fine."
"Thank you, Ares." Misfire pounded his chest twice and held 2 fingers toward his section lead. Ares thought it meant something, but he'd never been with the crowd who made such gestures.
"Don't let it go to your head. You'll get grenades and rockets, but you're not to use either unless you hear me explicitly order you."
"Damn." Misfire frowned as he stared at the deck.
"Sometimes it's just the way it is. You'll have 9 people looking to you when you lay down a base of fire. Make sure they do that right, and you're doing your job."
"I can do that," Misfire agreed. He perked up, just a little.
"Running. 2 hours. You need to add 1 loop up and down within the time. That means you have to run faster."
Ares was gratified by the expected groans.
"Stubby, you lead the way. Nobody passes her. This is the final running session before we get our new people. After that, you're on your own to get your people into shape. But keep in mind, you still work for me. If you're slacking off, then I'll be elbow deep in your business. You don't want any part of that."
The new section leads nodded. They knew this to the core of their being. They also wanted to show Ares that his confidence and support of them hadn't been misplaced. Stubby led the parade out the door. She sprinted down the corridor, exerting 100% from the start. Could she maintain it? Probably not, but she would for as long as she could. She was faster than when she first joined Ares' section, when they were on Antares 3 and she couldn't keep up. He thought she might be able to now, but not with Ares when he was running at full speed. None of them could keep up with him when he ran all out. His longer legs gave him an advantage, plus he liked to think he kept himself in the best shape of any soldier. Ares ran a different way. He raced into the forward stairwell and ran as fast as he could, up and down for an hour and 50 minutes. He was covered in sweat and breathing hard when he hit the lower deck, and jogged to where his section would appear in less than 10 minutes. He could hear them coming down the stairs. They were hooting and hollering. They rushed through the doorway with Misfire and Sailorman carrying Stubby between them.
Report.
Ares focused on Stubby. She was in charge of the run.
2 extra laps and finish with 1 minute to go.
She slapped at the hands holding her off the ground.
I made it the whole way, honestly. They insisted on carrying me across the threshold, like that means anything.
Queen Stubby,
Swing 6 called out, one of 2 survivors from Ragnar's section. He had already proved his mettle. There was no question about him being a quality addition to the section. He was much better than the unknown of a new recruit. They'd already fought together. That was the one test that couldn't be replicated anywhere.
Well done, people. Section leads, prepare to receive your people. Report to the admin section, where you'll receive a list of who you're getting and basic training reports on them. Read well and put them into the positions best suited for them.
I can't believe we're not getting anyone experienced, Frodo groused. There are a lot of soldiers upstairs without a section to call their own.
I don't pretend to know the minds of our leadership. They make the decisions, and we carry them out. Get your lists and start planning.
The new section leads saluted and departed.
Swing 2, you're now point 1. Swing 6, you're now point 2. Get your upgraded armor before the new arrivals clog the corridors.
Ares looked at the final survivors from Antares. Wheel 3, Swing 1, and Swing 3.
Wheel 3 and Swing 1, Misfire. You 2 are in the right positions. Swing 3, I'm moving you to Wheel 2.
Oh, man.
Misfire threw his head back. That meant 9 new recruits added to the swing soldiers. He'd have initial responsibility for them. He nodded slowly.
Rock and fire, Ares. We'll be ready.
That's what I want to hear. Check out your armor and verify that it's in good working order. Conduct a weapons check and familiarize yourself with your new favorite weapon, the mortar. Everyone carries one. The harness and backpack are a little different. Make sure you get upgraded ones that will hold a full load of rockets. I've been to the armory and requested more sabots and a new round called a flechette. It fires 1,000 tiny darts. It's a close-in weapon that'll stop a mass wave attack.
Are they manufacturing those rounds?
Supposedly,
Ares replied. He would stop by to confirm.
Take the day off and get yourselves in order. You'll be running from the second the newcomers arrive, and so will I. Get to work, people. This is the boring stuff that leads to success on the battlefield. If you get this wrong, nothing can save you planetside.
Ares had to inject the reality of why paperwork and weapons and equipment testing was important. They had to hit the planet with everyone knowing their jobs, ready to do them, and that their equipment was functional. Firing the mortars was easy, but identifying and loading the different types of rockets without looking at them took practice. The effort would be life-saving, and the newcomers were going to get as much of it as they could stomach, and then a little more. Ares' command would squeeze in every minute of training until they deployed to whatever planet required their presence. Ares feared the Liberty Call. It would be a distraction, not for those who survived Antares, but for the newcomers. Getting Liberty was unprecedented. It would establish an unrealistic expectation. But it wasn't his call whether they'd get to go to Pan Minor for downtime. He'd put in a word with the battle planners and see if they agreed with his reasoning. They might suggest that most of them would die in the next engagement anyway, so Liberty might be the last good time. Ares didn't find that argument compelling. If they stayed and trained instead, then fewer of them would die. Training was the key to improving one's chances of survival. Soldiers could do everything right and still die, but soldiers who did things the wrong way were far more likely to end up buried. Ares had been invited to the command deck to watch Antilles assume orbit over Pan Minor. He stood toward the back, where Dante joined him. Dante had assumed the role of senior battle planner, the liaison between the strategic command group and the boots on the ground. It was a critical position to keep the force commander from overcommitting or overextending the landing force.
"When is the armada from Earth supposed to arrive?"
Ares whispered.
"It was supposed to already be here, but there are no other ships in the system. It's Antilles and her support fleet. We haven't heard from the colony on the planet either."
Dante clenched his jaw. This was the military. Life, as a whole, rarely met expectations, and it always raised red flags.
"What's our next move?"
Ares wondered.
"I expect we'll send a few shuttles down to check things out. Get your section ready. Old and new people together. What's that give you?"
9, including me.
Absorb lander section under you. Get them to the hangar bay. Soon as you can.
They'll need to get their armor and weapons, Ares started.
Dante threw his hands up.
Soon as you can, Ares. Go.
Compliance.
Ares bolted from the command deck and headed for the training room where his people were watching the monitor as Antilles and her support ships assumed orbit over Pan Minor. Ares took the stairs, running down them at breakneck speed. Something was up, and it was bad. Ares could feel it in his bones. But that was the paranoia that all military professionals experienced when the start of an op was this far off the rails. He arrived on Deck 11, where his section's training room was located. Inside, he found half of his people.
"Where is everybody?"
he demanded. The other section leaders were nowhere to be seen.
"I think they're in the mess."
"We're called up to deploy. All of us. And right now."
Ares used the phone on the wall to call central communication.
"Please pass a message via shipwide broadcast. And no, this can't wait. Ares section and lander section, current and former soldiers. Get your armor, weapons, and report to the hangar deck for immediate deployment. Repeat that, and thank you."
Within 30 seconds, the disembodied voice spoke to every person on Antilles. It repeated one time and went silent. The other soldiers of Ares' section stood there and stared at Ares.
"Well, what are you waiting for? You heard the order."
"Compliance."
The mad rush for the exit began. They ran for the lift.
"The stairs!"
Ares called after them. They immediately turned and ran the other way. Ares bolted ahead of them. It was on them to catch up. This was the real world. Training had come to an end. Chapter 5. Unknowns. There are things you know you don't know, and others you don't. Ares collected his armor and put it on while the support staff abandoned their repair duties to take care of the immediate concerns at their counter. 4 more soldiers collected their gear. Usually, combat suits took 2 days to issue to the landing force. Today was a quick hit. They'd have the entire section out of there in 5 minutes. The suits were collected by a tracked robotic system. The suits were delivered into separate changing areas where the individuals dressed and the suit conformed to their bodies, connecting where they needed to connect. 2 minutes was the dressing standard despite the separate elements. 6 leg armor sections and 4 joints. The hip and groin sections were the first ones on, and everything connected through that major pivot point on the body. It saw the most use. The chest plate was the heaviest piece and the last to be installed. It was easy once the arm sections and joints were installed. The powered arms were stronger with the chest plate and back section as leverage points, but the arms were powerful enough to lift the heavy sections into place. The process to get dressed was well practiced. It wasn't something that could ever take longer than 2 minutes, not with an entire force to suit up before deployment. Once in their gear, Ares headed for his next stop, the armory. On the way out, he nearly ran into the 4 amigos.
"About time," he said. "Get your butts in gear."
"Compliance,"
they blurted in response. Frodo asked,
"What's going on?" "I'll tell you on the shuttle. We need to go, now. Full complement of munitions. Load up."
Ares headed down the corridor at a slower pace to give the others time to catch up. He hadn't seen lander section. They'd have to wait for them if they weren't already on the hangar deck. In the armory, the head armorer was waiting.
Ares! He tipped his head. When I heard you called up, I knew what you'd be coming for.
Mortars. HE. Sabo. And do you have any of those new flechettes?
No shotgun darts, Ares, but we have everything else. 2 Sabo rounds per soldier, 6 HE, and 2 bunker busters.
I like those, Ares replied. Keep working on the flechettes. We're going to need those, I suspect, and soon.
I'll spend every waking minute working on your stuff, Ares. Every time you or your section wins a big award, I put one on the wall. It's like we won it too.
He leaned back, as if expecting Ares to give him an earful.
I agree. We win together. With inoperable weapons, we would die.
Ares took his mortar and linked it with the Mark 71, so if one was in front and ready to fire, the other was on his back in reserve. Ares tucked the munitions into the slots on a harness that rode tightly on the outside of the armor. The armorer handed an extra power pack to each soldier. Their supply packs were pre-filled with food and water, but Ares would have his team draw 1 extra water bladder from the issue point in the hangar bay. They walked out of the armory to find Frodo, Sailorman, Tin Man, and Stubby waiting to draw their weapons.
He knows what you're getting.
Ares jerked a thumb over his shoulder as he continued to the hangar bay. Ares and his 4 soldiers were the first ones there. The shuttle was fired up and waiting. The crew chief waved for them to load up. Ares crossed his forearms in an X. The section wasn't ready to board. He sent the crew to the issue point, but it was locked up. Ares' section was stymied for all of 2 seconds before Ares himself broke the lock and opened it. He pulled out the water bladders and issued them to the 4 soldiers. He took 2 for himself and pulled 4 more for the others who would soon be joining them. When they arrived, Lander's section was right behind them. Ares handed them spare water bladders. He issued Lander's section spares too. He noted that Lander didn't have mortars. They hadn't been assigned as part of Ares' command, so they weren't part of the shock unit. Lander noted the difference.
Do we need mortars? We need to go, so the answer is no. It's a concept we're trying out. I'll talk to you on the shuttle. Load up, people.
Ares' section jogged to the shuttle, 8 soldiers with Ares bringing up the rear behind Lander and his 6. Ares thought he had more, but that's all that showed up to deploy. They took their seats and strapped in. The shuttle launched almost immediately, through the energy screen and into the upper atmosphere. The ride was rougher than usual, but Ares stood anyway, despite the crew chief gesturing wildly for him to stay in his seat. Ares activated his magnetic clamps and locked himself in place. He held the rail overhead.
Listen up. Mission brief. Situation. Pan Minor is out of contact. The resupply and reinforcement armada isn't here like they were supposed to be. And the human colony on the planet is silent. The only ships in orbit are ours. Mission. We're to find out why and report back. Execution. We're landing outside the colony's buildings and walking in. Maintain your distance using an inverted V formation. Lander on the right. My people on the left. I'll be on point. Admin and logistics. You have everything you're going to get. Command and signal. Hand and arm, followed by light signals. Activate your radios. This planet shouldn't be jammed. This is a friendly planet, or so we've been told. My section has mortars, every soldier. We are a shock troop. Hit hard and move fast. Lander will provide base fire when required. I think we'll find something down there that shouldn't be. We're the eyes and ears of the HFP. If they're to commit more troops, we'll have to give the okay.
That's a lot, Lander said. Ares nodded. The bouncing and jerking continued as the shuttle forced its way through the upper atmosphere. Ares stayed where he was, holding on and swaying with the locomotion. He loomed over the oversized passenger seats, designed for soldiers in their combat armor. Ares looked over the group. 15 soldiers at his command, an entire planet below. But they cared only about the area where the humans had settled. A small town surrounded by farms, cattle, agriculture, mining. They were self-sufficient, and a shining example of what was possible for a new colony and a welcoming environment. The soldiers took the rough ride without complaint. There could be better or worse when they arrived. A simple comm adage would mean they'd be greeted by the settlers and plied with beer and fresh food. Ares bowed his head.
Originator, hear my prayer. Should we find an enemy below, guide our hands to deliver fatal blows in your honor. Should there be a battle, grant us a victory in your name.
He straightened as the shuttle cruised smoothly in the clean air of the alien planet. Praying was something he did before every action. He believed in a higher power that granted him strength, but only if he gripped it with both hands and explored the limits of the originator's support. Ares knew that it was up to him to make the right decisions and do the right things with the greatest application of energy possible if he were to accede to the originator's right hand. "Landing in 5, the pilot announced. Ares remained where he was, much to the crew chief's chagrin.
Faceplates down, weapons tight. Inverted V on me,
Ares ordered to give the soldiers a few moments to think. When they disembarked the shuttle, they'd know where they were supposed to be and their readiness posture. The battle was coming or not. They were there to find out. The shuttle swooped in and settled to the deck. The door popped, and Ares was first off, orienting himself in the direction of the town. A tower rose nearby. Roof showed off above the trees, solar panels to protect while collecting energy for the building. Self-sustaining without an expendable power source. Most colonies also had small nuclear reactors to supplement energy stores, but those came with a shelf life. There were no toxic side effects from modern reactors, but not every planet had sources of radioactive fuel. Shipping something like that around the galaxy was expensive when there were better options. Geothermal, tidal, hydro, solar. Power was the life for long-term colonization. Many planets needed a minor adjustment to their atmospheres, and preparatory robots erected great machines to create more oxygen, nitrogen, or whatever else was called for. Pan Minor had needed none of that. It supplied 100% of the raw materials and energy humanity needed to thrive. The colony was supposed to contain some 10,000 humans. It was ready to become a commercial hub in the Paneth region. Ares moved to the perimeter of a spaceport, getting a major expansion. He held his arm out, pointing in the direction he wanted to go. The soldiers fell into line with lander section on the right. The shuttle lifted off and assumed a position overhead at 3,000 meters altitude. They would act as a communication relay to the ship. The shuttle was already observing.
Ares to Shuttle 1, report. What do you see in the town?
Shuttle 1 to Ares. IR shows thousands of people scattered throughout. Numbers seems to align with what we expect. I'm not seeing any red flags.
Roger. Ares out.
It was odd using his suit's communication package. The jamming on combat planets was overwhelming. They tried using short-range radio on every planet, and it had always failed. The techies from Earth needed to come up with a system that couldn't be jammed. If Ares ever got to be king for a day, he'd deliver the order. Until then, they'd deal with what they had in the best way they could. It's how the military had done things forever. Do more with less. The soldiers moved into position. When Ares confirmed the head count, he stepped off, moving toward the town through what looked like an orchard or an orange grove. Some fruit on trees with respectful distances between them for exposure to the sun and greater area for their roots to dig deep and spread wide. Ares was tempted to try one. It had been too long since he ate something fresh. He couldn't remember what it was like to eat a real orange. He kept his eyes moving, looking for anything out of place. Trees with fruit, ground, and no equipment or people. He didn't know if the colony had a daily presence in every field. It looked like it needed little in the way of human intervention. The flora grew with minimal upkeep. Fewer farmers could produce more if all they had to do was start a crop or harvest it. The in-between time was taken care of by nature. Through the trees that bordered the town, the buildings on the outskirts were built using mud bricks. It was easy, and good enough until a heavier industry could be established. The town had been built on a grid, with roads aligned to the cardinal directions. It would be simple to navigate. How long would it take before they had their answer regarding whether it was safe or not? That was their mission. It wasn't to engage an enemy, should they find one. Reconnaissance only. Aries stopped at the edge of the fruit trees and watched the town. The outer buildings formed a barrier, almost like a fort's walls. It blocked his vision and his IR, which worked well on a planet with a congenial climate and warm-blooded occupants. He changed the formation to a skirmish line, maintained weapons tight, and moved into the 100-meter open area. He raised his beam rifle and looked over the barrel for movement. These were supposed to be friendlies, humans, but Ares had a bad feeling. The soldiers continued across the open area. Lander was on the end to his right, and Frodo held down the flank on the left. They held their weapons, ready to fire, but waiting for the order to engage. It was warmer in the open than it had been among the trees. The humidity wasn't high, but after their time in the rainforest, nothing would seem humid. Ares reached the outer wall of a single-story building, just like those on both sides. A short wall connecting the buildings. It had been built as a fort, but the walls were low. They may have been put there to keep wildlife out. Ares used his UV and IR to scan as far into the town as he could see through the mud bricks. It wasn't far, 10 to 20 meters. The area looked clear. He jumped up to look over the wall. There were no people where he could see. He took a few steps back, and then ran at the wall to launch himself over the top. He landed on the other side, crouching to let his impact settle in case it drew curious eyes. Humans were supposed to live there. Ares used his radio to talk with his soldiers.
"Jump over the wall in my position. Be quick about it."
This was the no-nonsense part of a mission. It was the time immediately before engaging the enemy. But this was a friendly planet. Ares moved away from the wall and stopped. At the next house, he'd have a better view of more of the town. He waited until half his people were over the wall before he continued forward. At the corner, he peeked around to find humans in the streets, milling about as if lost. He counted 5 bodies in the streets.
"Bounding Overwatch. 5 meters separation, both sides of the street. Objective is the 3-story building in the middle. Do not engage the friendlies."
Ares moved out the second the last soldier was on this side of the wall. He ran down the middle of the street while the soldiers maintained unit integrity. Ares' section filed down the left, with Lander on the right. Ares stopped at the first body. He had been shot through the chest. Ares pushed forward to the first living human.
"What happened here?"
he asked, not looking at her, but the surrounding rooftops. He counted on his soldiers to keep him safe. They looked for the enemy, threats to humanity, and the soldiers there to protect them.
Tall, human-like aliens were here. They invaded a week ago. We didn't know what they wanted because we didn't speak their language. Where did they come from?"
she pleaded. Ares caught her when she started to collapse.
"Sounds like Skinnies. But they shouldn't be this far into human space. We didn't expect to find them here."
"You didn't know? How could you not know?"
Recriminations. Others could figure out how humanity had failed its own. That wasn't Ares' problem. His issue was how to fix it.
"Where did the Skinnies go?"
"Most of them took our food yesterday and departed on ships, but they left some of their own behind. That bunch killed people on their way out of town, not 10 minutes ago."
"Which way did they go?"
Ares asked. She pointed. Ares set her on the ground.
"We're going after them. We'll be back once we've eliminated the threat."
Ares pointed the way forward and took off running. He activated his radio to talk with the shuttle. He made sure his soldiers heard the message.
"Skinnies attacked a week ago. They took food and departed yesterday, but left what I estimate is a detachment. Exact numbers are unknown. They've killed townspeople, but not many. Exact count of the dead is unknown. Exact count of survivors is unknown but hopeful. I believe we surprised the Skinnies with our arrival. Their evacuation of the city was haphazard. We'll report when we have their trail. Recommend we begin full spectrum jamming. If we can communicate, so can they. They probably left a satellite, a probe, or a relay of some sort. Until that's been eliminated, let's cut off the detachment from their people.
Ares signed off before he received a response. He had a mission, and the Skinnies had a 10-minute head start. Chapter 6. Hunting. Don't give them time. The hunted must remain the prey. Ares accelerated. He knew that he could run faster than the Skinnies, at least the ones he'd seen before. They were too lanky, and their muscles too long and thin to accelerate and maintain any sort of pace, unless their combat armor was significantly different. But then they'd stand out while running, because they'd maintain a high profile. They'd be seen. At Ares' rate of speed, the Skinnies could be as far as 10 kilometers away. Which direction? Ares counted on the soft dirt of an agricultural planet. The Skinnies would leave a trail. Through the central area of the town and out the far side, the opposite of where the spaceport was being expanded. The Skinnies were headed for cover. Gentle and aged mountains stood in the distance. Could have been 50 kilometers away, or 200. Ares couldn't tell. He hadn't studied the map sufficiently to gauge the distances. The planet was larger than Earth, which meant a smaller curvature. Instead of 20 kilometers until objects disappeared over the horizon, it was 25. Gentle undulations of the ground supporting fields of grain and vegetables stretched away from the city. Robotic machines scoured the fields for weeds and pests, carefully removing what didn't belong while nurturing what did. It was efficient and maximized yields. Unlimited food for the settlers and enough to export to other planets that weren't so well endowed with fertile soil and a congenial climate. And keep the HFP in fresh food. That in itself was worth fighting for, from Ares' perspective. A well-fed force was a happy force. A happy force fought harder to live. Ares glimpsed a bobbing head. He accelerated, putting a short distance between him and his people. He slowed as he approached a small rise, giving himself time should he be running into an ambush. But there was nothing on the other side except more fields. Over the next rise, a group of Skinnies were running, but not straight away from the town. Ares directed his soldiers at an angle to intercept the enemy. But there was something over there. There had to be. What are they running to? Ares didn't worry about where until he understood what. Did they have a shuttle? Or were there more soldiers? Skinnies had learned lessons from the HFP campaigns against the Scutigerans and the Antigeneses. How could they take that information to improve an attack on the humans? The weaponry changed the dynamic. Being able to penetrate human armor made a difference. All they had to do was get a clean shot. Stubby, angle right 30 degrees, behind the Skinnies. Give me a visual on where they're going. Stubby was a point soldier now. Her armor was heavier, and she had fallen back. Ares slowed. He sensed an ambush. The Skinnies they chased weren't the full force. Mortar range was 2 kilometers. That's all the closer Ares would get. That was beyond the range of the needle guns, if the Skinnies carried the deadly projectile weapons. Pound the enemy from afar. Ares knew they couldn't have artillery. Regain the technical advantage. Stubby stayed her course, running all out for the low rise. As the main section approached 2 kilometers, Ares slowed. The rangefinder on his HUD gave him 2,000 meters to the point he'd designated. The heads behind the hill had disappeared. Target, 264 magnetic. Range, 2060 meters. HE, prepare to fire. Only 3 soldiers stopped and took a knee in the standard position for indirect fire. Ares threw his hands up. That means all of you. The swing soldiers weren't thinking like the wheel soldiers. They hadn't trained hard enough for it to be second nature. Ares had focused on fitness and basic firing techniques for the mortars, not on mindset. At least they weren't under fire. This was a lesson that they'd learned and wouldn't have to relearn. They set up quickly, adjusted themselves, and gave the thumbs up. Ares waited for Stubby to get into place. She crested the hill and disappeared over the top. He waited for her to report over the radio, but he didn't wait long. He didn't have that much patience, since he didn't want the Skinnies to regain the lead they'd had.
Stubby, report.
The static in his headset told him the Skinnies were now jamming the planet. The battlefield was a familiar one, where lights and hand and arm signals were the only means of long-distance communication.
Fire, he ordered.
11 rockets headed downrange.
Reload.
The mortars arced high, since 2 clicks wasn't their longest range, but it was the best range for maximum impact without being subjected to return fire. The Skinnies didn't have mortars.
Target, 265 magnetic. Range, 2070 meters. HE.
The soldiers made slight adjustments to their aim. Ares glanced toward where he expected Stubby to reappear. She did, but 200 meters closer to the Skinnies. She flashed the light code.
Calm down. Skinnies, 100 plus, dug in. Your first salvo missed by 50 meters short, and 100 meters too far right.
Range, 2120. Fire.
Ares adjusted the arc of his mortar and pulled the trigger. His was the first rocket heading toward the Skinnies' position.
Reload.
A third HE round. That was nearly half their loadout. The enemy was dug in. It was the right weapon. He'd use every round they had to kill as many Skinnies as he could before engaging at a closer range. The Skinnies had parity in gunfight range, and right now, they numbered Ares soldiers 7-1. But there was a short hill between the humans and the enemy. It was a place that gave them limited cover. The rounds sailed over the hill. The explosions threw dirt and flame into the air. Stubby signaled to fire for effect. The rounds had hit on target.
Repeat,
Ares shouted.
Then we move.
He sent a third HE rocket into the air, waiting for the last rocket to fire, and took off running. The rocket flew much faster than Ares could run, but he stayed on course. Nearby, the Skinnies were waiting. Ares wanted to see them die. They had caused him and humanity nothing but grief since the 2 races had met. Primacy. The Skinnies acted like they had it. They used other races as their lackeys. They created drones and sent them in sacrificial waves to reduce human forces. Ares took it as a personal challenge, since it confirmed his premise that the Skinnies were behind the wars in this region of the galaxy. The soldiers pounded after Ares, hitting their top speeds quickly. They were slowing down almost as quickly as they ran. Ares signaled for them to hit the ground and crawl forward. At the top of the rise, he leveled his Mark 71 in the direction of the Skinnies. He saw no targets. Ares backed down the small hill and looked for Stubby. She flashed.
Rounds on target.
The enemy is still there. We don't move in. Up the hill. Get where you can see the Skinnies' position, then dig in.
He wasn't in a hurry to expose the few soldiers at his command. If Stubby was right, the enemy had retreated to a consolidated position. He would cover it with beam weapons and rake the enemy if they raised their heads. Pin them down until he figured a way to root them out, or they surrendered, which he didn't count on. Ares waved Stubby to join the rest of them. This wasn't the time or place to split his force. Not yet, anyway. He had the enemy covered as long as none of them escaped outside of the mortar attack. A head popped up, and Ares delivered a beam directly into it, but it was an armored head, and the beam reflected off the upper helm. Angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. He fired again, right below where the creature's face was. The beam blazed through the slim neck, and the head dropped sideways. The Skinny disappeared into his hole. Ares considered that one dead. But what about the others? How many casualties of the rocket attacks? The soldiers fired randomly at real or imagined targets. Ares put his audio pickup to the ground and listened. Were they beneath him and his people tunneling? Not that he could tell. Behind him, the open land didn't appear to have any underground exits. Ares directed Lander to commit one of his soldiers to watch their 6 o'clock. Someone had to. Couldn't give the Skinnies an opening to attack and destroy Ares section. The sniping continued for 15 minutes. The Skinnies stayed hunkered down, and neither side gained an advantage.
Lander,
Ares called. The other section lead moved close.
Take your section down this side of the hill. 2 clicks, and then come in around behind the Skinnies. Stay clear of our line of fire, and hit them hard. When you're inbound, we'll lay down covering fire. Could take 15 minutes to get into that position, Lander explained. Then you have 15. Make it happen. And one other thing. I need a couple of prisoners. Compliance. Lander was as interested as Ares to make progress against this group of Skinnies. Once Lander had departed, Frodo leaned in. Why so tentative, Ares? We can take them. I'm sure we can, but I'm not willing to sacrifice any of my people. This isn't even Act 1 of a Paneth campaign. If the Skinnies pulled out, where did they go? This detachment was left behind for some reason. We need to learn that, too. How? You don't have the translation computer, do you? No. So we're gonna capture a Skinny or two and interrogate them. Does Lander know that? Frodo wondered. He does. But every other Skinny down there is fair game. Prepare for direct-fire HE rockets. Ares kept watch over the Skinnies' position. How deep are they dug in? It made Ares wonder if they hadn't prepped a tunnel system, but they couldn't have been on the planet more than a week. That wouldn't have given them enough time to build an underground bunker. What were they doing? That question bothered Ares. He tried to contact the shuttle, but couldn't get through. The Skinnies had to have a portable jamming system. They needed to destroy that. There had been no alien ships in orbit, so the usual space-based jammers weren't in play. Ares watched and waited. Those weren't his strongest character traits. He always advised to keep moving, but this was different. It wasn't time to be in the open. It was time to prepare to move. In the distance at 2 o'clock, Lander section moved toward the enemy position. Prepare to fire, Ares called to his team. First volley is direct fire HE, then switch to Mark 71s on full auto. Let's light 'em up, people. Compliance, the soldiers agreed. Ares waited until they were closer, a kilometer out. At speed, Lander section was a minute from reaching the Skinnies' position. Fire, he ordered. There weren't many of them, but they all fired HE rockets, except for misfire. His spatial awareness was off during the firing drills in the simulator aboard Antilles. He was better off not lobbing grenades or rockets, but he could shoot. He fired his beam rifle, grazing the tops of the foxholes. No one knew which ones had Skinnies in them. The soldiers had to hit them all with equal vigor. Rifles! Ares shouted once the dust and smoke cleared from the HE salvo. Energy beams licked the ground from side to side and front to rear, each soldier owning their lane of fire, overlapping slightly with the next. On fully automatic fire, the energy delivered across the Skinny's position was enough to send an unarmored man's hair on end. For an instant, the thought of the reporter flashed into Ares' mind. What would Darrell have taken away from this engagement? Did it matter what Darrell thought? No, Ares knew better. It only mattered that they accomplished their mission. Lander section descended on the Skinnies' position with a roar and weapons blazing. They danced into and through the field where the Skinnies had chosen to fight, but there was no fight. Not a single shot from the Skinnies. Clear! Lander shouted. Ares signaled for 2 of his soldiers to cover the left flank, 2 on the right, and 2 for the rear. That left Ares plus 2 soldiers to join Lander among the fighting holes. 100 Skinnies, dead. We couldn't have killed them all, Ares said. The holes would have protected most of them from the high explosive rockets. We were bound to get some, but hardly all. We sniped a few, but they shouldn't all be dead. Pull the bodies out, and let's take a look at them. Keep your face shields down. They could be booby-trapped. Consolidate their weapons. We can use their needle guns against them. Compliance. Lander passed the word to his section. Ares used his UV and IR to examine one of the holes. It wasn't deep, not more than 1.5 meters, but the Skinny inside was folded into it. The cooling body confirmed that he was dead. Shrapnel through his helmet indicated how he died. His weapon sat at the bottom of the shallow pit, along with a small shovel that looked too much like a human entrenching tool. The other foxholes were similar, with dead Skinnies folded within. They pulled them out one by one. Ares collected the firearms and spare ammunition. Some of these died by their own hand, Lander suggested. Ares looked where he pointed, projectiles entering under the chin and exiting through the top of their heads.
6 Skinnies died that way. The rest had been killed by shrapnel or beam weapons, a total of 104. In the rear, there was a shallow hole, little more than an indentation. A device was there with flashing lights. The jammer. Ares knew intuitively what it was. He also suspected how to shut it down. He looked at some of the skinny writing when he was near the prisoners. He couldn't read it, but on and off were simple concepts that translated from computers to any type of powered equipment. He punched a button with script he recognized. The lights flashed once more and went out. All hands, this is Ares. Comms check. Every soldier replied over the radio. You speak the Skinnies' language? Lander wondered. No, but we're getting close. I wish I knew more, or at least had the handheld they're preparing. Ares scanned the horizon. He still felt exposed. These Skinnies had a greater purpose than to be killed by Ares section. They have a translator of the Skinnies' language and didn't send it down here with us, into Skinny Central. It's almost ready, and for the record, this wasn't supposed to be Skinny Central. It was supposed to be a secure human colony. Ares pointed to the portable jammer. Bring that with us. Lander designated 2 of his soldiers to carry the device. Sir! Misfire jogged toward Ares. He held out a computer like the one they'd discovered on Antares 4. Keep that secure. We have to get it to the ship. It'll have information about where the rest of them went, and then we're going after them. Shuttle 1, this is Ares. Come in. Ares, Shuttle 1, we have you 5 by 5. Roger. Stand by for info dump. Ares used his master control of the soldiers' suits to download the individual data from each, consolidate it into a compressed packet, and upload it to the shuttle for relay to space. He included an image of the Skinny computer and a request for immediate transfer to the intel unit on board Antilles. Ares section, report. Nothing to the west, Frodo said. Nothing to the east, Tin Man added. Nothing to the south, Sailorman said. What's got you fired up? Lander asked. He glanced in all directions, trying to see what Ares might have seen. This was too easy. Skinnies don't sacrifice themselves. They're not immediately replaceable like the spiders or the bugs. Ares stood tall in the middle of the killing ground. Ares, Shuttle 1, immediate recall. We'll land at your paws. Ares circled his arm in the air. Rally up. Tin Man and Stubby. Establish the LZ. He pointed at the soldiers as they moved in. Take as much as you can carry. Skinny weapons and ammo. With the power of the combat armor, they made short work of the piles. They waited casually, carrying their loads. In the distance, a hunting bird screamed a terrible cry. Ares would like to have seen the bird in action, but it wasn't meant to be. It's a beautiful place. Too bad we couldn't have seen more of it, Lander said. He was holding something in his hand. What's that? Ares asked. Lander held up a perfect green pepper. I couldn't help myself. That looks good. What's the chance we'll get anything fresh from Pan Minor before we push out? It was a rhetorical question. Ares knew there'd be no resupply. Skinnies took their food, Lander replied. Ares nodded. The shuttle made a large circle around the area before letting Tin Man and Stubby guide it in. The soldiers boarded without being told, securing the needle guns and ammunition in the space behind the seats. Ares was last on board after accounting for everyone. No casualties, neither injured nor dead. It had been a flawless operation. They were returning with a handheld computer. They had gathered a load of Skinny weapons to be studied. They had freed the people of Pan Minor. So why did Ares feel like they hadn't accomplished what they needed to? Chapter 7. Chasing. Follow the enemy to the gates of hell, even if it's an ambush. Dante had summoned Ares to the upper deck, where the senior leadership grilled him on what he found on Pan Minor. He had left his section soldiers to clean up the Skinny weapons and work with the armorers on exploiting what they could from them. We're being set up, Ares insisted. Dante shook his head. I think the Skinnies know they can't stand toe-to-toe with human soldiers.
They just learned that the hard way. 100 of them, and you didn't have a single injury. We'll have a hard time sharing that, so our people don't get overconfident. The needle guns are a threat, but not if you stay out of range. We learned a lot from this one, Ares. You should be proud of what you accomplished. It was too easy, Ares reiterated. The force commander sat nearby, supposedly reading reports, but watching and listening. I think that was because of you. They don't know how to handle aggressive and highly mobile soldiers. The ones we hadn't killed with mortars and direct fire committed suicide. We counted 6 of them. That's not the act of soldiers focused on winning. It's as if their command convinced them it was better to die than get captured. It dawned on Dante what Ares had been saying. So what secret did they die to keep? They delayed us. It wasn't a secret. We were ahead of schedule getting here, weren't we? Ares countered. Where did they go? Intel has the hand computer and is looking for that information. Aren't we in human claimed space? Dante raised one eyebrow. The Skinnies know this is human space. They raided our colony and took food. We don't know if their goal was to deny our resupply or to feed their own. It made me angry, though. We were supposed to get fresh fruit, vegetables, and even grain. Ares clenched his jaw. Did you eat something down there? Dante studied Ares' blank expression. You did? Was it good? I can't remember the last time I had something fresh. Ares didn't answer, because Dante had already made up his mind. Ares had not taken a bite, but Lander had smuggled the green pepper aboard Antilles. He expected his people had taken an odd apple or orange from the first grove of trees they passed through. He didn't care, because they were plenty attentive to the primary task of clearing the city of the enemy. If you don't mind, I'll return to prisoner detention. The Skinnies seem to respond to me. The force commander replied, It's because you captured them. You are the ultimate warrior in their minds. The caring soul who could have killed them but didn't. I think you probably saved their lives. They aren't going to forget that. He pursed his lips. Maybe there is hope that we can negotiate peace. How much damage did they do to the colony? Besides taking the food, they killed some 24 civilians. But they didn't destroy just to destroy. They killed during their exodus from the town, and they took food, but didn't attack infrastructure. They didn't burn the fields. Ares explained. Maybe they intend to come back and take it over. No sense starting from scratch if they don't have to. The force commander weighed the information he had heard, along with Ares' first-hand account. Especially since Skinnies have a comparable diet, it seems, Dante added. Ares hadn't checked in on them to see what they ate, but they appeared to be healthy whenever he stopped by. He hadn't thought about their care and feeding. That was Toby's job. I'd like to check on the progress with the handheld we recovered from Pan Minor. Dante looked to the force commander for confirmation. He nodded. Go ahead. We'll think about our next steps. Ares saluted and strode briskly out of the room and down the corridor. He took the steps, rather than wait for the lift. It gave him more time to think. His and Lander's sections were eating and catching up on sleep, even though they hadn't been deployed for long. The return from every deployment was rewarded, because it was never a given. The ship was the prize in a galactic spin of the wheel. If you were on board, you made it. On Deck 12, Ares nodded to the soldier providing security for the converted cargo bay. Ares walked through the door, gently closing it behind him. Toby was engrossed with his computer while a video played for the Skinnies. They were mesmerized. The dialogue was converted instantly into the Skinny language. Ares wondered what from human culture would be safe to show the prisoners. He never forgot what they were. They had been the enemy and still were. The fact that they provided information that helped the HFP was keeping them alive. Every interaction improved humanity's understanding. Videos. It didn't matter if it worked, and the translation helped them understand and maybe learn English. Was that the goal? Skinnies who spoke English. Were the prisoners guinea pigs, an intellectual exercise, or an intel source?
Ares thought the lines may have blurred.
Anything from that computer?
Ares prodded, because Toby had yet to look up from his work. He jumped.
Don't sneak up on a guy like that.
There was no sneaking involved. What are you showing the prisoners? Is that Fast and Furious?
Ares guessed.
Action movies. They'll see every one we have in the ship's library, old and older. I hesitate to show them anything new. They love the action flicks from eons past. It's crazy, but after we showed them one, they couldn't get enough of them.
They'll think we're backwards and more violent than we really are. Is that what you want them to take away from this experience?
Toby thought about it.
Maybe it is. We ingrain fear because we're unpredictably violent, always angry.
Maybe nature shows would do them better. Here's the one-eyed rainbow iguana sunning itself on a palm leaf.
Ares glanced back and forth between Toby and the Skinnies.
I'm thinking no. We'll shock their consciences with the human reality shows.
Ares pursed his lips.
Those action shows aren't real.
They don't know that. Did you come here to watch the movies, give me grief, or both?
I came to see if you've made any progress with the computer we brought up from Pan Minor.
Ares pointed to the unit with wires attached and leading into the intelligence officer's computer.
That? It shows the entirety of human penetration into this sector. Their intel is good.
It's not like we make any secret of where we are. Don't we put marker buoys in orbit above planets we've claimed?
Toby nodded.
It doesn't say where they're going next.
That answered Ares' next question.
Is this a modern battle of the bulge? We defeated the skinny lackeys, and now they're running as fast and as far as they can to create chaos in areas under our control. Then negotiate for peace, where we end up conceding territory.
Toby leaned back and crossed his arms.
I wouldn't have taken you for a history buff, but that's because I didn't think about it. It makes sense. You're far more than brawn. You've got the brains, too.
Ares wasn't sure it was a compliment.
Toby continued. It could very well be that. With the area mapped out, they would have bypassed 2 outposts to get to this colony. There's another colony farther into human space, unsurprisingly called Pan Major.
I think we should probably go there with all haste, with the complete force,
Ares suggested.
Makes sense. But what if we're wrong, and they're at Paneth Station or retrograded to one of the outposts?
Paneth Station was a massive space station built to facilitate the exploration and colonization of the Paneth sector. The station orbited a moon in the solar system closest to human space. There were no habitable planets in that system, but the moon had provided the raw materials necessary for the robot construction fleet. When humans arrived, the station was built and only needed final touches to make it operational. That was nearly a decade ago.
If we split the fleet, we'll lose momentum. They'll want the planet.
Ares felt confident in his assessment, but he felt the doubt that Toby injected into the conversation. What if they were wrong? Good thing he didn't have to make that decision.
Did you send this stuff upstairs?
Not yet. I was looking for something more definitive, but I'm not sure I'm going to find it.
The Skinnies just pulled out. If we leave now, then we might be able to catch them, wherever they are, before they're able to dig in. In a straight-up fight, we're better.
Ares didn't puff up his chest or straighten himself to stand taller. He wasn't wearing armor, but he was still a specimen at the peak of his fitness.
Send it upstairs. I'll talk to them.
We have to get it right if we want to interdict the enemy advance,
Toby said.
Just like the Battle of the Bulge. Being in the right place and holding firm, praying for good weather so we can unleash our air power. We'll see what they decide.
If they ask, what are you going to recommend?
Ares hadn't changed his mind.
Pan Major.
It was 10 days to Pan Major, or a week to Paneth Station. If they went to Pan Major first, then it was another week to the station. If they guessed wrong, It would either be 4 or 7 days longer before help arrived. Risk-wise, the station was 3 days shorter. Paneth Major had a 4-day lag. Ares would make the decision if they wanted, but it wasn't his place. He ran up the aft stairs until he reached Deck 3, where he found Dante and the Force Commander locked in private conversation.
Ares,
Dante said when he looked up.
are you sure you don't want to be a battle planner? We could use you. I'm sorry, but no. Ares Command. Shock Troops. We'll earn that title and wear it proudly.
Ares didn't want to be a battle planner. He needed to carry a weapon and engage the enemy. It's where he found the most comfort, as odd as that was. His place was on the battlefield, embroiled in the fight.
You think the Skinnies are moving deeper into our territory?
The Force Commander asked. Ares hadn't shared his opinion with them, but it was a question all the same.
I think they're headed for Pan Major.
Dante referred to the star charts on the wall, a personal preference because computers contained everything they needed for navigation to a far higher fidelity.
10 days to Pan Major, or a week to the station, or a week from Pan Major to the station. 17 days to hit both, or 14 days. I think the station is the right choice simply because of that.
Dante posited.
They know we're behind them,
Ares pressed.
The highest value property is the space station. It would take years to replace, maybe more. It's only a week away.
The Force Commander replied.
I'm going to recommend we go first to the station.
What if we don't find them there?
Ares wondered.
Then we immediately turn around and go to Pan Major.
And if we pass the Skinny fleet, would we know?
Ares knew the answer to that. All the Skinnies had to do was kill 3 days at Pan Major, then skip past the HFP as they jumped around looking for the enemy.
It's all a guess, Ares. Do you have anything that suggests Pan Major is where they went?
Ares shook his head. He had nothing except his gut, which hadn't failed him. But this was more than anything he'd done before. This was life or death for tens of thousands. Someone was going to be wrong. Could they recover if they arrived at the station and the Skinnies were nowhere to be seen?
I direct the fleet to Paneth Station, the commander stated. I'm sorry, Ares. I'd like to follow your recommendation, but I have to protect the highest value asset in this region of space.
Are we going to meet up with the resupply and reinforcement armada?
Ares asked. Dante and the commander looked at each other.
We don't know where it is,
Dante replied.
I think we have to play the hand we're currently holding. I'll designate 5 sections to occupy the station if the Skinnies aren't there. Then we'll immediately head to Pan Major. 5 fewer sections for land combat. There's nothing else to do. We can't leave the station undefended. We have to have someone who can repel a Skinny landing force. And if we find the Skinnies have already penetrated the station, then we'll go in, landing at any and all airlocks, fighting deck to deck and room to room. The good news is, they'll have to operate doubled over. Those ceilings aren't very high. You'll have to crouch if you go in wearing your combat suit.
Of course I'll wear my armor. I'll crouch as I have to.
I'll take my leave, if that's okay. We have a week to prepare for combat aboard the space station.
On your way, Ares.
The commander gestured for him to go.
Compliance.
Ares walked quickly down the corridor, taking advantage of the lighter gravity on the upper decks to increase speed without running. He took the lift because he needed time to think while standing still. His section and Lander's section would be waiting for him in the training room. He had to prepare them for a fight that would be orders of magnitude more complicated than when they fought in the caves, and only 5 soldiers were still with him who had fought underground. Of those, only Frodo, who had fought the hardest battle within the cloning facility, and he had been significantly wounded during that action. That left just Ares. Fighting inside a space station. They couldn't use anything that would be armor-piercing. Depressurization was a risk they couldn't afford to take. Room-to-room fighting with 10,000 civilians in the way. It would be the toughest challenge he could imagine. They couldn't just lay waste to the enemy on an open battlefield. They couldn't hit them from the flank or rear. They'd be waiting. And if they weren't, then civilians would be in there. Collateral damage wasn't a term he'd had to be concerned with before. Friendly fire? He was all too familiar with that. He entered the training room designated for his section's use. There were 16 total soldiers.
Your world has changed from infinite fields of fire on an arid desert planet to the deluge of a rainforest to the corridors of a space station. With each new engagement, we find ourselves more and more constrained. In a week, we'll reach Paneth Station, home to over 10,000 humans supporting colonization in the Paneth sector. If the Skinnies are there, we're going to have to root them out, but you see the obvious problem.
He let his introduction sink in. They'd learn the lesson better if they thought through the answers themselves.
Civilians.
Frodo said it like it was a curse word. Ares laughed.
You mean the people we're fighting for? We fight so they don't have to. Remember your recruiting slogans? Well, it looks like they could be right in the middle of it. And you know what we're going to do?
No one ventured an answer.
Maybe I should say what we're not going to do. We're not going to harm a single civilian through our actions. You'll die before you send a grenade into a room on that space station if you aren't 100% positive that there are no civilians in there.
Ouch, Misfire said. But that doesn't apply to me. He wasn't authorized to throw grenades.
We can't simply enter and hope for the best. So we're going to lead with flashbangs, non-lethal attention getters. Frodo, head to the armory. We and every section that boards the space station will need a full loadout of flashbangs. We might need a real grenade or two, but those will be special use only. Tell them to get on it. The sabot rounds, they can take a break in producing those. But the flechettes, those might come in handy, but only if there are no civilians in an area. It might be best if we simply use the Skinnies' needle guns instead of mortars.
Talking through a situation out loud helped Ares make up his mind.
Forget the flechettes. Equip Mark 71 beam rifles with 1 extra power pack, 6 flashbangs, and needle guns with spare ammunition. At least 100 rounds. Flashbangs and needle guns,
Frodo confirmed before hurrying out of the room.
Let's talk through what room-clearing actions look like.
Ares started. He had the soldiers' attention because when he was talking, they knew their lives depended on what he had to say.
Chapter 8. City in Space.
They shouldn't be in space. Combat happens on the ground. According to the Regulus Treaty, the space station was supposed to be off limits. Only ground combat was allowed. Then again, combat was to be conducted between the warring parties directly. The Skinnies had violated that by creating biological drones like they had with the Scutigerans. First indications from Antilles sensor systems suggested that the Skinnies had ignored all provisions of the Regulus Treaty. They had attacked into human space and ignored the buffer zones where combat normally took place. They'd seen that they needed an edge to defeat the humans. Now, they had that edge. What was the size of the Skinny force? The ships docked at the station gave no indication regarding numbers. They were big enough to carry an army. But could they have carried a comparable weight in cargo and little in the way of troops? The Skinnies had stolen food from Pan Minor. How much space did their landing shuttles take up? Were they carrying tanks and artillery? Each piece of equipment took the place of troops. What was the balance? Ares also realized the force commander had been correct in coming to the station first. The Skinnies were here. 5 ships. They'd already violated the Regulus Treaty 3 times. Ares was under no misconception that the Skinnies were constrained by the treaty. They were going to do whatever they wanted. The advantage. The Skinnies were an expansionist race. They dominated the races that aligned with them, like the bugs and the spiders. How often did they intend to plunder Pan Minor? Was that why they left it intact? More lackeys in the service of the Skinnies? Human slaves. Ares blew out a breath and studied the images of the Skinny ships and the massive space station as they grew closer and more detailed on the screen in the training room. The phone rang, and Ares answered.
4 hours to deployment,
Dante told him.
We're sending sections to every available airlock. Ares, you're going in with the lander section, but you're going in through an airlock directly onto the Skinny ship.
Ares stood stock still.
Sir? You're taking a Skinny translation computer with you, and that intel guy you've been working with. Toby something.
Toby.
Are we taking any Skinnies with us? No. We think that would be too high risk. But Daryl Schwartzman will be with you. Commander's orders. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Another what?
Dante asked.
Nothing, sir. Just a saying. Daryl and Toby are going with us when we board an enemy ship. Is that the best idea?
Dante hummed into the receiver.
It's the plan, Ares. Get your people ready. 4 hours. We're going to hit them hard. We cannot let the Skinnies penetrate our space. We have to stop them, and by hitting them in their ships, we accomplish that mission. We give them nowhere to run. Maybe with the computer translator, we can convince them to surrender. Otherwise, it's going to be really ugly.
He hung up. Ares looked at it for a moment before putting it back into its cradle.
We're not boarding the station, Ares announced. We're hitting the Skinny ship. We're going to deny them the ability to retreat.
What if they're still on their ship?
Stubby asked.
Then it'll be slow going. But make no mistake, we're going to secure that ship. And then we're going to learn to fly it. And then we're going to ruin the Skinny's day.
Ares pumped his fist. He meant what he said. If Stubby could steal a tank and ride it into the middle of an enemy compound, they could take a ship and fly it right to the heart of Skinny space. He looked at the 15 soldiers. Maybe that thought was a bit ambitious, if not completely ridiculous. Ares section would secure the ship for the good people who had the resources to make the most of it. Ares needed to wait for Frodo to return to review how they'd board the ship. 4 hours to prepare for how to make it up as they went.
What's the most vulnerable point on a ship?
Power, Tin Man replied.
Without power, there are no engines, no life support, no lights. Correct. There may be more than one power generator on board the ship. Sometimes it's the engine, sometimes not.
Ares had studied what he could of ship design, but that's because flying through space for months at a time got boring. He wanted to learn what made the ship go. He had acquaintances on board Antilles who would answer his questions. It had killed time in a productive way. He wasn't one for playing cards or mindlessly watching videos. Every moment of every day was a chance to learn something new. He was happy he had done it. It had been time invested that was now going to pay dividends.
Where's the engine room?
Ares asked. The soldiers pointed to various parts of the ship.
We'll use IR to figure it out. Antilles will guide us. You don't have to know all the answers yourself, but you do need to ask smart questions of the right people before the answers become relevant.
The soldiers looked at each other, unsure of what philosophy Ares spouted. It was 3 steps ahead when they were starting 1 step behind. Silence fell over the group. Ares picked up the phone.
Sensor systems, this is Ares. Can you tell me the most likely location of the Skinny's engines on the biggest ship docked with the space station?
A muffled voice replied. Ares held his hand over the microphone.
They're looking into it now.
They waited together. 1 minute became 5. Ares looked at the phone as if that would tell him if they were still there. There was no dial tone, which would have shown the connection had ended. Frodo returned. When he made to speak, the others shushed him while staring at Ares. Ares held up one finger when the speaker on the other end of the line delivered a rapid fire of information. Ares brought up a file on the main screen in the room.
I see it, he said. You recommend we enter amidship and descend 2 levels. The engines are in the middle. There are twin reactors but minimal shielding on the sides. The main shielding is to protect the decks above.
The deck above the reactors was a solid black, heavier than the decks and bulkheads elsewhere throughout the ship. The penetrations through the layers were by stairs only, from what Ares could see on the rough diagram created by the sensor team through a process of layering the various images and consolidating them into a single map-like layout of the enemy ship.
There you have it. More intel than we're used to,
Ares stated. They weren't used to very much since most information was filtered through the battle planners and then the section leads. No one had the big picture lower on the organizational chart than the battle planners, and in some cases, not even them. This time was different, just like every time. No two battles were ever the same.
We'll go in here.
Ares pointed at an airlock along the central spar, a deck that ran from the prow to the stern on a blimp-looking vessel. It wasn't streamlined in any way for intra-atmospheric flight. It was a type that maximized space at the cost of clean, exotic lines. It was rounded and dumpy, a fitting vessel for an oversized race of lanky humanoids.
We'll access the nearest stairwell and head downward, 2 by 2, full combat armor, Mark 71s, needle guns, flashbangs, and Impact 9 grenades. Upon arrival, minimize engagement until we can descend 2 levels and cut the power. Once the ship is dark, that should give us the edge as we systematically take over the ship in teams of 2 on search and destroy missions. 8 teams and 8 decks. 1 team per deck. I'll take the central level, since that seems to be where the bridge is located. Stubby, you're with me. Keep in mind what we learned from the Skinnies. Their leadership is nowhere near the front lines. I believe they'll be on one of those ships. They won't be wearing armor, and they won't be carrying weapons. Take those Skinnies captive. 2 soldiers and take prisoners?
Frodo sounded skeptical.
The teams for the lower 2 decks below the shielding should see little action, and those decks are smaller space-wise. Get upstairs as soon as you can and establish prisoner holding zones in those 2 spaces.
Ares pointed at the 3rd and 5th decks. He had reserved the 4th for himself. He expected to find the leadership team on a bridge or in a combat information center, to use the vernacular he'd learned in his tours of the Antilles.
Lead with flashbangs,
Ares continued.
We want that ship intact. We want its captain and crew as our prisoners. We want the Skinny military leaders as our prisoners. Keep in mind, we're going to have the reporter embedded along with an intel officer.
Sailorman rolled his eyes and hung his head.
That sucks. Commander's orders. I won't hear another negative word about it. Sailorman, find him and get him suited up. I'll get the intel guy and our translation computer. The rest of you, get your armor and full combat load. We have 3 hours and 40 minutes before deployment. I expect you to spend 1 hour familiarizing yourselves with the Skinny needle guns, to include firing them. Get to the range. No one uses it right before a deployment. Meet me on the hangar deck 20 minutes before deployment for a final update. Questions? Shoot us with me. We'll suit up first. Practice how you play, right, Ares?
Frodo gave the thumbs up, and Ares nodded to confirm. Ares waved them on their way. Sailorman laughed off his assignment.
Why me? You've slept with him,
Ares quipped.
That's a misrepresentation. I was stuck on a rocky shelf with him for an extended period of time, none of which I found enjoyable. The man can't shut up. I found that part of his personality is less than savory. Good luck.
Ares strolled away before Sailorman could complain further. Ares went to the converted cargo bay.
You'll need to suit up,
Ares told the intelligence officer.
Say what?
Toby looked up from his computer screen.
We're boarding a Skinny troop transport, and you're coming with us.
Toby's mouth fell open, and he stared. His phone rang. He picked it up without answering. After a short speech from the other end, he said one word. Compliance.
Get the translation computer ready.
Ares waved toward the devices on a side table.
It's ready,
Why me?
You've made yourself an expert on the Skinnies. Now you'll get to show practical application of your expertise. I asked if we could bring a Skinny, and they laughed at me, and countered by offering you as the alternative.
You did this?
Nothing of the sort. The Skinnies did this. And we're going to shatter their illusion of dominance in this sector. You'll want to be a part of that. Get upstairs and into a combat suit. We'll be carrying Mark 71s, needle guns, grenades, and flashbangs. I recommend you carry a Mark 71. I assume you're trained and certified on it.
Toby nodded.
Let's go. There's no time to waste.
Toby frantically searched for reasons not to go, but he could find none.
This will be enlightening. You'll have a leg up on all your intel buddies, Ares suggested.
What if I don't have any intel buddies, as you called them?
Then you're doing it for the good of all humanity, so don't get yourself killed. Stay behind me.
Behind you isn't a very safe place, since you tend to attract a lot of incoming fire, Toby countered.
How do you say, surrender or you'll be killed, in the Skinnies' language?
Toby played it on his computer. Harbunelap. The Skinnies in the cage took great interest.
Stop whatever nonsense is on the screen and bring up the ship's external views.
5 Skinny ships were attached at airlocks around the station. There was one, far bigger than the others.
We're going into that one.
What is that ship? Toby asked the prisoners. We, he pointed at Ares and himself, are going to board that vessel. He whispered to Ares.
What's our mission? Capture Skinny leadership and take control of that ship. Remember how we used a spider tank to penetrate their compound? Think the same thing, but with that ship.
Daring, but I like it.
The Skinnies chattered among themselves.
They were more excited than Ares had seen them. After the spokesman quieted the others, he articulated their mutual answer. It is a reconnaissance group. 500 soldiers, not an occupation force. If you wait, they will take what they came for and leave.
We're not going to wait, Ares replied. We're going to secure that ship. I don't want to kill more of your people, but I will if they resist. How do I get them to surrender?
You don't. They will not willingly give up their ship, the Skinny replied through the translator.
Harbun ne lap, Ares said out loud. Come on, Toby. We have a battle to win.
Chapter 9. Bored. Hit them so fast, they don't have a chance to respond. Once they'd gotten Toby outfitted, they went straight to the hangar bay, getting there a full hour before deployment.
Get used to the suit.
Ares twirled his finger. I've trained with one before, Toby replied. Ares stared at him. Admittedly, it was a few years ago. Ares continued to twirl his finger. Toby jogged around, nearly falling twice. He kept moving and smoothed out after 5 minutes. He made to stop, but Ares encouraged him to keep going. Ares double-checked his weapons and armaments while watching Toby move through the area.
Requisition water for the section. 18 extra bladders.
We'll be on a ship. We shouldn't get bogged down for days like you might on a planet, and we'll have access to water. Ares stared at him. You shouldn't need the extra water. Ares didn't blink. Toby threw up his hands. Fine, compliance and all that jazz. Ares moved close to him.
What keeps my soldiers alive on the battlefield is following the orders that I give, which gives us the best chance of survival and victory. You haven't been out there. You're about to learn that there's no time for a conversation or an explanation. Do you understand?
Toby sighed. I understand, Ares. In the cargo bay, you're in my world, and I make the calls. Out there, I'm in your world. I won't be a burden. I'm sure that I'll be blown away by everything you do. We need to capture every Skinny we can, broaden our knowledge of the enemy,
Improve our ability to understand that ship. He waved toward the converted cargo bay. None of those people are spacers. They're ground engineers and genetic technicians. Then we'll need a crew for our ship. What's the chance that the crew will sacrifice themselves rather than surrender? Ares wondered. More than the prisoners let on. Toby headed for the cage, walking smoothly in his armor. He requested the extra bladders. Other soldiers streamed into the hangar bay as shuttles prepared for deployment. Each shuttle moved to a landing spot, with sections lining up to board. Ares and Lander sections rolled in together, armed and ready to go. They had been assigned Shuttle Pad 5. Ares and Toby were already waiting. Darrow moved in front of the group.
"It's great to see you guys again,"
he declared with his face shield up. He worked his way from one soldier to the next, slapping their shoulders or helmets.
"I don't know you,"
he said when he reached Lander section.
"I'm Darrow."
Lander made a face at Ares. Say hello to our embedded journalist. He'll be with me, and he'll stay out of the way. Don't shoot him, unless you see him by himself, and then it's okay.
"Hey!"
Darrow tried to interject, but Ares waved him off. Soldiers were never in the habit of shooting their own, even if they were abrasive reporters. 2 by 2, Frodo, Sailorman, Tin Man, Stubby, and Misfire. Pick your teammates. And Lander, select who is with whom. Lander, you have an odd number. Your extra will be with me. That's me, Ares, Lander replied. I'll go with you. Bottom deck first to secure the power plant, and then we take down the middle deck. Frodo, you're with us headed down. Other teams, proceed to your deck, but secure the stairwell. We shouldn't be long. Darrell and Toby, wait for us on the 3rd deck. We'll collect you on our way back up. And the rest of you, your deck assignments are... Ares counted off as he selected the lead for each pair, designated in which deck they were to go to and clear. Shoot to kill? Frodo asked. If they are armed, shoot to kill. If in doubt, shoot to kill. The smaller decks, 1 and 2, when those are clear, move down and outboard from the stairwell. Control the stairwell at all costs. Is that their escape route? Frodo wondered. Ares shook his head. It's our way off that ship. We have no idea what we're going to run into. No human has ever been on board an alien ship before. This is a first. Are there doors and hatches push or pull, up or down? Are their ceilings 4 meters high? We know almost nothing. No one here reads Skinny. Will they even have signs? Toby raised his hand. I've made a lot of progress reading the Skinny language. I have 2 computers. They use a camera for the written word and a microphone and speaker for anything out loud. Who gets the second one? Ares had expected only one. Tin Man, you take the second computer. You're on the top deck, and then you'll be working your way down. Everyone else, do the best you can, and first and foremost, believe your eyes. Our goal is to secure that ship. Kill if you have to, take prisoners when you can, and destroy as little equipment as possible. The soldiers fell silent, waiting for more words from Ares, but he was out. He didn't know what to expect. He could drone on for hours about what may or may not happen, but it would confuse them without reinforcement. Action drills, reinforced classroom training. Memorize this phrase. Harboon de lop. It means surrender or die. Harboon de lop, the soldiers repeated. Ares rolled his finger as they said it over and over. He stopped them with a fist raised in the air. With me. Ares took a knee. Originator, hear my prayer. Guide my hand to deliver death to a worthy enemy. May he find peace in his next life. Guide my section's hands unerringly. Recognize the honor we do you through this battle. They stood as one. Ares looked them over one last time. Load up, came the call from the loadmaster. The soldiers shuffled into their designated shuttles. Unlike dropping from orbit to a planet's surface, this ride would be less than 5 minutes. A special fixture was inside the hatch, replacing 2 seats on the ship.
It was the airlock attachment that would connect the shuttle with the Skinny ship. Ares took the seat closest. He'd be the first into the breach. Darrell tried to squeeze in next to him.
No, we need shooters to board first. You'll come in as soon as we have a foothold.
Ares pointed to a seat on the other side of the shuttle. There would be empty seats. It held 2 sections worth of soldiers when all the seats were installed. Lander, Frodo, and Wheel 3 joined Ares closest to the airlock. The shuttle's crew chief wore an environmental suit as a safety measure in case they lost atmosphere in the attempt to secure and penetrate the Skinny's airlock. What was the air mix on that ship? Was it sound for humans? These were things they'd learn very soon. None of them were showstoppers. The battle would find its flow as a river inexorably flowed toward the sea. Too often, soldiers were swept into the currents. Ares had survived because he defied the river's call. He refused to be a slave to its power. The shuttle hatches thumped shut, and it immediately lifted off to accelerate through the energy barrier and into space. Antilles was too big to dock with the space station because of a Skinny ship attached too close to the largest docking ring. The soldiers had to be delivered by shuttle. The entire force was going to be delivered, but not all at once. There were 9 different breaching points and 5 Skinny ships. 14 simultaneous boardings. Ares had the largest Skinny ship as his target, but soldiers were designated for all 5. He still considered his boarding as the first, but his target was the leadership, those managing the Skinny soldiers on board Paneth Station. With a quick success, he might be able to get the recon force to stand down. Ares wouldn't let that bother him. The bulk of the force was elsewhere. He assumed Pan Major, but they could be anywhere. The information the HFP needed was on the ships. Ares wanted to find it and alert the force. They'd been playing catch-up since these last few campaigns started. It was time to get in front of the Skinnies. It was time to select the battlefield and shape it. Ares figured the Skinnies had superior numbers. The only way to win was to engage smaller units instead of the whole force. The Pan Minor and Paneth Station engagements were part of that. But the Skinnies had to be willing to sacrifice their troops to attract the human force. This could have been another of those. How many soldiers would humanity lose in the battle to retake the station?
10 men. Secure the airlock so Skinny troops can't reboard the ship if they attempt to evacuate the station. Lock it down tight. Compliance, the point soldier vowed.
Ares and Lander sections would take on whatever was on board the Skinny transport ship. Neither side would see reinforcements. That was the battle Ares was prepared to fight. The crew chief depressurized the shuttle's passenger compartment and opened the hatch to space. Ares could only see the metal of an alien spaceship. The airlock fixture extended between the 2 vessels and automatically connected to the other ship, sealing itself using magnets and a ribbon of adhesive. The crew chief re-established the atmosphere inside the shuttle. Ares' breathing slowed along with time. It's how he always felt in the seconds before combat. The adrenaline pumping through his body made him hyper-aware of every element around him. Threats, angles, opportunities, cover, and more, like his loadout. He knew if his weapon was getting close to empty. He knew if he had a grenade remaining. He knew what would give him the best opportunity to survive the next few seconds. High-intensity combat came down to seconds. Always moving. Always targeting the enemy. Hitting them before they could hit you. Improving your odds of winning with every well-aimed shot. The crew chief worked the manual airlock release, but he didn't open the hatch to the enemy ship. He cleared the enclosed bridge and tunnel.
It's unlocked. Good luck, guys.
Ares stepped into the opening and pushed the airlock hatch inward, since that's how most worked. Inside pressure held the airlock in place against the vacuum of space. Ares rushed into the oversized space and to the hatch into the ship. It was secured by a simple wheel in the middle, similar to the one on the outside. It was like the one Frodo described inside the mountain on Espinar 4.
Clockwise, Frodo called. Right it loosey for the Skinnies.
Ares spun it to the right, and it unsealed. He pushed it open and rushed into the corridor beyond, immediately turning right and heading for the stairwell. Frodo checked left, where the empty corridor extended the length of the ship. On the far side, the ship was connected to the space station with an airlock that was a mirror image of the one Ares section had just used. Tin Man looked for a transverse corridor to cross over and secure that airlock. Ares pushed forward. Tall doors lined the corridor on either side. It would be his responsibility to clear each of those rooms after they shut down the power to the ship. Ares counted on a battery backup system to keep the ship lit, but it wouldn't be able to take off.
Too many assumptions,
Ares counseled himself. A head popped out of a doorway, stared open-mouthed for half a second, and disappeared back inside. The door slammed behind him.
Frodo, hold here,
Ares ordered. He changed the plan already. No one expected to do everything that Ares briefed because they had to flex to the situation. No plan survived first contact, or so they were often told. Ares' plans were looser, more open to mission accomplishment than passing checkpoints arbitrarily drawn in the sand. Ares hit the stairs and ran down. Frodo stepped past the access to the stairs and took a knee, keeping his Mark 71 aimed down the corridor. Lander ran after him, then Wheel 3. Carol and Toby jogged after them, not worried that Ares was increasing the gap with each step. They'd catch up after the 3 soldiers ahead of them cleared the area. Ares hit the bottom deck hard. He flexed his armored knees and pushed ahead, toward the center of the ship, where IR scans suggested the engines pulsed with restrained energy. Ares slowed before entering the space he suspected was the one he looked for. It could have been a smaller space before the engine room, but it would be one step closer. It turned out that it was the correct space. There had been no reason for Ares to second-guess himself. Ares stepped in to find a group of workers focused on the massive pair of machines that filled the space. The engines. They hummed with power, more so than the sedate engines of the human troop transport. Ares took aim at the technicians.
Harboon de Lop,
he shouted. Lander and Wheel 3 rolled in and were ready to fire. Darrell and Toby peeked through the open door.
I said, Harboon de Lop,
Ares bellowed. Finally, they looked up and then stood. They seemed confused. An electronic voice behind Ares spoke in perfect Skinny. Ares didn't understand it. He glanced to see Toby holding the computer in front of his microphone to amplify the voice, using the suit's external sound system. The Skinnies talked at once. Ares held up his hands.
One at a time.
He pointed to the closest. The Skinny spoke, and the computer translated it.
You can't be in here,
Ares snorted. The computer replied in Skinny.
I'm sorry, what?
The Skinny's translation. Toby gestured for Ares to take over the conversation.
We're here to shut down the engines. You can turn them off, or we will.
Ares tapped his beam rifle. The Skinnies looked at each other before shuffling away from the soldier. Lander rushed past Ares to get behind them, while Ares moved sideways to maintain a clear line of fire, one that didn't have an engine in the background.
Shut it down,
Ares reiterated. He hadn't thought he'd get the engines intact. He assumed there would be a firefight, and they'd end up blasting the engine controls to take them offline. Then it would take forever for human engineers to install an interface.
We're not traitors to our people,
the Skinny replied. Ares closed on him. He faced him for a moment. The Skinny was taller, but not by much. Ares grabbed him around the waist and threw him toward Wheel 3. He locked his eyes on the next, but the Skinny couldn't see his face since Ares kept his shield down. They weren't sure about the air. He wasn't going to risk it. And there was no doubt which Skinny he was talking to.
Shut these engines down,
Ares growled. The tone of voice and the curt translation added to the previous engineer's physical removal changed the conversation. The next Skinny held up his hands and then pointed to a control panel with just his fingers. The other 2 Skinnies vented their displeasure.
Shut up.
Ares waved his rifle in their faces. Toby moved through the space while looking for anything in writing that he could take pictures of to translate. The Skinny walked slowly to the control panel.
Watch him closely,
Ares said. Lander started to move.
Toby.
Lander stopped and continued to cover the other technicians. They would need them if they wanted to restart the engines. gave the Skinnies hope that they would be returned to their people, which was something the humans would do. Leverage in negotiations. Not hostages, but for good faith. Prisoners of war. These Skinnies had been found well inside of human space. Where were the Skinny soldiers? And what were they doing? Chapter 10. Hold. Expecting and knowing are vastly different. Toby talked with the Skinny in a casual way. He was attempting to earn the engineer's trust by gauging his reactions. It wasn't an interrogation. It was establishing rapport. Ares wasn't sure they had time for that, but shutting down the engines to prevent escape was a key element of securing this ship. They could always bring more soldiers to help clear the compartments, but not if the ship flew away.
"Shut it down, please,"
Ares said from where he stood. He closed on the technicians to force them against the engine's main housing, a place that was solid metal. They attempted to speak, but Ares stabbed an armored finger at their mouths. They took the hint and quieted. The hum of power inside the space faded. The lights and systems seemed to remain on. Ares didn't know what it meant.
"Are the engines off? And how long will it take to bring them back online?"
"Yes, and 15 minutes, Toby replied.
"Sit these 3 on the deck in the corner. Lander, you and Wheel 3 stay here and watch them. Keep any non-humans from joining the party. We have leaders to capture." "Compliance,"
Lander confirmed. He nudged the 2 Skinnies with the barrel of his beam rifle to get them to move. Ares thanked the Skinny who had shut down the engines.
"Oh, boo."
It was one of a few words he had learned while dealing with the prisoners. The Skinny stared at him. Ares nodded and walked away.
"That was great!"
Daryl exclaimed, standing in the doorway. He didn't move when Ares gestured.
"Out of the way, please,"
Ares said in his most patient voice. This was the middle of combat operations, and he was preventing Ares from carrying out his mission. It was the one thing that would drive Ares into being a less-than-kind soldier. Daryl stayed where he was until Ares jammed his forearm in the space between the chest plate and faceplate. He pushed him into the stairway and to the side.
"Stay out of my way,"
Ares growled.
"That was the deal you made with the Force Commander."
"It was his deal. But can't we talk about what just happened? Capture this key moment while it's still fresh."
"Stay and talk with Lander. He'll keep you entertained."
Ares headed up the stairs, taking 2 at a time. The decks on this ship were farther apart than on a human ship, nearly double the height. Toby pushed past Daryl and climbed the stairs, his beam rifle on his back while his computer was in his hands. That was the weapon he preferred. Daryl followed the soldiers. Ares committed to ignoring the man since he had a deck to clear. As they passed the 5th level, Mark 71 fire drew Ares' attention.
"Frodo, you okay up there?"
"Holding steady. No enemy spotted."
"Coming soon,"
Ares promised. He dove out of the stairs on the deck below his target and hurried toward the sound of the beam weapon.
"Ares, coming in,"
he announced before he stepped into the space.
"Clear!"
A voice called from behind half a wall bolted to the deck. 2 Skinnies sprawled in puddles of their own blood on the other side of the room.
"No flashbang?"
Ares wondered.
"I used to have my stock in the first 4 empty rooms. This is the 7th space, and we finally ran across the enemy."
A second soldier appeared from behind the wall.
"Sir,"
Stubby said.
"They look unarmed. Next time, get them to surrender. What are the magic words?"
"Harbun Nilop,"
they said together.
"But they weren't unarmed. They're carrying pistols, and one of them scorched me."
Stubby turned so the minor discoloration on her chest plate was visible.
"Secure one of the pistols for intel exploitation and keep moving."
He backed into the corridor where Toby and Daryl waited. This time, Daryl stepped to the side of the oversized corridor. Once Ares passed, Daryl leaned into the room and gave Stubby and the second soldier 2 thumbs up.
"Good job, guys."
He hurried after Ares. Ares stepped into the stairwell, checking up and down before climbing to the 4th deck. That was his to clear.
"Do you have a preference where we start?" Ares asked.
Frodo replied,
"How about in the middle where we saw that one guy? Seen no one since." "Sounds good to me. I'll lead with a flashbang to get his attention. Then I'll go through the hatch and left. You go right. We capture him if we can. If there are more, we try to get them to surrender. Their pistols are mostly ineffective against our armor." "They have pistols?"
Frodo asked.
"Nothing to worry about," Ares replied. "We can disarm them. These are Skinnies. We can kill a few, can't we?"
Ares contemplated the question.
"We can kill those who deserve to be killed. It looks like the soldiers were deployed to the station, or they were never here in the first place. These Skinnies are ship's crew."
Ares was confident in his assessment.
"If we want to fly this ship, we're going to need them."
Frodo sighed.
Compliance.
He was less surgical in his precision. He saw the Skinnies as the enemies, the ones who killed too many soldiers over the past few months. They had delivered death and destruction without mercy. To him, they deserved no better from the humans. But vengeance wasn't on Ares' mind. It was about using these Skinnies to achieve the larger goal of the HFP. Peace in this sector. Ares opened the hatch and shouted,
"Harpoon de lop! Harpoon de lop!"
He waited to the count of 5 and then tossed a flashbang inside. After the flash of blinding light and the ear-shattering concussion, Ares jumped through the door and dodged left and crouched behind a chair. He scanned the area using both IR and UV filters. Frodo ducked into the room and dove to the right.
"Harpoon, scumbag!" he yelled.
Ares looked that way, but the door was in the way. There was no one in the room, so he moved into the open. Frodo wrestled with the Skinny, but surprisingly, Frodo did not have the upper hand. He was on his back on the deck, with the Skinny straddling him and holding his arms down. Ares stomped over and pulled the Skinny off, holding him by his neck and one arm. He squeezed until the Skinny screamed in pain. Frodo scrambled to his feet.
"I lost my balance," he explained.
Ares focused on the Skinny. He wasn't big like the soldiers, but he fought like one.
"Toby."
The intel officer answered the summons, carrying his computer before him like a mystical object of reverence.
"Do not fear. We're here to talk, not kill,"
Toby said softly. The computer translated his words. The Skinny struggled against Ares' strong grip. There was no way he'd get free.
"Can I hit him?"
Frodo asked.
"Would that make you feel better about getting taken down by an unarmed and unarmored Skinny who isn't even a soldier?" "Well, you don't make it sound very, what's the word?"
"Soldierly," Ares offered.
"I was thinking of something that was less a stab right in my heart."
He raised his faceplate.
"What's that smell?"
Frodo's head turned to the side, and then he rushed around a table to find a fire burning with papers underneath and plastic melting on top. Frodo stamped it out with his armored boot.
"What the hell were you trying to do?"
he snapped at the Skinny. Toby didn't translate what the soldier was saying. "What is your job on this ship?" The Skinny stopped fighting and hung slack in Ares' hands. Frodo searched the room quickly, looking for something. He didn't know what. He figured he'd know it when he saw it. But if they captured the entire ship, then the intel weenies would have free reign and unlimited time to explore each space, as long as the Skinnies who remained on board didn't destroy the ship.
"We need to keep moving," Ares said softly. "Toby, your first prize. Take him."
"But I need both my hands for—" He couldn't finish because Ares dropped the Skinny in his lap and called,
"Oh, boo,"
over his shoulder. He walked away before making sure that Toby had the prisoner. Frodo followed Ares into the corridor.
"Next door down."
Ares pointed at one on the opposite wall. Ares knocked on the door.
"Harpoon de lop."
He opened the door, jumped through, and dodged left. This space was empty. It looked like a planning office with a massive tabletop screen in the middle where a Skinny party could work. Along the walls were workstations.
Frodo chimed in. I've seen these before. They were just like the ones he'd seen inside the mountain on Espinar. More gear for the weenies, Ares suggested. The room was devoid of anything but workstations. There were no errant pens or papers, which made Ares think. The Skinny had been burning paper. Their evolutionary development had followed that of humanity, with paper having a special place that transcended computer screens and handheld interfaces. They moved to the next room on the same side of the corridor. They found the door was locked. I feel like they don't understand what we'll do to their door, Frodo mused. Ares kicked the door in, nearly ripping it from its hinges. He dove to the left, and Frodo went right. A laser beam lashed out from the darkness and skimmed Frodo's chest plate and bicep armor. It burned the wall harmlessly. Frodo returned fire into the laser's origin, that spot etched into the back of Frodo's eyeballs. Ares used his IR filter to learn there were 3 Skinnies in the room, but only one wielded a pistol. "Cease fire!" Ares shouted. The Skinny aimed at Ares and pulled the trigger, but Ares was already moving. He zagged left and then right and dove into the Skinny. The enemy tumbled backward under the onslaught. Ares slapped him across the head, lightly, but his armored fist did more than any flesh. The Skinny crumpled. "Harbunde lop!" he shouted at the remaining 2. They cowered back against the wall. Ares pulled them to their feet. They chattered rapidly in panicked voices, but he couldn't understand them without the translation computer. He motioned for them to come, but they didn't move. It took a push of encouragement to get them moving. Frodo followed, blocking them forward with his Mark 71. Ares stayed behind to assess the room. 3 Skinnies had been in here. What were they doing? He checked for a fire or other method of destroying information. He couldn't tell what they were doing. The key was in what they were saying, but he didn't have the translation device. Maybe they'd continue to be talkative in Toby's presence. Until then, Ares had a ship to secure. In the corridor, he found the Skinnies wrestling with Frodo. "Toby," Ares called, abandoning any pretense at stealth. The intel officer appeared from the side room, one hand on his prisoner's arm and one on the computer, but the 2 were as far apart as he could manage. "Back in the room, Toby," Frodo said. They went inside with their 4 prisoners. "Sit down," Frodo shouted at them. The translation came through, and eventually order was restored. Ares peeked through the doorway to find Toby talking with the 2 chatty Skinnies. The first one they captured glared at them, but the other 3 ignored him. "Put a bag over that one's head, and let's go." Ares twirled his finger while checking the corridor. They had only cleared 3 rooms so far. He knew they were far behind, and the longer it took, the more damage a determined Skinny could cause, especially if that Skinny was on the leadership team. Frodo looked around, then held up his hands. A bag wasn't something they carried, and their quick check of the room didn't reveal one. They didn't have plastic cuffs either, because this mission hadn't been one of capture on a broad scale. Their main target was the Skinny leadership, and no one else. It had been Ares' idea to capture the ship and keep it operational. Frodo made to leave, but Ares stopped him. "Stay here and provide security while Toby gets information from this bunch. I'll clear the rest of this deck, just until you can find a replacement for yourself. Others have to be finishing their sweeps." "We're taking too many prisoners," Frodo explained. "We'll run out of soldiers to manage them if we don't do something. Like find a room where we can put them all until this ship is cleared." Ares pointed at the deck. "We'll keep them in here. Get Lander to bring his prisoners up." Ares had never experienced an operation where they intentionally took prisoners. It had always been kill or be killed. He found he was woefully unprepared, but he also found that they could fix it as they went as long as he was willing to slow his operation. "Ares section, this is Ares. Report," he called over the radio. But the Skinny jammers were fully functioning and comm was down, as was usually the case. Ares was used to it, and so were his soldiers. "Gotta do it the hard way." Frodo nodded. He'd expected that he'd have to run to the 8th deck to get Lander. Ares headed down the corridor. He fired his Mark 71 at the doors to the rooms they'd already been in to inform others who followed.
The scorch mark made it obvious. He made mental notes. Marking paint, plastic cuffs, duct tape. Nothing that he'd carry with him during a planetary operation, but would come in handy while on board the skinny ship. Ares skipped past the next 2 doors and went to one that would lead to a larger space. This was the one Ares thought would be the bridge or combat information center. He hadn't wanted to go in there first because they could have a trap laid where soldiers would storm in behind them if they advanced too far. The chances of that became less and less with each passing moment. Every skinny they ran across was either hiding or doing something that didn't involve standing up to the soldiers, despite Frodo ending up underneath one frantic individual. Ares stood outside the space he considered most likely to be the main control area. If he went in alone, he might lose the chance to secure the equipment and capture the leadership. His desire to keep moving wrestled with his desire to get it right. He stepped back, a prepped flashbang in his armored fist, and waited. Frodo understood the sense of urgency, and only ran half the way to the lowest deck, resorting to shouting at Lander. The pair of soldiers who cleared the 7th deck appeared in the doorway to the stairs. "You called?" "Come on, we're collecting prisoners at a cyclic rate on the 4th, and it's bogged us down." Frodo waved for them to follow. "We didn't find anyone on lucky number 7, a Lander soldier replied. Lander ran past. "Take control of these 3, and bring them up to 4. "Swing 2 to bring 3 to 4. "Compliance," the Lander swing soldier shouted up the stairs. Wheel 3 nodded on his way by. Frodo, Lander, and Wheel 3 ran through the door and down the corridor to catch up with Ares. He nodded at the arrivals of 3 seasoned soldiers. "Frodo opens. I'll throw the first flashbang. Lander throws the second on his way in and left. Wheel 3 to the right, and I'll follow down the middle. Frodo watches our 6. "Compliance." Frodo reared back to kick the door in. He checked to make sure the others were ready. Ares waved his flashbang at him. Lander and Wheel 3 nodded. Frodo kicked the door. It screeched as the locking mechanism shattered under the power of the soldier's combat armor. Ares threw his flashbang hard the instant the opening appeared. Lander hit the half-open door with his shoulder and bounced left, dropping to a knee behind a console and aiming into the space. Wheel 3 went right, and Ares ran in. His IR scan showed a large group of Skinnies, more than he could count in the instant he had before diving face first toward the deck. Lasers lanced through the air and hit Lander. He fired back, silencing the 2 shooters. "Habun ne lop," Frodo shouted from the open doorway. He looked for a target, but the Skinnies had taken cover. This was nearly identical to the control center under the mountain. Concentric half circles with a dais at the back. He had gotten shot in that place. He had no fond memories of that battle. "Flashbangs," Ares reminded them. 4 soldiers pulled 4 of the special weapons at once. "Lander, near circles, Frodo far." Ares wanted the flashbangs to go off in each of the gaps between the computer consoles. "Fire in the hole," Frodo shouted and tossed his flashbang. The other 3 unleashed theirs and ducked. Frodo retreated into the corridor. The non-lethal weapon exploded. Ares plowed down the narrow walkway in the center of the semicircle with the dais in front of him. The tables came to his lower chest and provided more cover than human-sized furniture, but everything was narrower, which held him up as he scraped through the opening. Skinnies ducked behind their workstations, but no one fired as Ares passed. Lander cleared a desktop as he dove onto it and slid across. He landed on 2 Skinnies hiding between the rows. "Habon ne lop," he snarled, while fighting to get his feet beneath him. The Skinnies scrambled and flailed as they tried to escape the metal monster that landed on them. Ares reached the dais, getting shot twice by the nearly impotent pistols. He sought the ones highest in the pecking order. With their acquiescence, he could control the others. He shouted for them to surrender, but they didn't. They tried to scoot away, but they were much slower than Ares. He launched himself around the main console and caught 2 separate arms. He yanked them hard enough to make the Skinny scream in pain. He jerked back and threw them to the deck. One whimpered and held its arm while Ares looked for the next. "Habun, you slimy worms," Lander shouted. A laser pistol's beam appeared and held steady on his chest plate. He lifted his Mark 71 and fired at the Skinny, diligently firing his laser pistol. The beam hit the Skinny in the head. It was dead before the first of its gore splattered the back wall. The body collapsed where it stood. That single shot took the fight out of the others. Ares ushered them to the open area near the doorway. 12 remained after the 3 that tried to fight had been killed. Lander and Wheel 3 made sure the prisoners were unarmed. Ares raised his faceplate and looked upon the Skinnies with his naked eye. Were these the leaders, directing the attack on the space station? The Skinnies bunched together.
What the hey?
Lander wondered. The faces looked to be a wide range of ages, young to old. Varys didn't know better. He would have thought the older ones looked smug. Usually their faces showed no emotion, but not this time. Ares pointed past them.
Corridor.
He stabbed his finger repeatedly to send the message, but they didn't move. If anything, they bunched up more tightly.
Get out now!
Ares shouted to his people. He ran forward like a blocker, lowering his shoulder and driving through with his power-armored legs. The Skinnies couldn't withstand the onslaught. It cleared the way for his soldiers. Frodo was right behind him. Then Wheel 3, since Lander hesitated. The explosion sent flames, debris, and body parts into the corridor. Frodo and Wheel 3 slammed into the wall across the corridor. Black and acrid smoke billowed from the room. Alarms sounded. Chapter 11. Refine. Sometimes the plan changes. Significantly. Ares looked into the room to find that the Skinny prisoners were dead. Lander was face down in the middle of the doorway. Ares pulled him up, but he was limp. Ares dragged him into the corridor. Before he could roll him over, he saw that the shrapnel had penetrated the flex plate at the torso armor's lower back. Ares released his helmet and pulled it free. No pulse, and the face was ashen. Ares hung his head. He couldn't exact retribution, because those who had killed him were dead too. Anyone willing to sacrifice their life for their cause was a difficult enemy to defeat. The control room had been completely destroyed. Lander was dead, and so was the Skinnies' leadership. Ares was furious. Just when the ship was in his grasp, it was pulled away, and it cost him a section leader.
Toby,
Ares called while stalking toward the room where they were holding the other prisoners. The intel officer appeared. What happened?
Skinnies blew themselves up rather than let us have the bridge, control room, whatever it was.
Ares looked back at the carnage.
The Skinnies are making me angry. I didn't take them for suicidal. The leaders don't fight. That's what we were told.
Toby nodded. It looks like they were willing to give their lives for the cause. That's surprising.
Did you learn anything from that bunch?
Ares continued to glance at Lander's body in the corridor. Ship's crew. Low-level lackeys if they're to be believed. I'll ask them if they knew who that bunch was. Toby turned and asked the question of the captives. They stared back with blank faces. Ares stormed in and grabbed the 2 that had been talkative earlier. He pulled them to their feet and dragged them into the corridor. He shut the hatch behind them.
Sorry about that.
Ares started.
That was for show, so the others don't think poorly of you.
Ares hammered a fist on the door.
I'll beat it out of you.
He held up his hands. Toby talked into his computer while aiming the speaker at the closed door and turning up the sound on the translation. Start talking or I'll keep hitting you, he whispered into the machine. Ares pounded the door again.
Who was in that room?
The Skinnies held on to each other while looking in a panic between the carnage down the corridor and Ares. They could see his face and were frightened by it. Toby turned down the translation to barely above a whisper.
They killed themselves,
Ares explained.
By detonating explosives that destroyed all the equipment in the room. Can this ship fly without that stuff?
Ares hammered on the door a couple more times.
That's not the bridge,
the smaller prisoner said.
Who were they?
Ares repeated.
Soldiers. We didn't have anything to do with them,
the other Skinny said in a rush.
What was your job on this ship?
Ares pressed.
We were admin. "Storage and cataloging," the first one explained. "We maintained the files, that's all. We don't know what's in the files."
In a digital world, librarians are not commonplace, and look, we have two right here.
Ares leaned close to them.
You're lying, and maybe I should beat the information out of you.
Ares grabbed both by their shirts, pulled their faces to his level, and continued glaring at them.
"We were aides, but no longer, since the people we served are dead," the first admitted. "They are trying to take over the space station, but expected you to go to your planet first, where they would destroy your human army. That was the plan."
Oh, boo. Thank you for that. Are they attacking spacecraft in violation of the Regulus Treaty?
"I don't know what that treaty is, but they are prepared to attack spacecraft. That's how they knew they'd destroy your army, with missiles. These ships are not armed with them, so they were sent here. You have a translator of our language. How did you achieve this?"
You don't sound like an aide. You sound like one of them.
Ares pointed down the corridor.
Bravado and bluster. The Skinnies won't destroy the humans. We're here to stay, and you've seen that we can defeat you. But we can also talk with you. Why are you expanding? Maybe we can help, whether it's food or raw materials. Our physiologies are enough alike that I'm sure we have many things in common, like food sources. We are very good at farming, as you saw on Pan Minor.
The Skinnies watched Ares closely, as if trying to determine the veracity of his statements. He reached back and pounded on the hatch twice more.
Think about it. We don't need to kill each other. But if there's one thing we're very good at, unfortunately, it's killing people.
He gestured for Toby to return the Skinnies to the room where they were being sequestered. 2 soldiers appeared out of the stairwell with 4 Skinnies in tow. Their hands were tied and taped.
In here.
Ares nodded toward the door that Toby had just gone through with the 2 so-called aides. Sailorman and the new .1, who had been Swing 3, ushered those in their charge into the room, where Toby and 2 soldiers from Lander Section maintained vigil over the prisoners.
Frodo, Wheel 3. Time to clear the rest of this deck. Sailorman in point. You take that end of the corridor.
Ares moved to the doors he had skipped.
Frodo, 3.
He pointed at the other 2 doors.
Lead with your flashbangs. We'll use them until they're gone.
Ares didn't want to take any more chances, but they were already running low on the non-lethal grenades. Still, Ares had had enough.
Going in. Fire in the hole,
the 3 announced to each other. They opened their respective hatches and tossed the flashbangs inside. They stepped away from the door and closed their eyes to the flash. The suit compensated for the explosion and concussion. The soldiers ran inside immediately after, using IR to scan for stunned Skinnies. 0 for 3. Each room was empty.
Hit the door with a beam to mark that the room's been checked,
Ares told the soldiers. A quick shot from the Mark 71, and they moved on. Checking rooms 3 at a time would expedite the floor clearing, especially since the largest space had cleared itself.
Not the bridge, the Skinny had said. They have missiles and are prepared to attack spacecraft.
These thoughts weighed on Ares. He needed to talk with Dante, report their failure to secure an intact ship, and that the Skinnies had gone to the planet with the bulk of their army, and that the Skinny leadership of the military incursion into the space station had been removed. What did it all mean? And where was the bridge? Maybe they could still fly this ship, but Ares needed spacers, those people who knew how the ship worked. All they had to do was gather the Skinnies still on board and keep them from destroying anything else. Any resistance would be met with certain death. Ares' patience had waned. The Skinnies were playing to win, and Ares had no desire to lose. There were 2 Skinnies in the next 3 rooms. Frodo killed 1, and Wheel 3 took the other captive. He hurried down the corridor to deliver him to the growing collection of Skinnies tucked inside. More soldiers were appearing from the other decks. 2 different teams arrived with 0 captives. It wasn't because they didn't find any living Skinnies, but they had shot first and tried to capture second. None of the Skinnies on board were armored, but many were armed with the small laser pistols. They also had explosives, as evidenced by what the command staff did to their combat center. Ares wasn't opposed to shooting first. Once the flashbangs were expended, preserving the soldiers' lives was paramount. They'd lost one in this operation, and that was enough. He sent 2 soldiers to the far side of the deck to assist Tin Man watching the airlock leading to the space station. Either the skinny soldiers would return to their ship, or the human soldiers would go after them. In either case, Ares Section needed to control that airlock. The last room for Ares to enter was after he had expended his last flashbang. It was at the end of the corridor, with Frodo and Wheel 3 nearby. Their last rooms had been empty, but when Ares opened the hatch on the final space at the ship's bow on the 4th deck, he found it was far larger than he expected, and it was occupied. A skinny, sitting in a raised seat, spun to face the newcomers. He started shouting. Ares aimed his beam rifle at him, ready to take him out. Ira showed 5 more warm bodies within.
"Toby!"
he shouted. Frodo passed the word for the intel officer to hurry. The bridge. They needed this space and the personnel within if they wanted to fly the ship. Ares didn't roll out the Harpoon language. It hadn't worked so far. The skinnies on the ship weren't in a mental or emotional state to evaluate the veracity of the threat, or even that the humans knew a few words of their language. They didn't expect it, and they couldn't process the anomaly. Ares motioned for the skinnies to stand up and step away from their consoles. The individual in the big chair made sure they stayed where they were with sharp words and crisp gestures. The captain of the ship. It would be in his best interest to save the lives of his crew. At least that's how Ares thought. The captain was angry, but not aggressive. He was trying to run his ship. Ares could respect that. Toby showed up.
"Are you captain of this vessel?"
Ares asked, and the computer translated the words. The skinny stopped his tirade.
"I am. Who are you?" "I am Section Leader Ares, from the Human Force for Peace. We have secured the majority of this ship. Your engines have been powered down, your soldiers have been isolated or killed, and the ship's crew has been collected and secured. This is the only space that remains. Are you willing to surrender yourself and your crew?"
When the translation was finished, the skinny answered with a question of his own.
"Are you?"
Ares instantly liked this one. Brash, but not out of control. He was in charge and knew it, but the cards he had to play were limited to the skinnies in that room.
"You have less of a choice than I do. Save your ship and save your crew,"
Ares encouraged the captain.
"You seem to think that's easy." "The alternative is very easy, as many of your fellow skinnies have found out."
The translator called the skinnies by their real race, and not the descriptive name used by the humans.
"Give me a few,"
the captain said.
"Sorry, you've known we've been on board your ship since we shut your engines down. You've had all the time we can spare. After we've secured your ship, we have to go into the space station and eliminate your soldiers. What will that leave you with?" "A ship to take the rest of us home," the captain said softly. "We'll vent the atmosphere on this vessel before we let it fly anywhere. Then we'll re-enter and try and get it up and running. Your last act of valor will be in vain. Surrender and help your crew survive."
Ares let that thought simmer before adding,
"And then you can help us end this war."
The captain turned his chair around to put open space before him. Spaceships usually used external sensors and flat screens, but this vessel had a real window that showed what was outside the ship. Antilles was at the very edge, nearly out of sight.
"This is a nice ship," Toby said. "You take good care of it."
"Oh, boo," the captain replied, still staring out the window. A terminal spacer. The worst punishment for him would be putting him on a planet in a cage and leaving him there. Ares didn't want that for him.
"Surrender and maintain your dignity and that of your people,"
Ares continued to encourage the captain. He didn't want the skinny to get his back up and die for his cause like the others had done. The captain hadn't asked about the explosion or other weapons fire. He was resigned with his ship becoming a battlefield. The fact that human soldiers stood on his bridge and were talking with him in his language wasn't lost on him.
The Skinnies were losing the battle for the hearts and minds of their own people. Their message was failing. Humanity's dominance in combat had to weigh heavily. The captain had already lost his ship. All he had to do was admit it to himself. Not that he was helpless, but that his battle would have to be fought elsewhere. Ares waved in the other soldiers. "Remove the crew. If they give you any grief, break their arms. We have good doctors, so they'll get fixed, but it'll hurt a whole lot until then."
"Wait," the captain said. He stood on the raised platform in front of his chair. His head almost reached the already extended ceiling. "I ask that you don't hurt my ship."
"We will not hurt your ship. You have my word. The Skinny soldiers in the combat control room did more damage than we would ever do."
Ares wanted to drive a wedge between the military forces and the ship's crew. With the senior leadership dead, he figured it was his best chance in making these individuals less of an enemy. No more martyrs for their cause. The 5 crew at their consoles stood and headed toward the exit, with Ares soldiers bracketing them to make sure they didn't do anything untoward.
"Captain,"
Ares said to stop the Skinny from leaving.
"Obu, thank you for not getting yourself and your crew killed. You'll be temporarily with the others until we find suitable quarters. Who knows? They could be right here on this ship."
Once the translation was complete, Toby escorted the captain out. Toby leaned back. "Nice touch. We could secure the quarters and mess on this ship for the Skinnies' use. They'll feel more at home than in the cargo bay. I'll push it up the chain."
"But we'll need this thing to fly, because we're taking them with us. In any case, we have to go. I expect there's a life and death battle ongoing on Paneth Station."
Chapter 12. Attack. Take nothing for granted. Frodo made sure to linger where the Skinnies had blown themselves apart and killed Lander in the process. He wanted the crew to see what fanaticism looked like and that it had cost both sides. Ares took a knee next to Lander.
"Originator, hear my prayer. Accept that Lander died with honor before a determined enemy. His sacrifice is for your glory and an example to all soldiers who fight in your name."
He stood and moved down the corridor.
"Keep 2 soldiers,"
Ares told Toby.
"Don't hesitate to kill them if they try to overwhelm you. Encourage the captain to talk with the other prisoners. Keep them calm for now. If you can, figure out how to turn that jammer off. Then, we'll turn them over to the weenies as soon as we can."
Toby laughed. "I don't know if I should be proud of the fact that you don't consider me to be one of the intel weenies, or that you do." Ares stared at him for a second, and then continued on his way.
"Ares section with me!"
He instantly absorbed Lander's soldiers into his section, gathering strays. It seemed to be his primary job these days. And the replacements were nowhere to be found. A record recruiting class, but if they didn't make it to the front lines, then what good were they? Or were they destroyed by Skinnies engaging ships? That would change the dynamic so significantly, it wouldn't be safe to travel in space. Mines and small torpedo boats would lay waste to entire armadas. It would be too horrible to contemplate, and that's why space combat had been outlawed. No advanced race could afford to partake. Ares didn't know if the humans had any space weapons on board any of their ships, even if they were something as simple as mines to drop in the path of incoming alien vessels. Ares suspected it was a closely guarded secret. Maybe they had railguns installed along the spines of the HFP's ships. It didn't matter, as long as they didn't get blasted into the void by the Skinnies. Humanity couldn't fire first, no matter the provocation. Humanity needed to clear the station and take a prepared fleet to Pan Major, ready to battle the Skinnies wherever they might be, in space or on the ground. Ares was ready to do his part, as long as they kept him alive to get him into the fight. If they lost the ship in space, then Ares would die without firing a shot, as would every other soldier on the ship. That would do no honor to the originator. Ares didn't want his life wasted in that way.
"We have to finish this battle and get to Pan Major as quickly as possible,"
Ares said to no one in particular, but his soldiers were listening.
"That's where we beat the Skinnies once and for all. We'll send a message right here, right now. Then we'll pound it home when we appear over Pan Major and the shuttles stream from our ship.
They found Tin Man at the port airlock. He saluted.
All clear and ready for deep penetration, he quipped. You spend too much time by yourself, Ares replied.
He looked at the swing soldier who was with Tin Man.
It's all you to hold this airlock against the Skinnies trying to retreat to the ship. Can you hold it by yourself? I'll secure the hatch after you leave. Would that do it?
Ares smiled.
I like how you think. Work smarter, not harder.
Ares lowered his visor and stepped through the hatch. Station volunteers had attempted to repel the Skinnies, but had been overwhelmed, and quickly, judging by the number of dead. All human with plenty of scorch marks on the walls and bulkheads. There wasn't a single Skinny body.
They could have recovered their own, Frodo suggested.
Since they hadn't found any dead Skinnies on board the ship, besides the ones they'd transitioned from life themselves, Ares doubted it. He wasn't sure if the station residents had weapons. They had never needed them before, and with the Regulus Treaty in place, they were comfortable not needing them now. Up until the Skinnies docked with the station and forced their way on board, the station's personnel were helpless to fight them. At least they hadn't been on the station for too long, less than a day. If the remaining station personnel had better luck with emergency bulkheads and other obstructions, then the Skinnies could have bogged down. Ares counted on the station personnel fighting back, just like the Skinnies had tried to fight back on board their ship before the translation computer. Sailor Man handed the computer to Ares.
Use it for good, not evil, he said.
What did you do? Ares asked while keeping his eyes and filters focused on the way ahead.
I might have described in graphic detail what they could do to themselves if they didn't surrender.
You don't get the translating computer anymore, Ares noted.
Sorry, sir.
Sailor Man didn't sound sorry.
What happened to our reporter?
Ares asked over his shoulder.
He's in the back, Frodo said. He was exploring the Skinny ship on his own and just caught up.
That didn't please Ares. There was nothing he was going to do. If the reporter got himself killed, it wouldn't be Ares' problem. They'd extol Daryl's virtues and give his corpse a good send-off. But since he was still kicking, there was no celebration planned. Daryl was still with them, but he hadn't been in the way. That's what Ares wanted, and he'd gotten it. He couldn't complain, because Daryl stayed clear after their initial consternation where Daryl thought he had more influence, and Ares set him straight. The station was a massive structure with wide corridors, but they were nowhere near high enough for the Skinnies to walk fully upright. Even the shortest of the soldiers, who were bigger than the average human, as Ares' section had seen on Pan Minor, had to hunch over. The carnage wrought was different from what they were used to. When soldiers were killed in battle, they died with a weapon in hand. These were civilians, unarmed, working to support other civilians, like the farmers that the Skinnies had raided. On Pan Minor, the deaths were of those unlucky enough to get in the way when the Skinnies were leaving town. Civilians, young and old, going about their business, not hurting anyone. Battles were supposed to be fought on neutral planets, away from the populations of warring races. This made it too personal. Ares could feel the anger growing within him, emotions that didn't need to be stirred to life because no good could come from it. Soldiers jousting on a medieval plane with high-tech weapons and force of will. The audacity to come to a space station well inside the human sector. How dare they? Where would they go on the space station? Ares knew they weren't on the largest transport ship, and once on board, he discovered it didn't carry that many troops. With 4 smaller ships, how many Skinny soldiers were on the station? 200? 500 at the most? But there had been no resistance. They had free hand aside from any physical barriers put in their way. Ares stepped through the first breached emergency bulkhead. The Skinnies had cut their way through. That would have taken an inordinate amount of time. And again, 30 meters ahead. How much time had the Skinny soldiers spent standing around and waiting? Was it this way on every deck? Ares sure hoped so. Cut through, attack, consolidate, and start cutting again. It wasn't a good battle rhythm. There was no flow. The troops would grow lax. But there would still be no resistance. Civilians without weapons. But these were smart people. At the third breach, Ares found what he hoped for, an explosion on the other side of the breach that scored the walls and took 3 Skinnies with it. The bodies had been moved to the side and arranged as if they'd be collected by the Skinnies on their way off the station, if they ever intended to leave. With the bulk of their force on Pan Major and standing ready to attack human ships in space, the Skinnies could have expected there would be no help coming to the station. It would fall, and the Skinnies would take it over to control this sector. The Paneth surge, too similar to the Battle of the Bulge, but in space and without the snow. Punch them in their nose right here. Stop their advance. Don't concede 1 millimeter of human space. Never give way. The losses to the HFP had been catastrophic in recent campaigns. Without reinforcements, every loss limited their future impact. They were down to a minimal number, but this was the hand they had to play. Lander's death added to the fire burning within Ares' chest.
"This is what you are fighting for,"
Ares shouted. The crack of skinny needle guns came from ahead, and Ares increased speed, but didn't run. He didn't want to alert the Skinnies to their presence. Ares had no idea how the soldiers were doing who had penetrated the station through other airlocks, but with the emergency bulkheads in place, the Skinnies were as divided and isolated as the station's residents. Ares raised his beam rifle. His soldiers were behind him in single file. Ares switched rapidly between IR, UV, and naked eye. The station's corridor was well lit. It showed Ares everything he needed to see. The metal of the structure interfered with his filters, and there was nowhere to hide in the corridor. Ares directed soldiers into adjacent rooms, 2 by 2, 1 watching and 1 entering. The Skinnies had not left anyone behind, but they had gone into the spaces. Tables had been overturned, drawers opened, and their contents strewn about. The human inhabitants had withdrawn and kept withdrawing to the center of the station. How much farther did the Skinnies have to go to reach them? The HFP had arrived. They had removed the Skinnies' ability to escape. It was time to defeat the enemy. Ares wasn't so keen on prisoners. He wasn't going to issue a warning. He intended to hit them from behind with the full weight of his section. Ares waved over his head and then slashed his hand forward. It was time to attack. He fired before the Skinny who saw the human soldiers approach did. The Skinny shot went high. Ares hit home, but these Skinnies were soldiers and wearing armor. A second shot took the Skinny in the throat and nearly tore his head off. Ares had already selected and fired 2 rounds at his next target.
"Grenade!"
Ares shouted, and dodged to the side of a support beam. The section became one with the wall, staying as far away from the line of shrapnel as possible. Ares tossed a grenade through the breached emergency bulkhead and into the Skinnies beyond. Frodo added another one for good measure. When Frodo's grenade exploded last, Ares was out and firing into the smoke cloud. Skinnies were scrambling to get into the rooms that lined this section. Ares fired his Mark 71 unerringly, dropping soldier after soldier. His actions were at the speed of light, but to him, the world was moving slowly. He stepped and fired, ducked and fired, dodged and fired. Each defensive movement was punctuated by a well-aimed shot. Shooting dangerously close to his sides, Frodo and Wheel 3 poured fire down the corridor. Needle guns cracked. Even though they weren't well-aimed, there wasn't much space. A bad shot could ricochet and bury itself in a soldier's armor. But the ricochets didn't have the penetrating power of a hyper-velocity needle delivered straight on. The return fire stopped. 2 Skinnies were dead at the far end, 20 meters away, holding a blowtorch to cut through the next bulkhead. Dead bodies filled the corridor. The survivors were hiding. Ares held up his fist, even though his soldiers had stopped firing when there were no more targets to shoot. He pointed to his eyes, and then with 2 fingers at the doorways in the corridor, he signaled for the standard 2 by 2 approach. His soldiers moved past him and into the carnage of their attack. The 12 soldiers took their places beside the doorways. Ares waited with the last 2 from his section, a conglomeration of his people, Ragnar's, and now Lander's.
"Go,"
Ares ordered. As one, they opened the doors and tossed grenades in. Any humans on this side of the unbreached bulkhead would already be dead. That's how they reasoned. And they were out of flashbangs. The station wasn't a humane clearing action like the ship had been. It was a fight to the death. 6 explosions, and the soldiers rushed in, firing as they went. Ares heard 2 needle guns fire out of the 6 rooms. The rest of the engagement came from Mark 71s. "Clear!" the clearing team shouted, one by one. Ares' section had overwhelmed the Skinnies. They hadn't stood a chance. Ares banged on the bulkhead. "Ares' section is here. This corridor is clear of Skinnies. Are there any humans in there? Please respond." Ares had the volume turned up all the way. He banged out the SOS signal, which had to be different and unique to anything the Skinnies had done. That's what he hoped. He continued to shout his message while looking for an override. But if there had been one of those, the Skinnies would have already figured it out. From a security standpoint, it made the most sense that the manual controls would be on the inside. Ares continued to shout at the emergency bulkhead. "Anyone?" A subtle knock came from the other side. Ares bent down to shout through the small breach that had been made by the torch. "Ares section from the HFP. We're here to help." It sounded cliché, but Ares needed their help. Going through the center of the station saved a huge amount of time over going around the outside.
"Wait a minute. We're trying to open the bulkhead,"
a female voice called from the other side.
"The HFP? What are you doing here?"
"To fight the Skinnies,"
Ares replied matter-of-factly.
"Good thing. We seem to have a lot of them around here. It's like a virus outbreak or something. Skinnies popping up everywhere like mushrooms in cold storage."
Ares wondered if she was all there. Skinnies were a little worse than a fungus or a virus. They were deadly without being ingested. The emergency bulkhead slowly retracted into the ceiling.
"Inside,"
Ares ordered his troops. They jogged through, nodding at the tired but happy faces of the civilians within. There weren't many, but their numbers grew with each new cheer. Ares had never received such a greeting. He had never liberated anyone before.
"Where's the biggest threat? Where Skinnies are imminent to breach?"
"The other side. They've collapsed one extra bulkhead. They don't have any left. When the Skinnies get through, they'll have access to this whole area."
An anxious man rubbed his hands together while explaining.
"Take us there, fast as you can. We won't let them through, but only if we can get there in time."
The man threw his hands up.
"Not me. I can't stand the pounding. The sound of burning metal."
He held his head and screamed soundlessly.
"I'll take you,"
the young woman's voice said. Ares looked around for the speaker, but found her well below eye level.
"How old are you?"
10.
"Then you can run fast. So let's go. Sprint and we'll keep up."
Ares gestured for her to go. She took off. It wasn't that she was faster, 'cause she wasn't, but racing through passageways filled with debris, obstacles, and people made for a challenge.
"Gangway!"
Ares bellowed. The little girl ran through without giving warning, but the people cleared for the soldiers in armor, hammering the deck with their heavy boots while they tried not to damage the station or the humans. They cheered as the soldiers passed by.
"Take it to them! Free us!"
"Get some!"
Ares tuned them out and focused on the way ahead. They ran and ran. The little girl seemed tireless. Ares put in more effort than expected, but it was precision running, not unlike running along the tree branches on Antares 4. He had covered nearly 200 kilometers running that way. This should have been nothing in comparison. But it was. The weight of thousands of eyeballs watching his and his soldiers' every move. Their hope that Ares' section and the rest of the HFP would repel the Skinnies and save the residents' lives. Ares relaxed. It was just another day in the life of a soldier. Everything was different while being the same. He was there to eliminate the enemy. Every unique element in between was noise. This battlefield was different from the last, as it had been different from the one before. They were always different. The soldier who could occupy the best position soonest would win the fight. To win this next engagement, he had to have his people in position and ready to fire the second the Skinnies breached. It would be better if the residents opened the bulkhead while Ares' section waited, ready to fire. The Skinnies were tall and lanky. A prone human soldier would be lower than them. That was their advantage. Ares had his plan. He only needed to be in place before the Skinnies came through. Chapter 13. Tactics. Everything is different.
"What's your name?"
Ares asked the young girl when he caught up with her and maintained her pace.
"Stacy,"
she called over her shoulder breathlessly. Ares took grim satisfaction in the fact that she was winded. It wouldn't do for a 10-year-old to outrun him and his section without at least earning it.
"You're doing great. Thank you," he told her.
He wasn't sure what to say to a child. The best he could do was treat her like a soldier that was doing everything he asked of her, and she was.
"How much farther?"
"Right up here."
She slowed immediately to keep from running headlong into a gaggle of civilians with pry bars, hammers, and oversized wrenches.
"Thanks, everyone. We'll take it from here. Please clear out. Find cover."
Ares stopped the men who looked to be in charge.
"How close are they to cutting through?"
"They only have one cut, and it took 30 minutes. It'll probably take another 30 for the other side,"
he explained, the tension leaving his body as he talked with Ares, a soldier in full body armor and carrying 2 weapons.
"I'll need one of your people to raise the bulkhead when we ask, and then we're going to pour an egregious amount of firepower into the gap as it appears,"
Ares explained.
"I'll do it myself."
The man handed his wrench to one of the retreating civilians. Ares pointed at Frodo.
4 prone to fire straight, 4 on knees ready to skip their shots off the deck, and 2 ready to bounce grenades underneath. Not misfire,"
Ares added. Frodo directed 4 soldiers into place on the deck. They were shoulder to shoulder and wall to wall. Frodo joined the next 4, with a knee between the soldiers and a foot between their legs. They crouched low to get the best angle.
"Ares, I need you to throw,"
Frodo requested.
"And 10 man." "Done,"
Ares confirmed. If he was going to lead Ares' command, he couldn't always be in the front. He figured he'd end up there anyway, but until then, he'd let Frodo and the other new section leaders stretch their leadership legs. When 10 men was in place, the man was the only civilian left in the corridor. When Ares conducted a final check, he found Stacy close behind him.
"You can't be here. Take cover,"
Ares snapped more harshly than he intended. She punched her fists into her hips and stood there.
"We're wearing armor. If they shoot at us, we'll be fine. You will not. Go find some armor that fits, and you can join us. You were born to be a soldier," he told her.
She saluted and ran off. Ares hoped she didn't come back in the middle of the battle wearing a cardboard mock-up that wouldn't stop a paperclip, let alone a skinny needle. Ares signaled to the man at the manual control.
"Raise it. 1/2 meter at the most."
The man worked the controls.
"Fire in the hole,"
Ares said conversationally. The bulkhead rose with a jerk and then smoothed. At 10 centimeters, Frodo said,
"Hold."
There wasn't enough visible to unleash the fire. At 20 centimeters, the targets were much clearer.
Fire!
4 soldiers pumped beam after beam of full automatic fire. The capacitors snapped with each discharge. Above those on the deck, 4 more Mark 71s barked in unison, sending energy beams through the gap and into the deck. Ares and Tin Man hurled grenades through, throwing as hard as they could so the grenades bounced down the corridor before Skinnies with blasted feet and legs could fall and block the way.
"Raise it and run,"
Ares called to the man. He punched the button and bolted. The prone soldiers raised their aim points to hit lower legs and then knees. The Skinnies weren't prepared for, nor able to react to, fire from such a low angle. The rows of Skinnies bunched up near the bulkhead, prepared to rush through the breach, had been mowed down. They writhed in pain until a kill shot could be delivered. Skinny soldiers toward the rear had suffered the effects of the grenades. In that confined space, the grenades were doubly effective. Ares switched to the Skinny needle gun and took aim. As the bulkhead rose and revealed targets, he fired to the greatest effect. The needles cut through the Skinny's armor as if it wasn't there. 1 shot, 1 kill. He peppered the corridor with rounds, hitting any Skinny who wasn't face down in a pool of his own blood.
"Attack!"
Ares shouted. His soldiers stopped firing. He jumped over the pile. Those on their knees pulled the others upright, and together they followed Ares down the corridor. He looked over the barrel of his rifle, sniping targets that presented themselves. The Skinnies were in disarray. In the rear, he heard the sound of a Skinny shouting orders. Heads appeared from doorways on both sides of the corridor, and a volley of needles speared through the air. Ares braced for the impact. 2 hit his chest plate, while the rest sailed past into the soldiers behind him. Wheel 3 screamed when 1 pierced his lower midsection. He stumbled and went down. Ares fired at the heads to clear the corridor and dodged to the side, flattening himself against the wall. The soldiers followed his lead. The corridor had become a deadly place because Ares' section had lost its advantage. Moving quickly was no longer an advantage. If they kept running forward, they'd run into a hail of needle penetrators. They wouldn't survive that, and the bulkhead would be open for the Skinnies to pour through and slaughter the civilians.
"Retreat behind the bulkhead,"
Ares ordered. The soldiers backed down the corridor and out of the way. Ares tossed a grenade toward the open doors and fled, grabbing the fallen soldier by his armor and dragging him backward.
"Close the bulkhead,"
he yelled. But the man was nowhere to be seen. Ares pulled up to the manual override. The buttons were easy to understand. Arrows up and down. He punched the down arrow and held it until the bulkhead touched the deck. When he let go, the bulkhead stayed down. He turned his attention to the fallen soldier. He bled profusely from the midsection armor where the needle had gone through and punched into his body.
"Medic!"
Ares shouted. The man who'd helped them earlier finally reappeared.
"We have 2 nurses with us."
Another man and a woman rushed to them and looked confused at the armor. They'd never seen a soldier's armor and had no idea how to open it. Ares and Frodo helped take it off. They jumped in to put pressure on the wound. They weren't capable of lifting him to move him out of the way, so they treated him right there. The good news about the penetrators was, from that range, they punched all the way through the body, leaving no metal behind. But they did a great deal of damage on their way through.
"He needs surgery," the woman said.
"We need help getting him to medical."
"Lander swings 2 and 3,
Ares pointed to them.
"Casualty duty."
"Compliance." The soldiers carefully picked Wheel 3 up, while the 2 nurses combined to keep pressure on the wounds.
"And then there were 12,
Frodo commented.
"What's our next move?" "We kill the Skinnies wherever we find them, but we do it without getting ourselves killed. These corridors present a challenge. How many grenades do we have left?"
Frodo went soldier to soldier to get a count.
14 grenades and 3 flashbangs. Flashbangs? Those could come in handy. I thought we were out of those.
Misfire. The one name was sufficient explanation. He wasn't allowed to throw ordnance after injuring Ares with a poorly thrown grenade, although he was under orders to act as the mule and carry a full complement of weaponry for others to use as needed.
"We'll put those grenades to good use,"
Ares promised. He looked at the civilian leader of this section.
"You, where's the next potential breach?"
"I don't know. We had our hands full right here."
"Understandable. We should have good internal lines of communication. No matter where you go, you'll get somewhere under threat. That's where we need to be."
Ares wanted to do anything other than wait for the Skinnies to renew their efforts to cut through the emergency bulkhead. Their cutter had been destroyed by the human ambush, so the Skinnies would have to invest the time to find another, or they could join another group trying to penetrate the interior.
"You could wait here," the man suggested. "I'm not good at waiting. I've heard that good things come to those who wait, but I've never experienced that myself. Keep moving and hit the enemy hard and often. We have firepower that's going to waste if we're not in the fight."
"That's what we pay you for, I guess," the man quipped.
"So I've been told. 3 years of service, and I've never had a chance to spend a single paycheck."
Ares looked at him and then turned away.
"We need to get going."
"We know there are Skinnies out there." The man pointed at the closed emergency bulkhead. "And that's the last one before the Skinnies have open access to all the people on this station."
"We're going to hit them from the side. We're going to crush them from behind. We're going to keep them from coming through that bulkhead, but we're going to do it from the other side. Keep that thing closed, no matter what."
"How are you going to hit them from behind? The only way to get there is down this corridor." He pointed at the closed emergency bulkhead.
"Well, the other sections?"
Frodo asked. The battlefields usually had line of sight or another way to communicate.
Ares had trained with his section on room clearing in case they came across buildings on alien planets, but he never contemplated something like this. He activated his microphone.
Ares to Dante, can you read? Over.
He tried it twice more, but comms were down.
Do you want to use our phone?
The man asked. Ares stared, wondering what the man had missed from the previous conversation and why he hadn't mentioned the phone before now. Maybe it was the military term like interior line of communication.
I don't know the people who might answer, but you do. Please find out where the Skinnies are applying pressure, and if they're hearing any firefights. We will reinforce our own people second. We'll help when you're on your own, because you're not on your own anymore. The HFP is here. Make the calls, and please hurry.
The man nodded and disappeared around the corner. Frodo made a face at Ares. The section lead didn't bite. The 2 swing soldiers who carried Wheel 3 to medical returned.
What's the outlook?
Dunno. They rushed him inside. There are a lot of wounded civilians filling medical. They're overflowing into the adjoining spaces. Most of them didn't look to be bleeding or nothing. I don't think anything was wrong with them.
Civilians seeing their friends and family blown apart by the Skinnies. They aren't equipped to handle it. It doesn't mean they're okay. They're combat ineffective, just like Wheel 3. Soldiers who can aim and fire their weapons are half the battle. Maneuvering to avoid getting shot, while getting your shots off, that's the other half.
Sir, the soldier replied. He'd been a stray, and was now a formal member of Ares' section. That happened the second lander got killed. Ares wasn't going to get reinforced with new recruits. Those people would be the problem of the 4 new section leads whenever the reinforcement showed up, assuming the Skinnies didn't blast their ships while traveling through space. That thought chilled Ares to the bone. That would put humanity at an immediate disadvantage, and they'd have to counter with warships of their own. Then it would be space battles between ships with minimal crew, pickets, destroyers, and torpedo boats. Never let the enemy get too close to the troop ships, if they took to the sky at all. Losing an army in one attack without ever striking a blow for humanity wouldn't help bring more recruits on board. No one would join if they worried they'd die before seeing an alien planet. If the Skinnies were hitting spacecraft, then their concerns would be justified, and Ares wouldn't get the reinforcements he needed to stand up Ares' command. And the HFP would become toothless, with barely 5 decades of soldiers to put on the ground. It wasn't enough. The soldiers needed to eliminate the Skinny threat on the station, and then hit them where it hurt. Had the Skinny captain been honest and this invasion was just a reconnaissance? Had they set a trap for the human force at Pan Major? If the HFP had gone there first, would they have reached the planet before the Skinnies were ready? Too many questions, and not enough answers. That was for Toby and his people to figure out. The man burned up the phone line, making call after call.
They breached Sector 7, Level 9, he screamed. Where is that?
Ares demanded.
I'll take you,
Stacy said from behind him. She wore a sandwich board of thin steel and was barely able to move. Ares scooped her up. He didn't have time to argue.
With me,
he called to his section. In an instant, they were up and running after him. Stacy directed him while riding on one arm. He carried his Mark 71 in the other. She had directed him to the stairs, which were meant for soldiers in armor. The stairs themselves were too narrow, and the soldiers had to hit each with their feet sideways. This slowed them down a great deal, but they only had to descend 2 levels. The 3-dimensionality of the station created multiple layers of battle, but the initial deployment of soldiers was to each level, since there were airlocks up and down the station as well as around the outside. At one point, it was intended as a commercial hub for spacecraft of all sizes. That was still the intent. But then the Skinnies appeared. Ares deposited the young girl near the stairs.
Get back upstairs,
he told her, before bolting toward the sound of battle. But it was the cacophony of needle guns only. Ares came into the corridor with the enemy scattered and firing into rooms on both sides. Ares accelerated and swung his weapon back and forth, engaging each target one time as he passed. The range was close, and the damage instantaneous. Speed was his best weapon.
The Skinnies fired back haphazardly since they were hunched over and couldn't aim properly. Ares dodged back and forth, while rounds skipped off him and passed him down the corridor. Pings sounded when they hit the soldier's armor, but at that point, they didn't have the energy to penetrate. Frodo directed the soldiers into the rooms to catch any Skinnies that entered, but they only found one inside that Ares had not engaged. Tin Man made quick work of that one, but it was too late. The civilians in the room lay in growing pools of blood. Ares shot and pummeled Skinnies as he passed them. None remained standing. He continued down the corridor until he was sure there were no more Skinnies. Frodo and 2 swing soldiers were still with him.
Watch this cross-section. I want no surprises. I'm sure there are more Skinnies on this level.
Compliance, the 2 swing soldiers said with unusual gusto. They hadn't been close enough on Antares 4 to see Ares at his best. They set up to watch 3 directions at once.
They killed the civilians,
Frodo said.
All of them?
Frodo nodded. Down the corridor, the soldiers held up their hands, indicating 0 survivors in any of the rooms.
Total dead,
Ares called. Frodo tallied them as the soldiers flashed the numbers. 27 in this one corridor. Before Ares could finish sighing, Mark 71 fire reached him. He looked at the 2 soldiers on watch, but the capacitor discharges were coming from much further away. Chapter 14. Cleanup. From the fire into the fire. The swing soldiers pointed down the side corridor.
2 by 2, ready to shoot anyone who's not human.
Ares crossed the corridor, and Frodo sent Sailor Man to join him. Frodo joined the pair already watching the intersection. He held his hand out and slowly moved it sideways until he changed to a fist. Move close and be ready to engage.
There's another way out of there,
a young voice called from behind the section.
Explain,
Ares called back. He wanted her knowledge with him, but she was a child, and he felt bad keeping her anywhere near the front line.
Spot me.
Ares changed places with Frodo.
Back here is a lab with exits into this corridor, and a parallel one on the other side.
Show me.
After Stacy waddled away, Ares waved to his soldiers.
Tin Man and Stubby.
They followed as ordered. Stacy sped up as fast as she could. The metal plates tied in front of and behind her had to be heavy and wouldn't allow her to stretch out her legs. Ares had promised if she found armor that fit, she could join them. This wasn't what he had in mind, but he was obligated to reward her ingenuity. She'd been more help than anyone else on the station, but the civilians were starting to see they had an active role in removing the enemy soldiers, despite the desire to step back and let the soldiers take care of the problem. If the soldiers failed, then the Skinnies became everyone's problem. The civilians wouldn't contemplate the soldiers' failure. And neither would Ares. Into the massive lab, where the young girl bounced past the bodies, both skinny and human alike, to get to an internal hallway with a bathroom, break room, and storage room that ended in another lab, this one smaller, with a door to a corridor beyond. The sound of battle was much closer.
Stay back,
Ares warned the little girl. He opened the door to a skinny soldier reaching for the handle. Ares shot him in the face. More Skinnies were right behind him. Ares held the soldier to his chest and fired around him. Using a live Skinny as a shield would have been ethically questionable, but using a dead Skinny was nothing more than a good tactic. The corpse would slow down any needle penetrators before they could damage him. The soldiers behind Ares scrambled to get between him and Stacy. The section lead killed 2 more Skinnies before he threw the body at them. To his left, Skinnies turned and ran. To his right, a human group was at the intersection but not making a move to follow.
Cease fire,
Ares shouted. He jumped into the corridor and ran after the Skinnies. Anywhere the Skinnies went in the inner core, humans were going to die. Ares couldn't allow that. He heard the leader of the soldiers in the intersection order his soldiers to follow. But Tin Man and Stubby were in the corridor first and running after their section leader. He fired and fired as he ran. He switched to the needle gun since he wasn't getting clear enough shots to guarantee a hit on a vulnerable area. He blew 2 away while the others disappeared into a room on the right. They slammed the door behind them.
Grenades,
Ares said. The 3 soldiers prepared their weapons, and Ares kicked the door in.
"Hold!"
he shouted halfway through hurling his grenade into the area. He stepped into the doorway to block Tin Man and Stubby from getting their grenades into the room. The Skinnies had taken the civilian occupants and were holding the struggling humans between them and Ares.
"Harboon de Lop,"
Ares said, enunciating so it was clear.
"You heard me,"
he reiterated.
"Harboon de Lop. It's time for you to end this, or I will personally guarantee that you don't leave this room alive."
He brought the computer out and said it again so it was very clear what he meant.
"You can speak. It'll translate your words."
"Harboon," one of the Skinnies shouted. It was easy for Ares to understand. He knew the word. The computer dutifully translated. "You surrender."
"We're not going to do that, because this is our space station, and it's in human space. The soldiers are here. You are all going to die, and you're afraid of that. Otherwise you wouldn't have taken hostages. Let them go, and we'll keep talking. We have this translation device to help us."
The Skinnies fumed. They were at an impasse. They were soldiers, and here to fight. Their leadership probably told them lies about what humans did to their captives.
"They'll put you in a nice room, but it has bars, and they'll force you to watch human action movies."
It was a not-so-horrible existence, but that's not what any Skinny had ever heard.
"Let them go,"
Ares said it louder and harder. He wasn't about to let them gain any more of an advantage.
"Let us return to our ship. We'll let them go when we get there."
Ares wasn't sure how much he could play that, because humans had boarded all 5 Skinny ships. He doubted any of them were still operational, but they didn't ask to return to a ship that could fly.
"We've already taken over your ships. You have nowhere to go."
Ares leveled his needle gun at them. There were only 3. He knew he could kill 2 of them before they killed a civilian, but he wasn't sure he was fast enough to get all 3. A needle gun barrel eased past him on his right side. Stubby, with a lower firing angle.
"Let them go and we won't kill you. How's that for a compromise?"
Ares said in a low, dangerous voice. Once the translator was done, he turned the volume down and whispered,
"When I fire, take the one on the far right."
"Compliance,"
Stubby whispered in response. Ares turned the computer's volume back up.
"We need time to consider your request," the Skinny said.
"Time is the most fleeting of things. One moment you have it, and the next, it's gone,"
Ares replied.
"In other words, you need to decide now so we can stop this ill-advised reconnaissance into human space. And for a recon, too many humans have been killed. That's a seek and destroy mission. The only way you're getting off this station is if you surrender."
He wanted to shoot the Skinnies. They had been killing defenseless civilians. They were targeting spaceships. It was anathema to everything Ares had learned about interstellar warfare. But he had to separate what others were doing with what these specific Skinnies were doing. He didn't know whether they killed anyone or not. Probably. But they hadn't killed these civilians.
"Time,"
the closest Skinny said. He added nothing else. It was probably a request, but Ares was finished giving them time. As long as other Skinnies roamed the station, the soldiers needed to be out there and not in here. If they negotiated a peaceful surrender, then the civilians would be saved. If they killed the Skinnies, the civilians would probably be saved. If they reached an impasse, and the civilians were neither killed nor released, then it would have been a complete waste of time, locking good soldiers in place when they could have been saving other lives. Ares had to weigh the risks and consequences. The civilians would probably squeal, but they'd be alive to do as they wished. It turned Stacy loose on them. He fired at the closest, and then the next Skinny. A needle gun cracked from next to his hip, and the 3rd Skinny went down. Ares stepped inside to push the Skinny corpse away from the nearest captive.
"Are you okay?"
he asked.
"I don't know if I'll ever be okay after that, but at least I'm alive to not be okay with it."
Ares didn't follow the logic, but accepted it for what it was. He checked on the second person, who was frozen in place. He lifted her away from the blood and mess. Stubby raised her face shield.
"Ma'am, this way. Let's get you out of there and upstairs where you can get something to drink and eat.
The civilian stared at Stubby.
You're a woman. That's what they tell me, Stubby quipped. We're all soldiers. It's not easy, but we get to do things like this, save the lives of good people like you.
The woman relaxed while she took Stubby's outstretched hand. The third civilian was different from the other two. He slapped Aries on the shoulder.
Damn glad to see you soldiers in action. It was my honor. Mabel, wait up!
He hurried after the woman.
Take care of them, Stubby. Make sure they get to a safe place.
Compliance.
Stubby leaned back into the room to give a thumbs up. Aries found the rest of his section waiting in the corridor. There were no more sounds of combat.
Maya,
the section lead said as he walked up offering his fist to be bumped.
Aries.
We almost had them,
the other section leader said. He looked into the room.
You shot them while they were holding hostages,
he asked with an incredulous look.
They weren't in a surrendering spirit,
Aries replied.
You weren't concerned that you might hit a hostage?
Aries studied the man's features to see if he was serious.
No, that's why we practice, so we don't miss. It's one of many keys to survival on the battlefield, and as it turns out, on a space station too. If you'll excuse me, they're still fighting, and we need to go. Secure this area from any more incursions.
The other section lead knew who Aries was. He wasn't about to challenge him further. The shots, at short range, were incredible. 3 rounds fired in less than a second. 3 Skinnies with holes in their helmets. No wonder he'd won the Star of Valor 5 times. The man was deadly. Aries gathered his people, including Stacy.
Where to next?
We'll need to call my dad. He's the one who was checking.
Your dad? He let you come with us?
It looked like the safest place on the station. You taught those Skinnies a lesson, and you have girl soldiers. I'm going to be one as soon as I can sign up.
Make the call, Aries said, and we'll be glad to have you. I'll take you on my team, even if I have to trade Frodo for you. He doesn't mean that, Frodo added. But we'll take you. There's always an opening in the Wheel 4 billet. Go.
Aries raised his voice to get her attention. He looked sharply at Frodo. Enough banter. It was time to get back into the fight.
Well, there he is,
Frodo added. The other soldiers snickered. Aries turned his attention to his team. They didn't have names. The dehumanizing nature of the HFP's force structure was efficient, and also in the spirit of too many would die. Units planned in a way where no one got too close to anyone else, but that wasn't humanity's way. Everyone needed a name.
Nicknames for these people. I'm losing track of who's doing what, Aries said. On it, Frodo replied.
He raised his shield and looked from soldier to soldier.
Raise your shields and take a drink. We'll be running as soon as Stacy gets back. It's time that you all had names.
Aries leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, watching the events play out. Seeing the civilians was enough for him. It wasn't good for people to die in anonymity. Maybe before, but not now. And Aries wanted to reward his people. Frodo loved this. The other section leaders too. Tin Man, Sailor Man, and Stubby. Even though they had not yet gotten their sections. So they were still with Aries. But they were learning the right lessons about leadership. Learn to fight, and then learn to fight better. And then learn what it means to fight for each other. With those aspects of their existence as soldiers, they'd serve the greater good. Daryl appeared behind the group and started taking notes. Aries hadn't realized he'd followed. He was paying attention to Aries' edict of staying out of the way.
Point 1. I've seen you out there. There was a moment on Antares 4 where your weapon locked. Instead of clearing the jam, you used that moment in time to give the finger to the enemy. Your communication skills are excellent, while we need some immediate action drills on the Mark 71. From henceforth, you shall be known as Finger.
No, you don't.
She stabbed her finger at him while scowling.
I was injured.
Too late. Already done, Finger. Welcome to the team, Miss Fire said. but your name can change. I used to be something else before I tossed a grenade under Ares' feet. Nice one, Miss Fire. You're still on grenade restrictions.
Frodo brushed the finger of shame in his direction.
Point 2. On Antares 4, you weren't injured, but you used a walking stick to help you motivate through the rainforest. You'll be known as Pogo.
Point 2 maintained a blank expression.
I don't know what that means. Pogo stick, Frodo added. Still nothing, Pogo replied. You can look it up when we're back on the ship. Frodo shook his head. My skills are being wasted on the uneducated.
They call him George, said a former Ragnar soldier who filled the Wheel 1 position.
George it is,
Frodo declared. Hey, you're just mean and hurtful, Finger groused. The soldiers chuckled. In the middle of a fight, where too many civilians had died, the soldiers found a sense of peace and camaraderie, the joy of being alive.
And you?
Frodo pointed at the former Ragnar soldier filling the Wheel 2 billet.
On Antares, you constantly whined about the rain and how it dripped through your helmet when you had your visor up. It was like one time, Wheel 2 clarified, but he knew it was too late. Sure, Drippy, you remember your way, I'll remember it mine.
Frodo lifted his chin, daring Drippy to defy him.
Could be worse, he grumbled. Could be Finger.
She gestured in his direction with the one-finger salute.
Real 3 was shot and is going through surgery right now. I almost feel bad giving him a name while he's on the table. So we'll just call him Ragnar Jr., or Junior for short. He'll pull through, and then we'll make fun of a big guy like him getting called Junior.
The others nodded. 4 swing soldiers remained, strays from Lander section. Frodo raised his finger to address the newcomers who had been with Ares for most of Antares 4, when Stacy tottered toward them.
Dad says there are no more breaches. The soldiers are attacking the Skinnies. He asked that you return to the upper deck.
She didn't sound like she was 10, even relaying the message. She had remembered it more like an official order and had not translated it into language more in line with her age.
Leave that sandwich board here. We'll stay between you and the bad guys if it comes to that.
Deal,
she replied.
The right term is compliance. That's what a soldier would say.
Ares winked at her.
Compliance. I have a question.
She walked toward the stairs, having shed the metal sandwich board, without a sense of urgency.
Why do you have your name on your armor and no one else does?
The armor shop likes me,
Ares said by way of explanation.
Frodo interjected. He's the only 5-time winner of the Star of Valor and the most senior section leader in the entire force.
Ares ignored him and kept walking, balancing on his toes to climb the stairs.
Star of Valor. Sounds important.
It means I've been luckier than most.
Medals were for dress uniforms, parades, and military business that did not involve actual fighting. Ares preferred being in his combat armor and training for war, if not actually in one.
You guys will get yours. I have more time to think now, so they'll be super special,
Frodo told the swing soldiers.
They call me the Hammer,
one of the unnamed swing soldiers called out.
Nice try, butt snorkeler,
Frodo replied.
From here, henceforth, you shall be known as Snorkeler. Anyone else?
They mumbled their compliance.
What's that about?
Stacy wondered.
Military tradition,
Ares explained.
The soldiers are referred to by their billet and section. Ares section, swing 10. But we add nicknames to soldiers when they've done something good. It's a rite of passage, so to speak. And those soldiers back there are all top-notch.
She nodded her small head and continued upward the 2 levels to return to where they had been with the staunch defenders of the emergency bulkhead. They had been ready to fight, but they would have been as effective as those Ares found below. They would have died quickly under the Skinny onslaught.
No other breaches?
Ares asked when they left the stairwell, and found the man waiting for them. He patted his daughter on the head. She brushed him off and dodged away.
"Little Spitfire, that one," he said. "Can't thank you enough for coming to our rescue. I heard that you weren't able to save everyone down below. How many were lost?"
"We counted 27.
Ares felt compelled to answer. Maybe some would have dissembled and not answered the question, but Ares' section had counted the casualties. There was no reason to withhold the numbers.
"Who are you?"
"Major Vaughn Trickle, at your service. It's the third most important position on the station after the Governor General and the Logistics Chief."
"Thank you for your help today. Is there any word on my soldier that was carried to your medics?"
"Not yet, but I haven't followed up."
He looked around until he spotted her.
"Stacy, can you check in with medical regarding the soldier they're working on?"
She ran off without giving an answer. Ares knew that she would check because it was for him and his soldiers. He wasn't sure how much she would do for her father. They clearly had the strained relationship that was common between fathers and children of that age, especially when they were in a confined space like a station. He was important, too, and Ares suspected the other children gave her a hard time about it. That's why she wanted to fight. Take out her frustrations on a declared enemy. Would humanity still be fighting in 8 years? Ares surely hoped not, but space was infinite. He feared they would always find enemies. Chapter 15. Flail. Walking into a known trap isn't like walking into a trap.
"All soldiers. This is the force commander on an open channel. The Skinny jammers have been located and neutralized. Our operations aboard the station have nearly come to a close. After completing one search of the station, we'll be on our way to Pan Major."
"They must have eliminated the jamming devices," Frodo said. It was a statement of the obvious.
"Ares to Dante. Come in."
Dante replied with one word.
"Report." "2 breaches identified. One on the 5th deck and the other on the 7th. All Skinnies killed. Loss of 27 civilians. Loss of section leader Lander. 1 soldier injured and in surgery. Over." "Move to deck 3. Bravo Quadrant to reinforce Miller's section," Dante ordered. "Compliance. In transit now."
"I know right where that is,"
Stacy said. Ares hadn't seen her return, but there she was.
"Your soldier survived surgery, but is in critical condition. He can't be moved, so he won't be joining us."
Us. The word wasn't lost on Ares.
"Let's go then. No time like the present."
Stacy ran off. Ares had to run to catch up. She headed into the stairwell and up 2 levels. Stacy dodged out of the stairs before Ares could stop her. He vaulted the last few stairs to get onto the level before she could run too far. He found her waiting.
"Bravo Quadrant is this way."
She ran once more, sprinting around the trash in the corridor. A civilian pressed against the side wall to let the soldiers pass. Otherwise, the corridors were barren. The civilians had not prepared to fight up here, and the Skinnies had not taken advantage, but Dante had sent Ares here for a reason.
"This way,"
Stacy said, with an edge to her young voice.
"Slow down,"
Ares asked. He didn't want her to run headlong into a situation where she was no longer protected in any way. Ares reached her and put a hand on her shoulder.
"What should we expect to see?"
"This is the manufacturing level. There are shops and fabrication facilities up here. It also has a higher roof."
She found it important to mention that, and for good reason. The Skinnies wouldn't be constrained and could move freely. Having to operate hunched over was an impediment, and it gave the humans the advantage, since they didn't have to adjust to aim and fire. The humans could move faster. The emergency bulkhead in front of them had been opened, and the next one too, 30 meters farther down the corridor.
"Get in the middle of us,"
Ares told Stacy.
"We could have Skinnies behind us or beside us."
He signaled for 2 soldiers to go through an oversized double door to the right, and same thing to the left. The corridor was extra wide too, with an industrial-strength deck, not shine for civilian feet, but steel with tracks to pull carts back and forth. Frodo grabbed George and went to the right, weapons up and ready to fire. Sailorman took the closest soldier to him, Finger, and they eased the door open on the left and stalked inside. Ares waited. He didn't want to get too far ahead of his soldiers. Stacy stood in the middle of the remaining soldiers, leaning around them to get a better look at what was happening. Nothing down the corridor. Finger eased out of the room and spoke softly.
There are Skinnies in here, unhooking and dismantling equipment.
Ares gave her the thumbs up. He knew what he had to do.
You four, he pointed, into the room with Finger on my mark. The rest of you with me. We'll hit them from the far end. Try not to shoot the equipment. Skinnies only.
Compliance,
they whispered. Ares walked quickly, but without pounding the metal deck with his heavy boots. The others moved as silently as possible, too. Like the access behind them, there was a double door with tracks that led into the room on the left. Ares could guess what the Skinnies wanted with the manufacturing equipment, but they didn't realize they had nowhere to take it. They were cut off from their ships. Reconnaissance, the captives had said. The number of Skinnies suggested they were telling the truth, although just like Pan Minor, this group seemed to be salvaging and pirating instead of searching and destroying. They weren't destroying the equipment, but they had been killing the inhabitants. Did the Skinnies have long-term designs on the station? The technicians and support personnel were shorter than the soldiers. It might not be so uncomfortable for them. But why would they be removing equipment? When they realized they had lost the fight and couldn't use it in place. That was the conclusion Ares had been led to. Were they retrograding? Ares signaled for the two groups to go. He pounded through the hatch closer to the outer section, while the other group came through the far end of the fabrication space. In between the two groups of human soldiers, the Skinnies had their hands full with heavy machinery.
Harbunde lop,
Ares said calmly. He held the computer in one hand and his needle gun in the other. The Skinnies recognized the weapon, as it was the same as the ones they carried on their backs. They were in no position to fight.
Put the machines down, carefully, and put your hands up.
The computer translated the words. Ares section soldiers closed in and flanked the Skinnies in an L shape. If they started shooting, neither would catch the other's fire, but the Skinnies would get it from two sides. They recognized their dilemma and complied with Ares' instructions.
Weapons hold,
Ares called to his people. More prisoners. That hadn't been Ares' intent, but his refined idea of war was to make fewer enemies by not being as bad as they were. The Skinny soldiers had killed unarmed civilians. Ares wasn't going to do that.
Frodo, disarm them.
5 enemy soldiers in their armor.
Where are you going with that stuff?
Ares' curiosity had to be satisfied.
What stuff?
A Skinny replied. He wasn't going to get his answer today. He'd hand them over to Toby and let the intel officer figure it out.
Secure them.
Frodo went to work tying hands behind backs. The room had rope, cords, and tape. A little something for every need. Frodo also bound their arms at the elbows to restrict their movement further. The manufacturing space was large enough that they didn't have to hunch over. The anguish of their discomfort tightened their lips and pinched their faces.
Care to answer my question?
Ares reiterated.
To use,
the Skinny explained.
For what?
The prisoner shrugged.
Hold them here.
Ares pointed at the deck. He turned around to find Stacy staring at the Skinnies.
Into the corridor.
He waved at her and the other soldiers.
Swing 3. You're with Frodo.
Ares put his hands on Stacy's small shoulders and physically turned her around to point her toward the corridor.
You shouldn't be in here.
Why not?
Stacy argued.
I'm part of your team.
Ares pursed his lips and stared at the back of her head as he continued to propel her forward.
This isn't a negotiation. You can't go where there might be violence, because our job is to protect you. We can't do that if you're right in the middle of the fight.
I can take care of myself,
she pressed.
I can see that,
Ares admitted. In the corridor, Ares flipped through his filters to see what there was to see. Nothing was hidden. There were no surprises waiting ahead of him. The emergency bulkheads were open, not burned through.
How did they get here?
Ares asked.
They didn't cut their way through.
Stacy hurried ahead. Ares reached for her, but she dodged away from his hand. He jogged after her.
Wait up. We don't know where the Skinnies are. They have to be up here somewhere.
Are you sure?
She answered. She stopped in front of the next intersection, pulling up short before she was in the open. She stabbed a finger to the right. Ares stopped, and then leaned around the corner for a quick look. Soldiers. Human soldiers.
Ares coming out,
he shouted, and stepped into the opening. The humans had their weapons slung over their backs. They weren't in any position to shoot at him.
What's going on?
Fight's over, one of the soldiers declared. His armor was clean and new.
We just captured 5 Skinnies down this way. That tells me they got past you. So I ask again, what's going on?
I'll take this.
A wheel soldier stepped up.
Ares?
Ares nodded.
Sorry, sir. We hadn't run across any enemy soldiers. The civilians inside opened the emergency bulkheads and told us the corridor was clear. We believed them.
His voice trailed off.
Take our 5 captives to level 5, and then to the Skinny transport ship, and turn them over to the intel officer you find there. Who's your section leader?
Don't have one. He was killed on Antares 4. My name is Felipe.
Ares found Frodo.
Section leader Frodo, take charge of this mob.
Compliance. Frodo snapped off a salute.
With me.
He waved to the newcomers. They skirted past Ares, going out of their way not to look at him. Ares was sorry to see his right-hand man go, but hoped he could raise the discipline and professionalism of the soldiers they had found. If they fought on Antares 4, then they had experience. But it wasn't the best kind. They didn't know victory, except what was handed to them. Losing a lead in the midst of battle wasn't optimal, since no one else in that section seemed equipped to step up. Ares had full confidence in Frodo to fill that gap, at least until the new recruits arrived. If they ever arrived. He wanted to find out from the Skinnies if they'd already started attacking ships. That would change everything, and not in a good way. It was an issue he kept returning to in his mind. Not that he had command of 5 sections in a new shock unit, but that the humans would be on their heels for the first time since they ventured into space. He feared the senseless death, but that wasn't something he'd ever share.
See? Stacy started. It's perfectly safe here.
Ares pointed down the corridor.
Then who opened the emergency bulkheads?
Oh.
She screwed up her face in concentration as she sought the elusive answer. She couldn't come up with anything.
Search for a civilian on the outside of the inner security zone. I doubt we have a traitor, but someone may have panicked. Let's see if he survived or got himself killed.
Ares didn't know why he assumed it was a man. After seeing Stacy and how fearless she was, he didn't want it to be a woman. If there had been anyone who opened them, the Skinnies could have figured out how to override the controls. The remaining soldiers of Ares' section entered rooms on both sides of the corridor for a quick search. They spread into the intersection and went right, left, and straight ahead. Tin Man reappeared from the second room to the left, dragging a struggling civilian.
Do you know her?
Ares asked. Stacy shook her head.
I've seen her, but I don't know her.
With only 30,000 on board, and Stacy having lived her entire life there, it would be likely that she'd seen all the residents, and just as likely that she knew very few of them.
What's your name?
Ares asked. She cowered in Tin Man's grip. Ares had his shield raised so she could see his face. His countenance wasn't exactly calming. He wore a hard edge.
Why did you open the bulkheads?
He was guessing that she was the one.
We were trapped in the central core, and it was burning, she cried. I felt the heat in the depths of my soul. I had to escape.
It's not on fire, Ares replied. The human force for peace has arrived, and I think the station is almost completely secure. We have one last check to perform before we turn it back over to civilian authority.
She didn't relax as Ares had hoped. She continued to peek around Tin Man's combat armor.
Stacy, can you take her into the core area where your dad is? Get her something to eat and drink.
It's on fire,
she screeched and then collapsed.
I'll carry her,
Tin Man offered.
Go ahead.
Ares wanted her someplace where the civilians could care for her. He didn't think they would be on the station much longer. He expected a recall at any moment. Ares dialed up his comm unit.
Ares to Dante. Ares, I was just thinking of you. Some of your people have arrived with 5 skinny soldiers. Frodo said they were scavenging the station and trying to take a manufacturing unit. That's what it looked like. I have no idea where they thought they were going with it. They had to know that we hit the station. Their jamming affects them as much as it affects us, Dante replied. They might not have known. And out of the whole engagement, those 5 and the crew of the ship you took down are the only skinnies we took captive. It helped that we had the translating computer and some basic skinny words. I bet they'll talk with us if we give them a chance. I also believe that the skinnies are now prepared to attack our ships. I heard as much from Toby. That's disconcerting. Just a whole lot, sir.
Ares found it comforting that he wasn't the only one who felt that way.
We'll deal with it properly. I don't believe we're exactly helpless,
Dante said with a less than mysterious tone.
Get your section together. Make one last pass through the station on your way to the skinny ship. You'll retrograde through it. That way, you can escort your own prisoners. Compliance,
Ares replied automatically.
No initiative goes unpunished. You know how it is, Ares. This was a good operation to save the station, but a lot of civvies died. We leave them to clean up the mess. But we have to get to Pan Major and stop this incursion in its tracks. We need that resupply armada,
Ares added.
Tell me something I don't know,
Dante replied.
One of my soldiers is called Drippy,
Ares deadpanned. There was a long pause.
I didn't mean that literally. Get back to the ship. We need to talk about next steps. Dante out.
He made it clear the banter was over. Ares appreciated the battle planner, but Ares never stepped out of his role as a combat soldier. Even while talking, he scanned the area and watched intently for anything that was out of the ordinary. His people returned after extending their search for more civilians.
No one, Sailorman reported. That means no dead either. They evacuated in time. We know the Skinnies didn't take hostages because we have their ships. Well, they tried to take hostages, but that didn't go so well for them.
He twirled his finger in the air.
Downstairs and back to the Skinny transport for retrograde.
Stacy stood with her hands on her hips and her jaw set.
I'm going with you.
You're 10.
11, actually. I can cook and clean and do other work. I can work a computer right spiffy.
Ares stared at her.
You can't go with us. We run from war to war. We don't have any kids on our ship. You cannot join us.
Try and stop me,
she declared, and maneuvered out of Ares' reach. He thought it best to ignore her. Chapter 16. Departure. Retrograde isn't a retreat. The Skinnies were sleeping when Ares appeared in the space.
What did you do to them?
He wondered.
They got tired of telling me their secrets, Toby replied.
Who's that?
Ignore her. She thinks she's coming with us, but she's not.
Look at those Skinnies. Boy, you collected a mob of them.
Don't kill if you don't have to,
Ares said before he caught himself violating his ignore her order. The Skinnies took note of the tiny human. They hadn't been asleep, only feigning to keep from having to listen to Toby's questions. Ares smiled at the thought.
You're boring the snot out of them.
Toby bristled. I don't care. Better bored than on the wrong end of a Mark 71. Ares nodded slowly.
I never would have taken you for a tough guy.
Talking tough is different from being tough. I suspect you're here for a reason.
Ares' section is to escort the prisoners to Antilles.
I requested soldiers to support. I thought they'd give me that last bunch that Frodo brought. I'm happy to have the man himself, though.
Frodo would have accomplished the mission successfully.
Ares wondered where Frodo went with the soldiers they found on the third deck. He's on the bridge. Said he wanted to show his people how not to destroy a quality intel acquisition. which is something I'm 100% in support of.
As the exploiter-in-chief, here's your translator back. It works.
Ares tried to hand the computer to him. Toby looked at it, but didn't take it. You'll probably need that for your escort duties and such. I'll take it once we have this bunch secure in the converted cargo bay.
Do you have enough room for the newcomers?
Not really, but I want to listen in on the conversations between this group and the originals. We have soldiers, engineers, flight crew, and the original engineers. I'm not sure how well they'll mix. If the soldiers take charge and hold the conversations at bay, we'll put them in the brig so the others can talk. We can pick up everything they say.
Devious, but hopefully effective. Have you checked out the pocket computer yet? I think that'll have answers we need.
I checked it enough to know that they wiped it. It's not going to tell us anything. Ares took the news in stride. They didn't need the computer. They had the whole ship and the computers that ran it. If they could fly it.
We need to convince the captain and his bridge crew that flying this ship is in their best interest.
If you can do that, you'll be way ahead of me, Toby replied. Ares scowled. They had tried to move him into intelligence, but he wouldn't go. Still, they were treating him like he worked for the intel section, the weenies.
I'll pass,
Ares said and left the room. Stacy was right behind him. Toby laughed at the unlikely combination. Massive Ares in his combat armor, and a slight child barely coming up to his waist, not even as wide as one of Ares' legs. He continued to the bridge, where he found Frodo sitting in the captain's seat.
Frodo.
Ares. Frodo casually stood and stepped off the platform.
He's going to know that somebody was parked in his seat. We'll keep trying to convince the Skinnies to fly the ship for us, but befouling his chair isn't going to help.
Befouling? We're soldiers, and chairs are hard to come by during a fight. So yes, I probably befouled his chair, although I don't know how well they can smell with that nose of theirs.
Rally in the corridor. We're going to escort the prisoners.
Ares directed them off the bridge. He returned to the room where Toby kept the prisoners separated. Ares turned on his translation computer.
Captain, I need you to help us with the others, but it's important that we leave this ship, for now.
I can't leave my ship.
The first of the challenges was rearing its ugly head. The captain had been straightforward when he surrendered.
Toby, we can't take them all on one shuttle. Maybe we can keep the captain and a few crew here under Frodo's watchful eye.
Is that the order you received? Toby knew very well what the orders had been. They were to remove all the Skinnies to Antilles. That was going to cause more problems than it solved. The intelligence value of the crew was 0 if they wouldn't talk. If they stayed on their ship, it was more likely that they'd return the ship to operational status. They wouldn't aid the humans in infiltrating the Skinny fleet at Pan Major, or, more brazenly, the Skinny homeworld. It had been a good plan until they had convinced the Skinny captain and crew to become traitors to their people. Ares couldn't begin to fathom how to make that happen, but he didn't want to put the ship's crew in that no-win situation. If the humans could figure out how to operate the ship without the Skinnies, that was something completely different. Load a bomb on board and let the Skinnies unwittingly carry it home. Ares discounted that idea. He wanted to fight the enemy face to face. Such underhanded tactics didn't sit well with him. If the humans stooped to that level, he didn't want to know about it. Sometimes being privy to what happened in the intelligence world made him long for ignorance. He didn't want to know what they were doing, or how they did it. But he did enjoy the fruits of their labor with the translation computer. That had given him the ability to take captives. He was the only one out of the entire HFP. Every other soldier in every other section had killed the enemy. Slaughtering the Skinnies was an answer, but Ares wasn't sure it was the answer. They had too much in common with humanity, but that could have been the foundation to create mortal enemies. Thinking about the wars on Earth, they were all human, yet they fought to the death, time and again, throughout history. Each battle more violent than the last. Honor had returned to the battlefield, until the intel guys got their fingers into a special weapon. The end of honor meant the end of predictability. Fight the enemy. Outmaneuver him. Battle like a demon, but face to face. Everyone had the same chance. But they didn't. Humans were better, at least against every enemy they'd faced so far, including the Skinnies. That's why the Skinnies were looking to violate the treaty. The great equalization was no longer sufficient to neutralize the human advantage. Ares found Toby in the corridor.
"We need this ship,"
Ares stated unequivocally.
"We can't do it without the captain's help."
"I know. I'd like to stay here, but who's going to work with the Skinnies on Antilles?"
"Not me. Don't you have people?"
"We sent them planet-side on Antares 4. None of them returned."
"That's rather inconvenient,"
Ares replied. "Stubby is smart," Toby said.
"You're not sticking me with the weenies,"
Stubby argued.
"You'll go if that's where you're told to go,"
Ares said. He wasn't in a bad mood, but he had no intention of running the intel section on board Antilles. That wasn't his calling.
"I'd like to give it a shot,"
Finger interjected.
"There you go, Toby. Tell her what she needs to know. I'll stop by regularly and check on her. Which reminds me, I need to check on Junior, see how he's doing."
"I'll call them."
Stacy ran for the airlock into the station.
"Do you think we can be gone by the time she gets back?"
Sailorman wondered.
"Not a chance."
Ares knew his limitations. He had a growing fear that she was going to Antilles. How much trouble would he get in when she showed up at a staff meeting? She had to stay on the station. There could be no argument. The group milled about on the Skinny ship. There was nothing any of them could do until the shuttle docked.
But there was. "Separate the crew from the rest of them. Have the captain help you," he told Finger.
"Sir."
She beamed with pride at being selected for the mission. "You're thinking that I'll go back to the ship. That solves all your problems, doesn't it?" Toby frowned.
"It does. Except my section is getting whittled down to nothing. Frodo, give her 2 soldiers for added security. I don't trust the Skinnies."
"Just when I had half a section," Frodo groused, but he immediately selected 2 swing soldiers to join Finger, and then he laid down the law.
"Nothing happens to her, the Skinnies, or this ship. Do you hear me? Your shift is day on, stay on. You will not get caught sleeping, or you will probably die. And if they don't kill you, I will."
He gestured toward the Skinnies.
"Let's go, people."
Ares twirled his finger in the air. Stacy magically appeared.
"They say he's still in critical condition, but they believe he's going to make it."
"We'll get him transferred to the ship. I'll talk to medical once we're on board."
"Sounds good to me,"
she replied. Ares closed his eyes and mumbled,
"Originator, hear my prayer. Save me from those who would add salt to the wounds of my life."
Darrow strolled in. Ares was happy that he was keeping himself amused, but was also surprised that he was still with them. He was away more than he was attached, but Ares still felt responsible for him, because Dante and the Force Commander had charged him thus. "I hear the little girl is coming with us. Do you think that's a good idea?" he asked, starting his nonsense from the first words.
"No, she's not coming." "Where'd you hear that?"
"From her?"
"Consider your sources before you give them credence."
Ares moved the separated Skinnies into the corridor. He left Finger with the others.
"Take good care of them."
He handed her the translation computer after it delivered his words for the Skinny captain and his crew.
"I want them to know that there's no subterfuge. They will respond better if they know the boundaries. We won't let them destroy the ship or hurt people. We will respond in kind. As for ultimate use of the ship, I honestly don't know what we'll be able to do with it. Maybe it'll be for returning prisoners back to Skinny World, their home planet."
Finger nodded. "I won't let you down."
"I'm counting on your success. That's why you're here. It takes someone with a bold spirit to give the finger to the enemy instead of, for example, an energy beam. You have the right temperament. Go forth and do great things.
Ares left her standing there and found Daryl and Stacy waiting for him.
"We've talked,"
Stacy said with her hands on her hips, again in full defiance of any authority, perceived or real.
So?
Ares twirled his finger over his head, and his soldiers started the process of moving the prisoners to the airlock for transfer to the shuttle. If it wasn't there, they'd wait at the airlock.
"I'm coming,"
she announced.
Very nice. Maybe your parents will have a say.
"Mom died in an accident 5 years ago."
Stacy's demeanor changed. She stared at the floor while her shoulders sagged.
And your dad doesn't seem to care about you?
Ares asked. He lightly touched her shoulder with his armored hand. She nodded.
He's grieving the loss, too. I suspect you remind him of your mother. We've never had a mascot. Maybe it's time.
He looked at Stubby.
Teacher had a fight.
"Why? Because I'm a woman?"
Stubby shot back.
It's because you're the closest one to her height and size. When we get back to the ship, I'll need 10 laps out of you, stern to bow, top to bottom, and take Stacy with you. She'll learn what it means to find a fence where there is none. Stubby."
"Sir, compliance. I'm sorry."
Ares cut her off with a look. He never cared whether his soldiers were men, women, both, or neither. He cared about one thing, that they could fight.
This is for all humanity. That's why we're out here, if anyone else has lost focus. We've cleared the space station, and now we're going to clear Pan Major. Get your heads in the game. This was easy. Pan Major will be hard, because they've had 2 weeks to dig in, set traps, and you know that's what they're going to do. They're afraid of us. We need them to keep being afraid, and then we're going to hit them with everything we have."
He turned on Stacy and nodded at Stubby.
"You listen to her. She'll keep you alive."
"I'm going into battle?"
Stacy brightened irrationally.
"Get her armor and don't tell anyone. We'll teach her to shoot if the good people can fit her to a suit. You're 10 years old. So what?"
11,
Stacy interjected. Ares waved her off.
"Why are you standing around? Get those prisoners to the airlock."
The soldiers pushed and prodded the mob of Skinnies toward the starboard airlock.
"That was illustrative," Daryl said. "It'll make for a great piece."
Make her 16 in your article, so I don't go to jail for violating child labor laws. And you can be sure we'll be calling her father and getting his blessing before she steps foot in that shuttle."
Ares tried to smile, but the situation had spiraled so far out of his control, he couldn't see a way back. He needed time to think. He needed time alone. He needed to call the governor, and he needed to see Dante. What was the attack on Pan Major going to look like if they couldn't be sure the Skinnies weren't going to destroy their ships en route? Chapter 17. Noise. It must always come back to one's ability in combat. That's all that matters. Ares stood at attention. The force commander sat behind his desk, gripping the edge of it so tightly that his fingers turned white.
"You had your orders. You think you're more important than this command?"
Ares didn't think he thought that, but he had given his opinion priority since he was on the front lines. He saw what the fleet commander hadn't. He also made promises to the Skinnies that he captured.
"I'm waiting for an answer."
The commander changed to drumming his fingers rapidly on the desk.
"We made the strides we've made because of taking captives. Killing the Skinnies wouldn't have warned us that they were able and willing to attack ships. What else are they doing that we need to know? Imagine having a ship that can penetrate Skinny space and give us a look behind the curtain." "We never said you couldn't take captives, but you weren't supposed to leave the crew on board their own ship. Imagine the damage they can do to this fleet if they get loose." "It's an unarmed troop transport. We verified that. I had people in every nook and cranny. I'm sorry the military leaders opted to blow up their control room and themselves. They denied us the intelligence they thought was most valuable. If we're going to fly that ship, then we'll need the crew to fix it. We did a little damage in order to secure it. What I hear you saying, Ares, is that I need to spend more time with you on the front lines.
The commander leaned back and crossed his arms over his taut midsection.
That's not what I said at all. I ask that you trust frontline leaders when they make decisions with information only they have. Your wording sounds better. I trust you with the life of this ship and all the people on it. I don't give that lightly.
Ares nodded.
I appreciate that, sir, and would do nothing to betray it, or all of humanity. There's another issue, which is really the primary issue. Do you know how bad it looks when you bring a young girl aboard this ship? I had enough fighting, and she wasn't taking no for an answer,
Ares replied.
I could tell you a sob story, but I believe she'll carry her own weight aboard this ship. Stubby is providing oversight and training. No harm will befall her during her time on Antilles. You let a 10-year-old dictate terms.
The commander cut through all the noise.
Ares hadn't thought of it like a negotiation. Sounds about right, sir. Except she says she's 11. I would have never guessed you had a soft spot, Ares. You always have your eye on what's most important when it comes to wars, campaigns, and battles. That focus is on humanity. A child like that reminds us what we're fighting for. There's something more important out there than the HFP. It's why we exist. Every single one of us is expendable, as long as we keep Earth safe. Sacrifice for a reason, sir, Ares replied. Dying for no reason is nonsense. Thanks, Ares. I knew I could count on you. Dismissed. No punishment, Ares blurted. What for? If I wanted to punish you, I'd promote you to battle planner. I need you right where you are. Do you intend on taking that child into combat? She'll be helpful. She can get into places that we can't. She can run fast, and we'll be able to keep up. I'm not sure about that. The final decision on her going planet-side is mine and mine alone. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Please say no to her joining my section in combat. The commander laughed. You have no control when it comes to that little girl. You can't tell her no yourself. Doesn't look like it, does it, sir, since she's on this ship? It was phrased as a question, but it wasn't. The more I talk with you, the smarter you get. I'll make my decision before we reach Pan Major. If you don't hear from me, then the decision is yes, she can go. Dismissed, Ares.
Ares took a step back, saluted, and walked out. He found Dante waiting for him with one hand holding Stacy by her collar. Stubby was off to the side, looking helpless.
Care to explain this? Dante said.
Ares pointed at the Force Commander's office.
I just did.
Dante laughed so much he let go of Stacy's collar. She reared back and kicked him in the shin. Stubby caught her as she tried to run off.
What was that for?
Dante demanded.
You were being mean to Ares,
she said, her jaw, and lifted her chin as high as she was able.
How can you be insubordinate without being insubordinate?
He stared at Ares.
You have your mascot do it, then you claim no ability to control the little beast.
Hey!
Stacy shouted. She tried to get at Dante, but Stubby had a tight grip.
Settle down, honey badger,
Ares said. He took a knee to speak to her on her level.
Dante is my boss. You will respect that, and you won't attack him or anyone else. Do you understand me? You knew there were going to be rules when you came with us. These are the rules. You have to live by them. We won't return you to the space station, as that's already well behind us. No. If you become intolerable, we'll send you out the airlock. You can't be a soldier if you find yourself on the wrong end of capital punishment. Maybe that will resonate in that brain of yours. You're way too smart to operate on 100% emotion.
Stop it!
Stubby shook her.
Stacy started to cry. I don't understand any of this,
she blubbered.
Open your eyes and ears and shut your mouth. You'll figure it out. You have an entire section of soldiers who care about you. Live up to their hopes.
Ares and Dante retired to Dante's office and shut the door behind them, leaving Stubby and Stacy in the corridor.
She'll be fine,
Ares said to forestall another negative counseling session.
She's got some spunk,
Dante replied with a smile before sobering.
We put out a general call for volunteers to join the HFP, and not a single soul on Paneth Station responded. She's the only one.
He nodded toward Stacy.
I requested a general conscription.
Ares frowned. He hadn't heard any of that. It had been centuries since the last draft, and that one hadn't gone well. The people rebelled.
The force commander wouldn't do it. Not yet, anyway. If we get our butts handed to us on Pan Major, we'll be back and take every able-bodied adult between the ages of 18 and 30 with us. We're in this for our very survival.
Ares closed his eyes.
How much freedom do we have to sacrifice before our freedom no longer has value? The warrior philosopher,
Dante said barely above a whisper.
You're right, of course. So that means we have to beat the Skinnies. We need to get down to business. Pan Major.
He brought up a three-dimensional representation of the planet.
Human colonists established Pan Major long before Pan Minor. Similar fields and livestock, but more of them covering a greater part of the planet's surface. It's going to be a big challenge, since we are down to a century of sections, and most of those are like yours, not at full strength. A century of depleted sections against the bulk of the Skinny force. We need to know where they are. We found on the station and on Pan Minor that the Skinny soldiers aren't as good as us. Once we minimize the effect of their needle guns, they can't stand against us. I like your confidence, but we're going to need a lot of reconnaissance to make sure we employ our people in the best way. That means I want your Ares command on the ground first, moving fast and scoping the area. It'll be a reconnaissance in force. But your primary objective is to report back to help us deploy the bulk of the HFP to the greatest effectiveness. Then that's what we'll do. Just get me and mine to the planet's surface. We'll do the rest. In other words, compliance. I like your plan, Dante.
Battle Planner Dante laughed until tears ran down his face. Ares remained stone-faced. The universe was expanding while he stood still. He didn't understand what Dante found so funny. When Dante could finally speak, he answered,
This could be the worst of any plan I've ever had. It's simply, send Ares to figure it out.
Ares didn't change expression.
Maybe that's why I like it. The lack of intel regarding the tunnels on Espinar, and the decision not to make the inland sea our landing zone have left me with trust issues.
Dante sobered. He had trust issues too, but wouldn't articulate them. He made a plan that mitigated much of what held them back. Eyes on the ground, with a healthy dose of lethality added.
We will stand by to support you with additional troops if you find yourself with your back against the wall. There are towns and even a city on Pan Major. It looks a lot like Earth, and we'll be fighting the Skinnies. We'll see what it will be like if they ever get to Earth. It should scare the hell out of everyone. You're not anticipating that this will be normal, as in we establish ourselves and then fight. I need 2 shuttles in support to move us around the planet. Assuming the Skinnies are violating the Regulus Treaty, then we will too. The Skinnies had weeks, and there's nothing that we know. We only have unknowns. You'll get all the support you need, Ares. 2 shuttles, and if they're shooting our ships down, then you'll get more. I've heard we have the ability to drop munitions from orbit. If we find them on the planet doing what they shouldn't, we can send a titanium warhead at the speed of heat. It'll hit with the force of 100 kilotons. That's not to be shared with anyone, just like our anti-ship missile defenses. We are not toothless, and humanity never expected the races to comply with Regulus. The fact that they have up until now is a pleasant surprise. The Skinnies and their biological drones pushed the boundaries, and if they are attacking ships, then they've broken the treaty and are fair game. Get your people ready, Ares, including Bo Nair section. They'll be attached to you for the duration of Pan Major. Bring it on, you girlfriend, Ares said. Dante recoiled. What the hell was that? I've been told by our mascot it's the language of the cool kids. I was never a cool kid. You are now, Ares, and don't try to talk like one. It's not you. Don't take any more advice from 10-year-olds. She says she's 11, Ares replied. Compliance. I'll get my sections ready to deploy. Target is 10 days. We'll reach the edge of the system, but will not enter it until we have a clear path to the planet. You'll launch the second we reach orbit, just in case there's an ambush. Sections will be loaded into shuttles just in case. If Antilles gets attacked, we'll send every available ship to the planet's surface. We've already requested reinforcements, but you know they'll take months to arrive, if at all, if the missing resupply and reinforcement armada is anything to go by. You paint a dark picture, Dante. These aren't the brightest of times. Thanks for the laugh. I needed that. I have to get back to load planning. We have an army to get to the planet's surface on a time schedule that you'll determine. Ares knew all the pressure was on him to deliver, and he was okay with that. It would rectify problems he had with previous campaigns, walking the force into an ambush like Cassidy had done. By running the reconnaissance, he could fix the problems of a failed battle planner while continuing in the role he was best suited for. Section Lead. 2 sections under his command. Shock troops to upset careful Skinny planning. Select the battlefield, no matter what the Skinnies had in mind. Force them to reorient. Force them into a situation not of their choosing, and then destroy them. Ares had had enough of the Skinnies. The HFP had been on their heels for too long, reacting. Even though the Skinnies had been on Pan Major for a long time before the force arrived, they hadn't seen what Ares was bringing. Which reminded him, he needed to see the manufacturing section for a couple of special requests. They had 10 days to deliver what he wanted, and he wouldn't take no for an answer.
Chapter 18. Cacophony. Every battle is new and unique, while being exactly the same in the end. Ares stood over the desk.
A periscope. Easy. Need to see out of trenches or around the corners of buildings without sticking our heads out. A tube with 2 90-degree angles and mirrors. The computer has to have a design where you can press print and have it in under 2 minutes. I'll need 30 of them. The next one is harder. A tethered drone. We'll use them to see even farther. Give us a view from 10 meters high while still being attached to the ground, so we're in compliance with the Regulus Treaty.
The trench periscopes are easy, the clerk said from behind his desk. The tethered drones? Whoa, that's asking for something we don't have. We'll have to implement a little R&D on that one. Give it a trial, too. We don't have enough time. Ares leaned over the desk.
Then make the time. I'm going to be on that planet alone. I need the view a tethered drone will provide. This is non-negotiable. Did you get an order from Dante to give me what I want?
The clerk didn't know. Ares hadn't asked Dante for these tools, but if the clerk called, Dante would see the wisdom and approve them. At least, that's what Ares hoped.
I'll check. Get me my drones. I don't need many. 1 for each point soldier and 1 for each section lead. 6 of them. And I'll need them in 9 days to give us 1 day to train with them before deployment. We need this equipment. We're down in personnel, so we have to make the most of every soldier who suits up and goes planetside. This will help. We have to get better at what we do, and that means information. We grew too used to going without, since we were so much better than our enemies, almost invincible. That's no longer the case. Help us to be better. I'll be back to check on your progress.
Ares waved on his way out. He trusted the man would call Dante, and then he'd get to work on what Ares wanted, a periscope and a tethered drone. Most of the time, soldiers had simple needs. The rest of the time, they required a complex level of support. Ares insisted on extra equipment. As far as the pending tactical situation, Ares and his people were the focus of main effort. All eyes were on him. He stopped at the phone in the corridor and called Dante to ask the battle planner to follow up with the manufacturing team.
I want that stuff. Then you'll have it. I'll rustle up more support from the force commander and ship captain. You'll get what you want. You have priority over everything. Get your sections ready to go.
Yes, sir.
That's all Ares needed to hear. He headed to his section's training room, where he found himself alone. He asked for the shipwide and summoned his section, along with Bonaire's. He pulled up the map of Pan Major and plans for each of the towns and the one city. This was a human colony. They had everything they needed to know about the terrain. They had building plans for each individual structure. When it came to shaping the battlefield, Ares had the intricate knowledge necessary to pick the best vantage points, lines of fire, optimal settings for artillery and mortars, double jeopardy kill zones. He studied the maps and continued his examination while his people filed in. Bonaire's section arrived last, and all at once. Ares left the images on the screen. He took inventory of his people. Wheel 3, called Ragnar Jr., was still recovering from his wounds. Finger wasn't there either, along with 2 of the swing soldiers from the section that lost their lead on the space station. Frodo had taken the rest of the soldiers as his section, only to be reassigned to Ares' section because of how few soldiers remained. In the end, none of the new section leads received soldiers. The HFP had given up hope that reinforcements would arrive. They planned for battle with the soldiers on board Antilles and the supplies on board the other ships in the fleet. There had been no restock with fresh food from Pan Minor. There had been no transfer of goods from Paneth Station. They fought with dwindling supplies and, worse, dwindling numbers of soldiers. Despite winning every battle and every campaign against Skinny proxies or the Skinnies themselves, humanity was losing the war. Reality dove deep into Ares' mind, but he had the ultimate trump card to play. He was leading soldiers against the Skinnies. He called the shots and made the instantaneous battlefield decisions. That was where he was most at home. He only needed to convince the soldiers coming with him that they were the scalpels to carve the heart out of the Skinny war machine. Frodo, Tin Man, Sailor Man, Stubby, Misfire, Pogo, George, and Drippy. Swings 2, 3, 4, and 5, formerly of Lander section, and swings 6 through 10, formerly of Frodo section. There was a new Wheel 4 from Frodo's soldiers. Stacy was there too, right next to Stubby and Quiet, for a change. Bonaire brought 10 soldiers, 3 points, 3 wheels, and 6 swings.
Ares.
He stepped forward to greet the section lead assigned to him.
A word,
Bo requested. Ares nodded, and the two went into the corridor, closing the door behind them.
I'm told that I'm attached to your section. I just want you to know that I'm good following your orders. But if you go down, I'll take over, not one of your people.
Then let's make sure neither of us go down. I'll tell Frodo to defer. I have 4 other section leads in there. Leads with no soldiers. The HFP has been gutted, yet we are still going into battle. A new campaign in a continuing war. The one thing we have to do, no matter who is in charge, is fight. Fight as if all humanity is depending on us. Because they are. If we lose this region of space, which cuts deep and gives the Skinnies a straight shot at Earth. We have a century plus of soldiers. That's it.
Bo had been ready for the sobering truth, but Ares' intensity made his breath catch. Everything they did, and every step they took, was for the greater good. There would be no do-overs. Just like every battle, this one was for it all. And just like every previous battle, they had to win, no matter the cost. A sobered Bonaire returned to the training room.
Pay attention. We're chopped to Ares' section, and we'll train as he says. We'll fight as he directs, and we'll win, as he has done every time his boots hit the ground.
Bo's section cheered and gave a fist pump.
Part of being able to fight, Ares started, is being tired. You'll be tired from the second you land until you fall asleep on the shuttle back to the ship. We have to replicate that before we attempt any movement drills or conduct live fire training. 20 laps, stern to bow. From deck 12 at the bottom to deck 1 at the top. Then we'll train to fire mortars. Every soldier in my section carries a mortar. And you'll carry a skinny needle gun too, along with your Mark 71s, a maximum load of grenades, and 12 rockets for the mortar. We're going to be heavy, because there will be no support until we've cleared the way. We'll train to go 72 hours without sleep, because that's the time I've seen it take to make or break a battle. Frodo, lead the way. On me and keep up, Frodo called out as he jogged to the door. Bo didn't join the others. You too, Ares said, and gestured for him to go.
Are you kidding?
No, catch up and keep up. I've already run today, and I'll run again when the soldiers are using the range. There's nothing more important than being in shape. It makes everything else possible.
Compliance.
Bo wasn't trying to be an upstart. He learned a little differently from Ares. But now, it was time to learn from the best. He bolted out the door and sprinted down the corridor to catch the fading sounds of the 2 sections racing up the stairs. Ares went to see the armorers to put in his request for needle guns and mortars. He needed a total of 32 of each. After the recovery of men and material from Antares 4, they had an abundance of surplus weaponry. The armor section had a vast number of extra combat suits as well. It was the trial of attrition. More equipment than soldiers to wear and wield it. Darrell intercepted Ares at the armory. Did I miss anything?
Everything. You should be running if you're going with us.
I don't have to be ready for combat when I get to the end of the foot race, so I'll pass. And I know you. You'll just leave me if I fall behind. It's incumbent upon me to keep up.
You know that when you're with me, I'm charged with your safety. I'd rather not have a member of my section who can't keep up. You'd slow us all down. So you need to join the group and get running. There are 2 very basic reasons that you might appreciate. Chow tastes so much better when you're hungry, and you'll sleep like a champ. For reference, even the kid is running with them.
I noticed you aren't. Darrow tried to be an upstart.
I ran this morning, and I'll run again this afternoon. I'll run faster and farther than the section. Do you want to join me instead?
Ares knew his answer. This question and the entire conversation were rhetorical. I'm not going to join either you or your soldiers, but I get your point. He motioned toward the weapons. What you got going on?
Max,
Ares replied in the simplest of ways. Max who? Darrell was confused.
Max Firepower. He's every soldier's friend on the battlefield.
Ares figured this would be a quote in one of Darrell's future articles. Very funny. Will I get a weapon? I've carried before, for self-defense, of course.
Are you going to run with the soldiers?
No. Darrell was adamant.
Then you won't get a weapon. Can't burden you any further than hauling your own bulk around.
I'm not fat. I'm healthy. Ares drew the symbol for infinity in the air before Darrell's chest.
May the originator free you from your burden of pride. One must get dirty to till the soil, and ultimately harvest the crop. Have a nice day, Darrell.
I knew you were a holy roller, but I never mentioned that in my article because it turns people off, Darrell announced loudly.
There are no atheists in combat, Darrell. We fight for all humanity. We fight with a higher purpose. My companion is the originator. He provides solace and support. You should look outside yourself every now and then. See that people are unique. To each their own, or something like that.
Ares walked a few steps and stopped.
You would paint belief in a higher being in a negative light? Journalistic judgment guiding society's morals. No wonder the youth of today are so confused and screwed up.
Ares left the reporter to it. The armorer crossed his arms and glared. What weapons are they taking? The armorer shrugged. He wasn't answering any of Darrell's questions. He didn't like the man for the simple fact that Ares didn't like him. A soldier. Darrell wasn't welcome. Despite the positive article he had written about Ares, with more to come, all glowing with praise. But Darrell had a gift, and that was to rub people the wrong way.
It's what drove him to being a reporter in the first place, and it's what motivated his editor to send him into space. Ares left the reporter behind and went to the armor repair section. When he entered, they called the technicians to the front. Ares shifted uncomfortably.
"Your armor is in perfect working order," one blurted. "We added small extensions to the knees and midsection. They stick out a little so they don't interfere with movement, but they should deflect a greater percentage of energy weapons. As for the needle guns, I fear there's not much we could do without doubling the weight of your suit."
Ares raised an eyebrow. "Thank you." He always gave the armor techs input when he saw them. It was probably annoying, since there wasn't much they could do. But these weren't normal times. There weren't enough active soldiers to keep them busy. Refurbishing suits of those who had passed was mostly an automated process, re-establishing them to factory settings. But active soldiers had their quirks and individual intricacies that required more attention to detail. "I look forward to testing and confirming your upgrades."
"We lost very few on the space station. What made it different?"
"Ergonomics," Ares replied. "The Skinnies were hunched over and constantly at a disadvantage. We hit them fast and hard. They couldn't respond. Plus, the station residents put up a fight by dropping emergency bulkheads in their way. They didn't make it through the central core, but the Skinnies killed civilians caught on the outside of the inner security zone. It suggested they didn't rate the mercy they refused to grant unarmed civilians." The armor techs were never prepared for the realities of combat that Ares delivered, but they appreciated his candor. War wasn't glamorous. It was primal violence, industrialized and repeated. "It had to be done," Ares continued. "We couldn't allow a single Skinny to remain on the station. That's human real estate in human space."
"I heard we have Skinny prisoners," another technician ventured.
Ares looked at him but didn't answer. That confirmed the tech's suspicions.
"We do."
Ares turned to the head technician. "Are you working on armor for a child?"
"Dicey? Yes. We're almost ready with the modifications. Believe it or not, we had a single suit that fit her, but we wanted to allow room for expansion as she's still growing. Overlapping plates, like a centipede might have."
He waved at one of his people. Centipede. That reminded Ares of the Scutigerans and the bite they took out of his knee. He rubbed his knee at the thought of the injury. The young woman rushed away. The delivery system whirred as it moved the heavy armor around the space from station to station. When Ares saw it, he shook his head. Stacy would be coming with them. The suit looked to be fully functional, even with the fresh, arc-weld trails. It was her size. Why they had one that size was beyond him, but that didn't matter. He was taking an 11-year-old wisp of a firebrand into combat. All his soldiers were required to fight. Would he be able to hold her accountable and keep her from putting others at risk? He tasked Stubby with keeping her under control. How much would that affect Stubby's ability to deliver firepower on target? Stacy was a conundrum. A child, but a fighter. She proved that on the space station, leading Ares' section to the enemy and moving around while under fire. She remained unperturbed. He stared at the combat armor. The technician talked through the changes and the upgrades to optimize it for a child's body, but Ares didn't hear any of it. How was he to teach a child the best ways to kill an enemy? It was immoral and unethical. But this was the far edge of space where normal rules didn't apply, and their reinforcements hadn't arrived. This was the fight for all humanity. Still, if he could leave her and Daryl behind, he could focus on his mission. Distractions were phenomenally bad when it came to battle. His new challenge would be how to keep both of them on Antilles. Stacy would be furious, but he could deal with that much better than her death. "Thanks for your work on that," Ares said without any emotion. While the tech had been going over Stacy's suit, they brought out Ares' armor. It had been the standard metal color as the other suits, but now it was a non-reflecting gunmetal gray with a modeling that kept him from focusing. The armor drew 100% of his attention.
"I see you've discovered our dirty little secret," the lead technician said, as if the color pattern had been hidden. "We pulled the technique from the Antigeneses armor.
This would help them stay invisible to sensors. It's also effective at reducing mid-range visual acquisition.
They can't see me on sensors.
If they use the same as we do, then no. Visually, the suit will be invisible beyond an estimated 300 yards.
Do it for all my people, in Bonaire Section 2. Being able to move without detection will greatly increase our chances. Greatly, he emphasized. He pointed at Stacy's small suit. And that one, too. Invisible was her best option for survival if he couldn't keep her from going.
Chapter 19. Arrival. Sometimes, it's not possible to understand what you see. Ares had driven the two sections to near exhaustion before giving them 24 hours to recuperate. The fleet's arrival in the Pan Major system was imminent. The ships traveled through the wormhole into the system, but immediately turned 180 degrees to head away from the planet designated Pan Major. They launched a barrage of drones into the system to see every speck of space dust or larger between the wormhole and the planet. The fear of a Skinny attack on the ship was real and nearly overwhelming. Going in with their eyes wide open was the only viable strategy. Trust was no longer on the table. The Skinnies had violated the Regulus Treaty in more ways than could be counted. The fleet was responsible for its own self-protection, and not through a document signed by the sentient races. That meant reconnaissance and ready firepower. Ares waited on the command deck with Dante and the Force Commander, but none of the HFP soldiers were in charge. That was the transport ship's captain, also serving as the fleet captain. The information arrived and built a three-dimensional picture of the system. Asteroids, space debris, and human satellites orbiting Pan Major were delineated and separated from the Skinny fleet that mostly orbited the system's only habitable planet. Between the planet and the wormhole, a vessel that had never been seen before sat in the shadow of a gas giant's moon. It was sleek but oversized. It wasn't based on known Skinny designs. It looked nothing like the 5 ships that had been taken over at Paneth Station.
Target that ship, but we won't fire first. Defensive weapons hot, offensive weapons on hold,
the captain ordered, sounding as if space combat were commonplace. It had never happened before, yet they'd trained, just in case, and were ready. 2 smaller vessels surged in front of the fleet. Ares assumed those were munitions carriers. Small to limit the damage in case of an accident. There was only so much ammunition the HFP could afford to lose. The ammunition was spread throughout the fleet, with the bulk of it on those 2 ships. But after 4 campaigns without resupply, their ammo load had to be low. That left them as nimble and fast gunships, with a couple of torpedoes or railguns, or something they weren't supposed to be armed with.
Are those trying to draw fire?
Ares asked.
Dante shrugged. Some of that, and some of it to get in position for a shot. Both those ships have dual railguns available to fire plasma at 0.1 C. That's 10% the speed of light. Even a glancing blow will hit like a nuke. 2 or more rounds on target, and it should destroy just about any ship out here. The railguns don't show up on explosive scans, looking for nukes or other prohibited weaponry.
What about mines?
Ares was anxious about things out of his control. He used to take it in stride so much better, but this enemy had created conditions.
Space is a really big place. Mines are effective only if the flight route is predictable. Since we hit nothing outside the wormhole, we're going to guess that there are no mines until maybe orbit, but our probes would have picked them up wherever they were in the system.
The icons representing the 2 ammunition resupply vessels moved farther apart while both closing on the hidden Skinny vessel.
My compliments to the probe builders. We wouldn't have seen that ship otherwise,
Ares posited. The Force Commander and the Battle Planner watched the ship captain closely. The way he managed the approach to an engagement. It had never been done before by humans in space, yet he was handling it masterfully. When the Skinny ship realized it had been seen, it fired its engines and moved out from behind the moon. It angled away from one of the human gunships and toward the other. The second retreated to draw the Skinny ship out, while the first accelerated toward its flank, The skinny ship corkscrewed through space, making increasingly wider circles, until it passed the second gunship. The first changed direction, angling to stay 90 degrees from the skinny direction of flight. The second gunship rotated tail over nose and accelerated after the skinny vessel. The game of cat and mouse was underway, neither willing to shoot first. The skinny ship turned 90 away from both gunships and headed directly toward Antilles. Ares took an involuntary step backward.
Begin maneuvers. Execute Sierra pattern 5 degrees to the Z-axis,
the captain said calmly. He took a drink from his coffee while watching the screen. The only indication of nerves was that he wasn't blinking. He stared until he couldn't look anymore, then blinked quickly, then he stared again. A flight officer confirmed. Defensive weapons are ready to fire.
Very well,
the captain replied. The ship barrel rolled through space. The view of the system spiraling with a nauseating twist should one fixate on the live feed on the main screen.
Get your people ready, Ares. We're going to end this, and you're going planet-side to carry out your mission.
Compliance.
Ares strode toward the exit from the bridge. He risked one last glance at the skinny ship. It appeared to be following Antilles' gyrations. The two gunships followed as closely as they could, while angling away, to keep Antilles from being in the background should they need to shoot. Once in the corridor, Ares hurried to the nearest phone and called the training room.
Load up,
he told Bo, and report to the hangar bay.
Compliance,
the section lead said, with nearly too much enthusiasm. Ares visualized the group running to get their armor. Ares already had his on, which had drawn many looks from the staff. It gave him a sense of pride to wear the newest and best armor. He was the model for all soldiers, but like he'd already done, his soldiers also wore the new camouflage armor. They also had periscopes to look around corners or into rooms, though despite the level of pressure he put on the manufacturing team, they'd only been able to deliver 2 drones. He'd make do. It was better than exposing himself to the enemy when taking a look. Now he had 2 different methods of seeing. With the needle guns, they hadn't needed more saber rounds, but he made sure one was assigned to each soldier as well, plus 1 flechette round and 6 high-explosive rockets. The flechettes were untried, but in an urban environment, he had no doubt they'd find a use for them. The armory couldn't produce more. Supplies were running low. They were supposed to have been resupplied by now. The raw materials had to come from somewhere. If no resupply, then they needed to survey and exploit an asteroid belt or make arrangements with human colonies to purchase their excess. That was, until the Skinnies arrived and took the fresh foodstuffs. It was Ares' job to determine how the HFP could put an end to this incursion. Ares joined the line of 30 soldiers getting their weapons and ammunition. Stacy wore her armor, just like everyone else.
No weapon for you,
Ares told her.
But I learned to shoot,
she shot back. Ares shook his head.
If you carry a weapon, you're a legitimate target. They still may shoot you, but at least it wouldn't be called for. And I personally am having a hard time taking you into combat. There is no doubt we're going to engage the Skinnies. We're going to kill them while they're trying to kill us. You don't need to be a part of that.
I'm going. They said I could go.
She crossed her arms and assumed her defiant pose.
I know. That's why you're going, but you aren't going to carry a weapon. It doesn't mean we won't find ourselves in a situation where everyone will be shooting back. In that case, pick up the weapon of someone who fell. All other times, we'll need you as the eyes and ears of the section. That is a more important responsibility than shooting. You have to see what there is to see. If you're looking to shoot, then you'll miss something. That's why our point soldiers have heavier armor, because they take incoming fire while they're watching and not shooting. You will contribute. Do you understand me?
But...
Ares held her rebellious stare until she looked away.
Fine.
Stubby, keep her in line. I'll freeze her suit and leave her behind if she adds risk to any of my soldiers.
Compliance,
Stubby said with a curt nod. She knew her role and embraced it.
What do you mean, freeze my suit?
Rebellion had returned.
The section leader can limit your suit functions. If he so chooses, you won't be able to do anything except breathe. His determination is instantaneous and complete.
She stared at Ares.
Don't you dare do that.
I'm about ready to do that right now. You will do as you're told. Will you stay on this ship?
Ares snapped back. He took a step toward her, and she backpedaled so quickly she ran into another soldier and nearly fell.
That goes for every soldier here.
Ares' tone allowed for no misinterpretation. Stubby leaned close.
There is only one standard, and you have to abide by it, just like I do. We're not going to let you get hurt, but you could get hurt all the same. It would be dangerous down there.
Bo glanced back and forth between the child and Ares. He didn't look amused. Ares strolled to the front.
Save it for the enemy,
Ares said softly.
They're down there on the planet with human families. Civilians. Having one who can relate to traumatized children could come in handy.
Bo scowled.
Civilians? They need to be out of the way. What they need, and how they actually are, is going to be widely different. Expect the Skinnies to use them as shields. Whether on purpose or inadvertently doesn't matter. This is going to be hard. Our grenades may not get used at all. We can't hurt our own.
Bo's features relaxed, and he reluctantly nodded.
I know. That's what makes this one different and hard. Much harder.
The line shuffled past the counter, where they received their weapons and ammunition. They loaded their vests, harnesses, and backpacks. The heavy ammo load didn't leave room for much else. Bo's point had a drone, along with Tin Man. Ares opted not to be the one tethered to the device. He had to be more mobile.
Hangar deck,
Ares told Misfire, who stood there looking confused. He brightened.
Compliance. And 32 extra water bladders. Requisition them when you get down there.
Misfire hurried out the door, while those already with their weapons waited in the corridor. The soldiers pounded after Misfire. One by one, they finished at the counter and headed for the stairs down. The armorer looked at Stacy. She appeared hopeful. He glanced at Ares, who shook his head.
You don't get a rifle, but what you can have is a knife. You always have to have a way to defend yourself.
Ares smiled at the armorer. He reached under the counter and pulled an old-style combat knife. It had nearly a 20-centimeter blade with a blood groove and sharp turn toward its point. Stacy hoisted it, checking for balance and feel. Her fingers were long, but they didn't extend all the way around the hilt. She tucked it away without looking at Ares. Stubby patted her shoulders to let her know it was okay. Stubby loaded up, and they ran for the hangar bay. Ares was last.
"Do you have anything special for me?"
he asked, more as a joke than anything else. He expected nothing more than weapons that were in perfect firing condition. The armorer looked both ways before crooking his finger for Ares to lean close.
"There's only one of these babies. Bring it back, please. Well, if you can."
He pulled a short, stubby weapon from under the counter. It looked like the mortar, but had a wider tube. He slid 4 massive rounds across the counter to join it. Ares pointed at it and shrugged.
"If you have a dug-in enemy, you drop one of these rounds over top and rain smart projectiles onto them from above. Just dial in a general range here."
He pointed at a setting on each round, 50 meters to 500.
"Aim about 30 to 40 meters above the target and boom. You want off the longer range shots. These things are heavy."
The armorer beamed with his revelation. It was like he was handing over his favorite toy. Ares hefted the rounds. They were at least 1 kilogram each. The weight wasn't as bad as the space they took up. He couldn't carry 4 weapons and all their ammo. He slid the needle gun back across the counter, along with the ammunition for it.
"If you shoot them in the neck, the Mark 71 does just fine,"
Ares told the man. He shifted the weapons, adjusting them so he could pull the one of his choice when he wanted it. The rounds were a different issue. The new ones didn't fit anywhere except inside his backpack. He loaded 1 round and stuffed the other 3 into his pack. He was out of space before getting an extra water bladder. He took 2 HE rockets out and put them on the counter.
"I'll do my best to bring this thing back, If it works as advertised, you'll be saving lives.
That's the goal? The armor saluted. Always improving our ability to support soldiers like you?
Ares returned his salute and headed out. He wasn't sure who had provided the request for this weapon, but it made sense if the Skinnies were dug in. It would have been useful in other battles. In an urban environment, if they were hunkered down behind a wall, Ares would be happy to rain explosive projectiles on their comfy digs. The grim satisfaction of having the upper hand warmed Ares' heart. His soldiers were going in heavy, including him. He'd squeezed the bladder into the space where the 2 HE rockets had been, but with his ammunition packed tightly, it would be harder to remove, and that meant time. Time was the great equalizer on an active battlefield. Move and shoot. Keep moving. That philosophy had kept him alive through firefights where he shouldn't have made it. Move faster. Shoot better. In the hangar bay, Bo's section and his were together, but not in the loading zone. They were off to the side, where the loadmaster waited. Together they watched an information screen. Ares looked over their heads to watch the engagement between the Skinny ship and the human fleet. The 2 gunships trailed it as it flew toward Antilles, where it finally launched a pair of missiles. Less than 2 seconds later, the gunship hammered it with railgun fire that impacted the ship in milliseconds. The Skinny ship came apart, breaking into 2 pieces. The aft section erupted in a blinding flash when the reactor went supercritical and exploded. The human gunships pulled away and accelerated after the missiles, but there was no way manned ships could survive the G-forces of a rocket. Antilles unleashed a barrage of fire into the oncoming path of the missiles. They didn't maneuver or take any action to defeat the defensive fire. The Skinnies had planned to catch enemies that weren't prepared to violate the Regulus Treaty. The first missile puffed when the rounds impacted its nose cone. It lost propulsion and started to tumble, but the second missile continued through the defensive fire, accelerating once it was clear. The gunships fired, bracketing the weapon with endless streams of plasma. Antilles fired again from defensive systems in multiple locations around the ship. An emergency klaxon sounded.
"Helmets on and button up,"
Ares shouted, while slapping his helmet on his head and securing it to his armor. He activated his internal air supply. If they lost atmosphere, his people would be protected for a while. Defensive fire peppered the missile after adjusting for the increased speed. It split longitudinally, and pieces streamed from it, but it didn't explode. The surviving parts disappeared from the visual. Ares' muscles tightened with the expectation of an impact and explosion. The emergency klaxon sped up with increased urgency. Bulkheads slammed into place, separating the ship into smaller containment units. That was the last warning to the ship's crew and passengers that they needed to be in shelter. There was no more time to run. A loud clang and the screech of ruptured metal announced the impact better than any alarm system. The far end of the hangar bay buckled and split, with metal shards and debris spraying through the opening. Chapter 20. Landfall. Challenges rise and fall like the tide. Ares ran toward the breach. He didn't think the others would follow, but they did. All of them. 31 soldiers, a child, and a reporter raced after him. Toward the problem. It may not have been the smartest move. The deck crew rallied. Those who had already put on environmental suits grabbed emergency breach supplies to close the holes stealing the atmosphere from the hangar bay. Ares seized the largest chunk of the missile and tried to pick it up, but it was too bulky. Frodo grabbed the far end, and together they manhandled the piece toward the bay door. It had been protected by an energy screen, but with the rapid decompression, that was no longer necessary. At least the artificial gravity was still in place. The soldiers picked up other pieces of the failed missile and hauled them toward the opening. Ares and Frodo tossed the piece into space. The rest of the soldiers followed their lead. They watched the metallic hunk spin into the void.
"That may not have been the smartest thing to do,"
Bo said after throwing his section into space.
"I know. Unexploded ordnance makes me nervous. Better off the ship than on, though."
Plasma cutters fired up, and the deck crew started cutting the torn decking away. The ship lurched, just enough to let them know it was moving. Antilles accelerated toward Pan Major. A bright flash nearby sent shrapnel flying into the ship through the open hangar door. The soldiers were peppered, But the shrapnel wasn't from the penetrator or the hardest parts of the missile, and also wasn't from the explosive, but the propellant. The brightness burned and the largest part of the missile spiraled away. Ducking or turning their backs, the soldiers weathered the shrapnel shower. Stacy turned and ran across the hangar bay deck. Stubby raced after her and caught her before she reached the bulkhead, which she wouldn't have been able to open. Structural integrity and atmosphere needed to be restored in the hangar bay first. Ares hoped that was enough for Stacy to abandon her dream of being a soldier.
To the breach. We'll assist as needed.
Ares waved the soldiers to where the deckhands were working. With the combat armor, the soldiers could move large steel plates and hold them while others welded them into place. Sometimes too many hands slowed a process, but not in this case. The deck crew needed all the help they could get. There hadn't been enough environmental suits to keep the entire crew in the bay. Those who stayed had more work than they could do. Stubby returned with Stacy, and they busied themselves with moving welding rods around and keeping hoses from tangling. Darrell stood outside those laboring to secure the breach. He pointed his helmet in one direction and then the next, recording it all. The soldiers worked in tandem with the crew to restore the hangar bay to full functionality. Despite their combined efforts, time slowed while the ship roared on an arc that would deliver them to the planet. The gunships appeared in front and led the way to Pan Major, where the Skinny fleet waited. While plasma torches cut away the warped decking, arc welders delivered new beads to secure metal plates to the deck to restore hull integrity. The tension was high. Everyone worked in their own silence. Frodo activated his radio.
Wheel 4, are you there?
That's me,
a voice answered.
You didn't die. Thank the originator for that.
Others chuckled into their microphones.
What's that about?
In the last 3 campaigns, no Wheel 4 survived first contact. 3 for 3, boarded in the first shots.
Why are you telling me something like that? Do you want me to die? You suck.
Hold on, Lucky. You're the first one, and deserve to be revered, and you're still being alive. You have a gift, my friend.
Ares?
Wheel 4 asked, looking for support.
What?
Ares replied.
They're harassing me and making me feel uncomfortable,
he said in a weak voice. While saying the words, he realized how it made him sound.
So? Survive and prove them wrong. Do you have your food, ammunition, and water?
Yes, sir.
Then what else do you need?
I guess nothing.
Wheel 4 sounded defeated.
You need to have a good attitude. You've been named Lucky because that's you. The other Wheel 4 soldiers weren't. Do your job. That's all I ask of any soldiers in my section. Welcome aboard.
He was one of the soldiers from Frodo's section who had been put under Ares for this operation. Would he still be standing at the end? That was the question Ares always did his best to answer. Keeping his people alive had risen in importance to him, and wasn't enough to accomplish the mission. Pyrrhic victories were no victories at all. Bringing as many of his soldiers as possible back to the ship appealed to him. He had never mindlessly approached the fulfillment of his missions, but it was even more important now that reinforcements hadn't arrived, and might not for months. The Skinnies had already whittled the HFP to a shadow of its former self.
Fight to win, people. We go planetside the second we arrive, even if the heavies want to duke it out. There are civilians down there subject to whatever the Skinnies are doing to them. They are counting on us, more than anyone on Earth who remains blissfully unaware of what we do. The settlers on Pan Major need us more than we need to do anything aboard this ship. Stick with it, and I'll pull you off when we're ready to load up.
Ares checked in with the loadmaster. He twirled his finger in the air and pointed at the shuttle.
Time to go, people,
Ares announced via the radio. The soldiers passed their work to the deckhands who were sealing the metal plates to the deck. It was all welding. Arcs and sparks flew from the tips of the welders as they diligently worked on repairing the damage. Ares directed the soldiers into the shuttle, which was configured for max packs. a full load of soldiers without additional cargo. 34 seats. Ares opted to stand. Ares' command was inside a metal box with no view of the outside, the skinny ships, or the planet. It reinforced Ares' fear. He had zero control in a situation where the lives of his soldiers were at risk. They were subject to the whims of space combat. It was terrifying. That's why humanity and the other races negotiated the Regulus Treaty. An explosive decompression was no way for a sentient being to end its life. Ares took a knee in the shuttle's central aisle.
Originator, hear my prayer. Deliver us to the planet safely, so we may battle the enemy for your honor.
The only thing he wanted was to step on solid ground. The ship had its allure since it carried the HFP from planet to planet, and was the only place to get hot food that Ares had been to. Sometimes the little things were the biggest things. All they could do was wait, and it grated on Ares' soul. The relative nature of time reared its ugly head. The seconds slowed to become interminable. That was the time for soldiers to do what they did best. They all fell asleep. A soft shake roused Ares from his slumber. Stacy leaned over him. He had hoped she'd left the shuttle. Hurry up and wait wasn't something children were good at. Ares wasn't either, but he could feign indifference.
We're heading toward the planet. The pilot says you might want to hang on.
She looked concerned. Ares was sprawled in the aisle. He could have been dead. No one would have been the wiser. He gave her the thumbs up, and she returned to her seat. Ares pulled himself to his feet. He hadn't felt the shuttle leave the ship. The pilot's helmet was on, so they were all environmentally contained. The shuttle could have pressurized, and probably was, but no one bothered to unmask. It meant that short-range radio would work. Ares contacted the pilot.
Can you give me an update, please?
We broadcast a bunch of stuff in the Skinny language when we approached. There was some kind of parlay, and both of us are in orbit on opposite sides of the planet. Did you know we had gunships? Damn! I'm going to apply to fly one of those instead of shuttle duty.
Shuttle duty is important, Ares replied. You determine if we live or die.
I don't make any decisions. I drop you off where they tell me. I pick you up where and when they tell me. I'm nothing more than a shuttle pilot. Those gunships! Did you see them engage? Counter-battery fire, defensive fire, offensive fire. They put that skinny ship in its place.
The shuttle bumped and jerked violently the instant it reached the upper atmosphere. Ares hung on, activating the clamps on his boots to help him stay rooted to the deck. The handrails bent ever so slightly under his grip, and the G-forces as he went under threat of being tossed around. The others bounced within their seats, but the harnesses kept them in place. As always, the buffeting ended as quickly as it arrived.
We're dropping you off at the spaceport of the main city. It's fairly modern. I don't see any Skitty shuttles on my scopes, but the tower isn't responding to my calls. The enemy either took it out or it took the people out. In either case, I'm dusting off. Once your sections are out, I'm back into the sky. I'm to hold at Angels 3 and watch for your report via narrow laser.
I don't have a narrow laser comm unit.
Ares was instantly alarmed. He hadn't been equipped with what he needed for the mission.
I have the standard high-beam white light.
Crew chief has 4 units.
As if the crew chief was listening in, he appeared and handed a unit to Ares, who declined because it was completely out of space in his pack or on his harness.
Stubby, Bo, Tin Man, and Bo's .1.
He pointed them out, and the crew chief handed over the units. They knew how to use them, and looked them over while running a quick system check to make sure they worked. All 4 gave the thumbs up.
Landing in 5,
the pilot announced. No other support was coming. It was Ares' responsibility to determine what and where additional forces would be best utilized. He was to see what there was to see, learn all he could about the Skinny force on Pan Major. His personal mission included saving as many humans as possible. The Skinnies were willing to slaughter them, but they were also willing to take hostages, whatever best suited them at the moment. Ares was going to make their presence on Pan Major as unpleasant as possible, especially for those that killed civilians. Ares had already prayed to the originator, but he reiterated a silent prayer now that they were almost planet-side. He could feel his heartbeat, steady and strong. His mind was crystal clear. The nap had served him well. No matter how long or short it had been, he had no idea.
"You okay? Ready to run?"
Ares asked Stacy.
"Yes, sir,"
she said, and gave a mock salute.
"You didn't ask me,"
Daryl interjected. Ares stared at him for a moment before moving to the exit hatch. The shuttle angled sharply, accelerated, then abruptly pulled up. "Go!" the pilot shouted. Ares popped the hatch and bolted into the sunshine. He was happy it wasn't raining. He had seen enough of that to last a lifetime. Ares stopped 10 meters from the ship and directed his troops outboard in a semicircle based off the side of the shuttle. There was a little cover out here. It was the edge of a large landing field. Cargo ships needed space to land and take off, but the shuttle pilot didn't drop them in the completely unprotected center. When the last two were off, the shuttle headed skyward until it became little more than a dot hovering above them. It would remain there until fuel ran low, and then it would be replaced. They would provide no fire support, acting only as a communication relay, although the replacement shuttle would have at least one section of soldiers on board, just in case. Ares would request them, unless he found no Skinnies. He doubted that. They were here, in this city, and they were out there too, spread across the land. Ares oriented himself. This wasn't a gleaming metal and glass city like one would find on Earth. It was colonial, brick and wood, with minimal metal highlights. It was more utilitarian, as expected on the frontier, even if this was a major colony, one of the biggest in humanity's march to the stars. Ares signaled the vector for a standard inverted V formation at the double time. Bo was on the left flank with his section, and Ares soldiers were on the right. Stacy, Stubby, and Daryl were in the middle. Ares took off running. He didn't go as fast as he could, because he didn't want to leave people behind, but he needed to get them out of the open and closer to the city, where they'd orient and break into 2 separate elements, and then into 4 more. Smaller groups were harder to hit. A mass of more than 30 soldiers should never be in one place at one time. Ares aimed to rectify that the second they reached the city 2 kilometers away. Like Pan Minor, crops covered the landscape as far as the eye could see, with trees scattered randomly. The cultivation they ran through was intact. Ares adjusted his heading to run between the rows and minimize the damage done to the peppers, still green and small. They were a ways off being ripe for harvest, but they would get there if humans were able to get into the fields. No people or equipment were working in what Ares figured was the middle of their day. What had the Skinnies done to the population? Learning that answer would fulfill Ares' 2 mission objectives. Freeing them would be another, although ancillary. His purpose was to learn, not to engage if he could avoid it. He knew he'd have a hard time with that as long as he was certain there was no trap. He'd engage and destroy the enemy to free the humans. Leaving them in Skinny custody was one step too far for him, but that was from a pie-in-the-sky view of the world. On the ground, situations were far different than imagined. Facts were limited to what a soldier could see. Speculation would lead a soldier in the direction of fear. An irrigation ditch stood between the field and the city. Ares jumped into this and crouched behind a berm that kept the water contained. In front of him, the city spread hundreds of meters to the left and right, plus more than that in depth. It was a major city, 2 kilometers by 5 kilometers, if the charts and information on board Antilles had been correct. Ares directed Bone Air section to fan out to his left and take cover in the ditch. He gestured for Bo to join him. Ares sent his own people out to the right. They splashed into the water and dropped down. Stacy hesitated. Stubby dragged her down. She'd probably never been in a tub of water or swimming pool. Fear, if nothing else, she'd learn to fear Stubby, who couldn't afford the luxury of hesitation. Being the only soldier standing made for a juicy target should any Skinnies be looking their way.
"Your suit is closed up. You can breathe even if you're underwater. Now relax and keep your head up,"
Stacy growled.
"You said I could breathe underwater,"
Stacy argued.
You can, but you can't see the enemy.
Oh. Stacy was humbled by the revelation. She'd never had to see beyond taking care of herself before. Now, she had to be hyper-aware of everything going on within weapons range. It made for a huge area, especially since she'd never been off the station. Everything was new and overwhelming. Aries knew she shouldn't have come, but she was nodding and staying close to Stubby. That alone would keep her out of harm's way. Aries had to ignore her. The enemy was in front of him, not behind. He needed to find exactly where, and then decide what to do with the Skinnies on Pan Major. This was one city. There were a dozen more towns and villages out there, 100% focused on agriculture, while the residents of this city were growing an industrialized society. They had equipment and raw materials, but their primary export was biomass. Foodstuffs, both fresh and processed, nutritious and delicious. A soldier's dream was to eat hot food to his heart's content and then get more. Hot chow on the objective. Maybe there would be. But they'd have to deal with the Skinnies first. Human eyes and ears. He needed the townspeople to tell him what they knew. That meant he needed to find them. Bo eased up next to him and lay in the water, eyes on the city ahead. Buildings, some brick and some rough wood, all with windows and mostly flat roofs, which suggested they didn't get snow. Simple and boxy construction, with the brick-walled buildings being more extensive, but not by much. No one moved in the windows. The glass or transparent plastic remained intact. The tops of the buildings didn't show rifle barrels or artillery pieces. No tops of heads. The Skinnies would be challenged to maintain a low profile when there was very little space.
"Looks dead,"
Bo said.
"Not the word I'd use,"
Aries replied.
"We need to find the human inhabitants as well as the Skinnies. Any human will be able to tell us what's going on, and then we'll send them to the landing field to keep them out of harm's way, assuming Skinnies are in town. I think they're set up. Ambushes and traps throughout. Just a gut feel."
Aries snorted.
"It's the same that I feel. They're waiting for us to stumble in, so we're not going to do that. These buildings are close enough together we could run from roof to roof, but I'm not sure they're strong enough to handle our weight. And until we know if there are humans in the buildings, we can't use HE or grenades."
"Gotta find the people," Bo agreed. Chapter 21. Foothold. With enemies all around, no matter which way you shoot, you can't be wrong. Aries pointed.
"Take left, 100 meters deep, to the left edge of town. Might be a kilometer. See what there is to see. I'll go right. No more than 100 meters in. Don't show yourselves beyond that except from height. Use it to your advantage."
"Compliance."
Bo crawled out of the water and then Crouch ran down the field side, waving to his people as he passed. When he reached the middle of his formation, he bolted through the water, over the berm, and made a beeline toward the nearest building. Aries went about things a little differently. He took the left flank, now secured by Bo's soldiers. He kept his people spread out and gave the signal. Straight ahead to the city. They popped out of the trenches one and ran, zigzagging, covering the 50 meters quickly. Aries pulled up and slammed into a building wall, keeping his back to it and his Mark 71 raised. The others adjusted to get behind buildings rather than continue running straight into an opening. He signaled to his team once they were in place. 100 meters straight in, then cover. Refused the right flank. The layout looked familiar. It was exactly like Pan Minor, except more extensive. Buildings to the edge of town without outliers. Streets aligned in cardinal directions. Buildings close together, nearly, but not touching. Aries intended to establish a foothold here, and that would be their safe zone from which to conduct further reconnaissance. They'd have to clear every building, watching to make sure Skinnies didn't sneak between them when they weren't looking. Aries couldn't allow the Skinnies to get behind them.
"Do you think you can get on this roof?"
Aries asked.
"I'm not sure,"
Stubby replied.
Ares shook his head and pointed to Stacy.
Sure,
the young girl replied without hesitation, even though she'd never climbed anything while wearing armor.
Help her up.
Stubby clasped her hands together to give Stacy a boost to the second-floor window. From there, she could climb to the roof.
And Stacy, keep your head down. Crawl across the roof and look everywhere you can see. If you spot Skinnies, let us know.
Can you hear me?
Stacy said into her radio.
Hello?
Ares knew she was trying to talk, but there was nothing but static.
Hand and arm signals. Come back here and show a number of fingers and then give us a direction where you spotted them,
Ares explained. She'd been through rudimentary hand and arm signal training, so she should have known, but Ares wanted there to be no doubts. 2 buildings down, the faint whir of 4 rotors signaled the rise of Tin Man's tethered drone. It rose to a height of 15 meters, the limit of the tether. Ares had wanted 100 meters, but they didn't have enough time to ensure the signal wouldn't degrade or burn too much power through a lengthy and bulky control cable. Stacy climbed into Stubby's hands and then onto her shoulders. 1 step to a windowsill followed by a jump to the roof ledge. She used the suit's augmentation to pull herself over the top. She leaned over to give the thumbs up and then disappeared. 2 sets of eyes and ears looking ahead. Ares peeked around the corner of the building, but saw nothing. The town was empty and soundless. No squeaks or creaks like one might find when a breeze blew. There was nothing except the sound of Stacy's footfalls on the roof. Bo had his tethered drone aloft, but it was far enough away that Ares couldn't hear it without dialing his pickups to the max. He had good hearing, but if he hammered his eardrums with amplified noise, he'd lose his edge. Natural sound was best. He used the suit's capabilities to explore the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum. Ares' familiarity with the style of construction gave him confidence the Skinnies wouldn't be hiding in the normal buildings, since those ceilings were almost too low for a soldier in combat armor. A Skinny would have to be bent in half to remain inside. The enemy would have limited combat effectiveness. It hurt them on the space station, and it would be worse here. Even Ares soldiers would have a hard time, except Stubby and Stacy. They were short enough, even with their armor, to move inside with impunity. Ares glanced around the edge of the building. Still nothing. After what seemed like forever, Stacy leaned over the roof. She signed for 4 enemy and pointed straight ahead. Then she signed for 4 more, and 4 more, and 4 after that. She adjusted the direction she pointed with each new group. They were operating in groups of 4. Ares asked what they were doing. Stacy attempted to sign, but what she knew was insufficient. She called down in a soft voice.
They're in buildings. On the 1st floor above the ground. 200, 300 meters. I don't know distances outside.
That was better. Thanks. Stay up there and guide us.
Ares motioned for his soldiers to move forward, bounding overwatch. 2 to move forward, 2 to cover. 4 down each road, with Ares mobile to help where needed. Stubby with Stacy, and Daryl wherever he wanted to be.
Stubby, up top. Extra set of eyeballs.
He hoisted her up and tossed her. She caught the ledge and pulled herself over the top. Tin Man confirmed what Stacy had seen, and more. The Skinnies were in town and had created staggered kill zones. Ares had no doubt they were interlocking fields of fire, a defense in depth. Ares moved forward, in front of Frodo's foursome. He needed to estimate a better way to engage. They were ready for the humans, as if they knew the HFP was coming. The whole planet was a trap, and the Skinnies had bet their whole army on eliminating the HFP at Pan Major. If the humans had come here first, they would have tried to eliminate the inbound ships with a sneak attack while simultaneously being ready for the remnants to mindlessly head to the planet. Humanity wasn't a slave to the Regulus Treaty. Once the Skinnies broke it, humanity responded in kind. Video showed the Skinnies shot first. Being prepared to engage in space combat was significantly different from using it for a first strike. And on the ground, they had studied how the humans operated. It was almost like they'd specifically studied Ares' tactics. 50 meters into the city, he held his fist in the air to call his soldiers to a halt. He turned up the speakers on his suit.
All soldiers, halt forward movement. The Skinnies are waiting for us. This is an ambush, and not just one, a series of them. Bo, Frodo, report to me. Everyone else, dig in.
Ares used his IR filter to scan the buildings ahead, but the Skinnies were too far away for it to be any use. The closest buildings showed a single hotspot within, but the rest of the buildings were cold.
Frodo, I'm seeing heat in that building.
Ares pointed.
One person. Hard to tell if it's a human or a Skinny folded in half. Check it out, but stay covered. 150 meters ahead is the first of many kill zones.
Compliance. Frodo moved across the narrow road to the next building where the hotspot showed inside. He held up his periscope to Ares in a mock salute before using it to look in the window. He ducked under it and scooted along the wall until he reached the next window. He saw what he needed to see with his periscope and then put it away. He jumped through the window, breaking the panes and frame on his way. Frodo returned with a human body in his arms. He gestured with his head, looking for someone to take the person from him. Swing 6 stepped up.
Dead?
Ares asked, although he doubted it. There was no reason to remove a dead body.
Unconscious,
Frodo said, climbing out through the window. They didn't have a medic as part of the team. No one did. Medevac meant taking the injured soldier to the base camp, or the soldier taking himself. They'd never dealt with civilian casualties before, not even on the space station. Swing 7 stepped up. I know something about medical. I worked as an EMT in a previous life. Ares wanted to ask why he became a soldier if he already had a decent job, but that was for later. Maybe he had seen too much death, or not enough. At least on the battlefield, death was a constant companion, but in the private sector, it wasn't supposed to be. He raised his faceplate and removed his armored gloves. He checked pulse and respiration. He had no way to check blood pressure, but assessed her pupils before examining her arms, legs, then torso. He ended by feeling her head, looking for trauma of some sort. I don't see anything wrong with her, Swing 7 pronounced. She might have been stunned or knocked out with a gas of some sort. He checked her nostrils and eyes once more. Sorry, there is something. I'm thinking she was gassed. There's some petechiae here that I missed the first time around. Pressure on the capillaries close to the skin. Not poison, otherwise there'd be other signs. A knockout gas. They might have hit the whole city before the troops came in. Ares saw the wisdom in it. Use the unconscious humans as shields, not hostages, but deposited here and there to hide behind, playing the desire to limit collateral damage against the HFP. The Regulus Treaty negotiations had exposed too many of humanity's secrets. The whole thing had been to limit humanity's technical and physical superiority. The alien races were afraid of humans. With good reason. What they didn't understand was humanity's ability to change with the situation. That didn't mean they'd accept killing settlers, but it did mean they had to make the Skinnies believe that tactic was no longer effective.
We're going to snipe them through the building walls, Ares said. We'll eliminate their free fire zones, snipe them from on high. And by all that's holy, keep your shields up and use your own air.
Ares didn't want to risk the effects of residual gas, even though he thought it would have dissipated. However, the unconscious woman suggested it was still doing what it was intended.
Doc,
Ares called Swing 7.
When do you think she was gassed? They could have done it up to 2 weeks ago, but she looks healthy.
Like you said, she's hydrated, so this happened within hours. I have no idea if this was the second time. One done earlier where they moved the civilians to a central area or their hidey holes, and then a second time to keep the civilians from rebelling.
Then it must dissipate. Any way we can be sure?
Not unless you want someone to run around breathing pan-major air, and we watch them.
That wouldn't be my first choice,
Ares replied.
Frodo, take your people upstairs to the roof. identify the hot targets, and shoot them. What if they're humans? The humans will be prone. The Skinnies will be sitting upright. They'll look like bodies with no legs. You'll be able to tell the difference. Shoot them through the walls.
Frodo nodded. There was a certain gratification in being loosed upon an enemy willing to break all the rules. Swing Six hoisted Frodo up, and he leapt the rest of the way. He pulled himself over the top, and then reached back. Swing Six jumped up and grabbed hold. Swing Eight followed. The 3 soldiers disappeared. Moments later, 3 Mark 71s opened up, barking as they sent energy beams into the city. They quickly silenced. Ares' embrace of speed had changed. His people milled about uncomfortably, waiting on orders. Bo listened, his own people itching to get into the fight.
What are we waiting for? The enemy is right there. We're opening a hole, slowly, deliberately, and then we're running through it. We'll come back at the Skinnies from behind. We'll shoot them through walls and windows. The brick buildings are harder to see into, but not the wood ones. Use your IR. We have to dismantle their ambush, just like we did with their warship. Don't be in a hurry to die, but don't stand still to be shot.
Bo shook his head.
That doesn't help. They've been watching our tactics. I think they've been watching me, and know I always move fast and keep moving. Their setup here suggests that's what they're defending against. We're giving them the opposite. A deliberate and methodical dismantling of their prepared defenses. Prepare your soldiers. After we've cut a hole through their line, we'll move fast into an area where they are not prepared to defend. And then we're going to eliminate them. Take care to note the difference between humans and Skinnies. Limit the collateral damage, but don't let that paralyze you. The Skinnies are responsible if humans die, because they might be hiding behind them.
Bo glanced at the soldier with his face shield raised and his armored gloves resting on the ground. Doc continued to minister to the unconscious woman.
We might need his services in case there's any excess shrapnel. Maybe collect some bandages.
And prepare for triage, Doc replied. Boots slammed into the ground near them. Ares brought his Mark 71 to bear. Darrell threw up his hands.
It's just me.
He'd been on the roof with Stubby and Stacy and had decided it was time to get down.
What's going on?
He asked.
You're here to observe, Bo snapped. Watch and learn.
He nodded to Ares and hurried across an open road back to his soldiers.
Just trying to stay on top of things.
Darrell pointed at the roof from where he'd just come. He chuckled at his own joke. Ares wanted to ignore him.
We're going to dismantle the ambush, one defensive position at a time. Make yourself comfortable. This will take as long as it takes.
That's not like you,
Darrell replied.
Exactly.
Ares leaned around the corner of the building to look down the narrow road leading into town. He watched for any movement, any sign that the Skinnies were changing their strategy, but he saw nothing. He checked with Tin Man, one building away to his right. The tethered drone was at its maximum elevation. Tin Man pointed to his eyes and followed with a thumbs up. Misfire and Lucky climbed to the roof, following Frodo's example. Ares signaled Bo to do the same. He selected 2 soldiers to get on the roof to snipe Skinnies lying in wait. The gap was going to be 3 buildings wide, and Ares intended to be the first into it. Despite the demand of new tactics, he wanted to move. His energy had to go somewhere. He preferred to expend it engaging and eliminating the enemy.
How do you feel, Doc?
Ares asked.
Lightheaded or sleepy?
None of that.
Whatever they used must have dissipated quickly. Doc splashed water on the civilian's lips and face.
But if they use it again, you'll get a faceful. Keep your faceplate closed.
Ares didn't want to lose soldiers to the fight. He wanted to know exactly how many shooters he had available at any point in time. When it was time to bring the full weight of his group, it needed to be consequential. He had the right number of soldiers, nearly 2 full sections. Bo's soldiers opened fire almost immediately. Sharp, distinct,
the pace of well-aimed shots. There came a lull as the soldiers ran out of targets and prepared to move forward. The sharp crack of skinny needle guns filled the void. Frodo dropped so fast he crashed through the roof. Swing Six went through after him when the rest of the roof gave way. Lucky screamed and fell, too close to the edge. He tumbled over and landed in the street. Misfire jumped after him and landed with a thump, immediately grabbing and dragging the soldier out of the open. Stacy jumped off the roof and landed awkwardly next to Ares. She staggered and fell. Ares hauled her to her feet.
"Are you hit?"
She shook her head. Stubby leaned over the edge, hanging on to slide sideways down the wall. She hung there for a second before letting go and landing lightly.
"Report."
Ares would accost Tin Man next.
Skinnies appeared on the roof on the other side of the ambush teams. It seems they were ready for us to go vertical. They are on the higher buildings, but they have cover. I think it's max range for their needle guns. They weren't very accurate.
"Lucky's dead," Misfire announced from behind.
"Understood."
Ares looked for more information, but neither Stubby nor Misfire had any.
"Stay here."
He moved to where Tin Man flew his drone.
"Why didn't you warn us the Skitties were on the rooftops?"
Ares growled. A point soldier was supposed to warn the section of danger. It was his job to see and report.
"Ares,"
Tin Man started.
"I was looking in the buildings for the skinny shooters and trying to see how many humans they were hiding behind. The answer is at least one in every building. I wasn't looking at the roofs, since I already scanned every one in sight. I'm sorry, I missed them moving."
Ares was angry, but he had graver concerns. The Skinnies owned the skyline, and they had humans in the buildings with them.
"Show me the rooftops,"
Ares directed, pointing at the drone flight screen. Tin Man pointed the camera and zoomed in to show the Skinnies lying in firing positions behind sandbags on the roof of a 3-story building. They were on buildings to either side as well. The camera scanned the rooftops. An entire defensive line had been prepared on high. Sandbags lined the front ledge of buildings for as far as the camera could see. They were only on the 3 buildings in front of the human soldiers, but they could easily occupy any other.
"There are enough skinny soldiers to man that line, and there are enough to lie in wait for us to approach. Can you see the ground between or behind those buildings?"
Tin Man shook his head.
"We have no way of knowing what's behind the line, but I assume the troops there, ready to respond and fill firing positions. It's like they knew our game plan. We never land in the middle of the city. Our landing zones aren't difficult to predict. That's going to have to change. Our tactics are medieval, by design, and that also is going to have to change. The Regulus Treaty is a worthless piece of paper, and we're done relinquishing our advantage. What is the exact range to the Skinnies on the rooftop?" 225 meters?
Tin Man replied without hesitation. Ares gave himself a clear angle toward the center building. He pulled the heavy tube launcher from his back and checked that it had a canister loaded. He dialed in 235 meters to account for the elevation, took aim, raised the barrel 30 degrees, and fired. The canister launched with a heavy ka-thump. It sailed in an arc, dropping quickly from its apex before disappearing out of sight. Ares and Tin Man stared at the screen. There was a pop when the canister discharged the darts that accelerated downward. The Skinnies looked up at the sound. The small projectiles impacted the middle rooftop and parts of the other two. Anyone behind the building would have received the worst of it. They exploded after impact. The Skinnies launched themselves toward the back side of the rooftop, but it was too late. They fell and stayed down. On the adjacent buildings, tiny explosions peppered the roof and the side of the building. The closest Skinnies fell where they were. The others, victims of shrapnel and surprise, worked their way to the back and disappeared over the ledge. Ares swapped the canister launcher for his Mark 71. The way into the city's interior was clear, if only for a brief time.
"You stay. Prepare for civilian casualties."
Doc nodded and grabbed Stubby to stay with him. Stubby seized Stacy's arm and held on.
"The rest of you, follow me,"
Ares called.
running around the corner and into the open. He zigzagged down the narrow road. Chapter 22. Penetration. Water isn't dangerous to a boat until it's on the inside. The soldiers followed Ares down the road. Bo plus his 12, Ares plus 14, nearly a full section cobbled together from strays and stragglers. Ares had lost another Wheel 4 at the beginning of an engagement. Wheel 3 was recuperating in the ship's hospital. Finger and Swing 10 were helping Toby with the Skinny interrogations. Doc and Stubby were left behind to manage injured civilians. Stubby had managed to keep Stacy from running after Ares, but Daryl joined the soldiers heading into the attack. Ares scanned the buildings using his IR filter. Humans were in most of them, but they were all prone, either on the floor or in beds. They had awakened after whatever was in their system ran its course. The way ahead was aligned with obstacles, but none of those would stop soldiers in combat armor. They looked like tank traps. I-beams welded into a tripod shape with barbed wire strung from one to the next. But they were less than 2 meters high. Their judgment of how tall humans were was right on, but it didn't account for their ability to jump while wearing combat armor. The obstacles wouldn't slow Ares, or any of his soldiers, down. He felt the heat rise within, the blood fever of impending battle. The originator would be proud, fighting for all humanity against the galaxy's greatest foe, the purveyor of terror across 2 sectors, after what the Skinnies had done to the HFP and had attempted to do in space. Never set out for revenge. Ares was better than that. But he was about to show the Skinnies what a professional soldier was capable of. It was time to knock them on their heels and keep hitting them until they didn't get up. Then he'd find more of them. And he had soldiers at his command, ready and willing to engage the enemy. Ares accelerated through what had previously been a kill zone. He launched himself over the barrier. He expected to see Skinnies behind the buildings, lined up for kilometers, but unprepared for Ares' onslaught. They'd already defeated the worst of Skinny traps. Beyond the buildings, Ares found pockets of the enemy, who were completely unprepared for his appearance. He fired at the first bunch, killing all 3. Skinnies that were farther away started running, but not in the same direction. They scattered, looking for the nearest cover. Ares sniped the ones he could see. Frodo covered Ares' back and fired rapidly at the Skinnies still in the open. More soldiers joined them, sharpshooting and using their IR to identify the Skinnies hiding within the buildings. With this section of the city under control, Ares moved on. "Frodo!" he shouted, and bolted toward the interior of the town, where the biggest buildings stood as monuments to humanity's reach to the stars, even more so than a massive space station supporting tens of thousands of people. A colony that was making its own way, separate and distinct from Earth. A new home, a new branch of human evolution. And the Skinnies were infringing. Ares controlled his anger. It was easy to be angry with them all the time. They'd crossed too many boundaries for Ares to be good with the damage they'd inflicted on him, his people, and all the HFP. Hotspots showed in the buildings. All of them. Ares had to slow his pace. He gestured for Frodo to look left while he scanned the buildings on the right. Humans. Prone, unconscious. A Skinny in an upstairs room, squatting at a window. Ares aimed and fired. Frodo did the same on the left, targeting the obvious heat signatures of the Skinnies. They registered faintly compared to the more robust human forms, and none of the humans were upright, not in a chair or kneeling, not standing. Everyone else was a Skinny. Everyone else received the business end of a Mark 71 energy beam. Ares fired methodically, one trigger pull every 1 to 2 seconds. Fire, identify a new target, fire, repeat. Frodo stayed back to back with him, firing more sporadically, but neutralizing targets all the same. The Skinnies weren't in a position to cut and run. Shouts and the sound of feet running signaled the end of the wild melee. "Going high," Ares said. He looked back to find his soldiers strung out behind him. "Secure this road. Establish a perimeter. 20 meters left and right." Instead of climbing the outside of the building, they entered through an open door, squeezed up the stairs to the second floor, and went through a trapdoor to the roof. Sharp cracks of the Mark 71 capacitor discharge sounded from below. The soldiers engaged and held the Skinnies back. The ambush had turned into a counterattack, exposing enemy soldiers.
"Tin Man, get up here!"
Ares shouted over the side. He peeked over the ledge and then worked his way around the rooftop, exposing his head for minuscule snippets of time. A needle popped through the brickwork where it had just been. From his multiple engagements with Skinny soldiers, he believed they didn't have augmented systems. No UV, no IR, no magnification. That was another advantage for the humans, but the Skinnies had great intel. They were ahead of the HFP in predicting what the other side would do, at least on the ground. By taking captives and learning the Skinny language, the humans were changing fortunes. It made Ares wonder if the Skinnies were looking to take prisoners, but then again, their needle guns killed. The wounded rarely survived. Did the Skinnies know how to treat an injured soldier? It was one of those questions they may never learn the answer to. The Skinnies that had been in the city were flocking to this section from the left, right, and the center of town. They had ambushes in place, no matter which direction the humans came. Now they had to reorient themselves. Chaos and confusion. Ares' soldiers had the superior position. They moved from the open street into the closest building, opening windows so they could shoot without breaking the glass. They maintained their fields of fire and shouted as they solidified their positions. Ares was comforted as each soldier reported their position.
"Wheel 2 up!"
Bo's soldier called. Ares' section announced their names and that they were up too. Defensive positions would always be breached eventually, but Ares planned to let the tide splash itself against the human bulwark before attacking where the Skinnies were weakest and breaking the spine of their attack on Pan Major. He could sense that they were vulnerable. They were spread thin, and that benefited them, just until they came together in the open and exposed themselves to rocket fire.
"HE in the streets, on my mark!"
Ares shouted from the rooftop. Frodo fired at targets that appeared on other roofs. Ares took his turn and sniped them through the neck the instant they appeared. They stood tall, even when they were crouched. A human could barely get behind the small ledge, and a Skinny had no chance. Tin Man popped through the trapdoor and crawled up behind Ares.
"Get that drone into the sky. Let's see what's going on."
Tin Man rolled to his back. He rested the drone beside him as he brought up the screen. The drone shot up to the extent of its tether.
"They're consolidating the next street over. Too many to count already." "Range?"
Ares asked.
60 to 75 meters?
Tin Man didn't sound as confident as Ares wanted, but he had just the weapon for this job. He swapped weapons and loaded another canister. He dialed the range to 70 meters and angled the barrel upward. With an easy pull of the trigger, the canister launched, quickly peaking and coming back down. It flew over the nearest building and was coming down between it and the one behind, over atop the Skinnies, but long. It hit the upper face of the far building and bounced out of sight before bursting open.
"Woohoo!"
Tin Man shouted.
"That got a bunch of them." "Fire!"
Ares bellowed over the ledge. He turned to Frodo and Tin Man.
"Let's go."
Before they took the first step, explosions filled the street. Glass shattered under the shock waves of multiple blasts. Tin Man hurried to recover his drone. Ares and Frodo were already through the hatch and pounding down the stairs. Tin Man jumped after them, drone in hand. When Ares appeared in the street, the barrage of high explosive rockets stopped.
"Come on!"
Ares yelled, and waved for the soldiers to follow. They had been dug in for less than 2 minutes, but they should have known Ares would only keep them in a static defense until it led to a high-impact attack. Now was the time to clear Skinnies off the streets. Ares fired sideways into the survivors of his 2 canister attacks. Fire from above. Skinny armor wasn't up to the task of protecting them from Ares' lethal rain, but it hadn't gotten them all. Survivors struggled to get themselves upright and bring their needle guns to bear. Ares shot them one by one, using his Mark 71. If they surrendered, he wouldn't shoot them. None of them laid down their weapon. Frodo fired an HE rocket in the opposite direction to where the Skinnies had been massed. He switched to his Mark 71 and fired on full auto until the other soldiers started arriving. He passed the cleanup to them, since Ares was already off and running. The center of town waited. That's where they had established their base and contact the shuttle. It was time to bring in the rest of the force. The Skinny defenses had been shattered. They were vulnerable. It was the time of reaping. Ares accelerated down the road leading to the center of town, passing Skinnies to his left and right. He snap-fired at them, not kill shots, but attention-getters. He was telling them that they had lost the fight. However many hundreds or thousands of Skinnies had been in the city, they had lost to a small team of motivated, well-led soldiers. Their ambush had been discovered and quickly defeated. Their counterattack had been blasted from above. Their efforts to stop this small force had failed. Ares was now attacking their morale. He wanted to break them, defeat them without having to kill. That also meant defeating them without exposing his soldiers to lethal needle guns. The soldiers moved with a purpose, but that was to get to a place they no longer wanted to go, because Ares had obliterated the rally point and the soldiers already gathered there. He slowed in his final approach to the largest buildings. He'd been switching between IR and clear visuals. The Skinnies had infiltrated the town's signature buildings. They were on every floor, and in numbers that gave Ares pause. The public buildings had higher ceilings, and the Skinnies were standing upright within. There were no humans inside, based on the size and shape of the IR signatures. Ares loaded up his mortar and prepared to fire. Would destroying the building achieve his objective? The answer came to him right away. It was easier to rebuild the building than it was to replace one of his soldiers. That was part of the price paid to keep the soldiers in deep space, fighting persistent enemies. Sometimes there was going to be damage, but there didn't have to be casualties. Still, Ares hesitated. The Skinnies had used an incapacitating agent instead of poison. They didn't kill the civilians. They only took them out of the equation so the battle could be fought between soldiers. But Ares didn't play by the rules. He scanned the building once more, but on the top floor, the fifth. Humans, but they were upright. Ares turned his external speakers to full volume.
You, in this big building, surrender! Harboon ne lop!
He repeated it twice so there was no doubt. He fingered the trigger of his mortar. He could send a round through the window of the lower floors to get their attention. He wasn't sure if the building would survive the destruction of the lowest floor. If he collapsed the building, the humans on the upper level would be killed. What were they doing with the Skinnies?
I'm going in,
Ares told Frodo.
Frodo shrugged. I'm going with you.
Ares didn't need him to go. He intended to run up the stairs to the top floor. He expected to find Skinny staff officers, not fighters. If they were, then they wouldn't be armed. But as he found out on the Skinny troop transport, the staff officers were unarmed but far from harmless. Ares checked behind him and found the soldiers were on their way. Bo was leading the charge.
Get a head count. I'll be right back,
Ares said. Compliance! Bo directed soldiers into places looking both inward at the building and outward for inbound threats. Ares headed for the front door. 4 Skinnies were on the lowest level. Ares grabbed a grenade from his harness and pulled the pin. He bolted at the front door like he was going through and stopped when he opened it. He tossed the grenade in and stepped behind a pillar holding up a portico. The grenade exploded and blew out a row of windows to the right of the doorway. 2 Skinnies went down, and the other 2 dove for cover. Ares was through the door in an instant. He fired left, rapid fire, but not full auto. Well-aimed beams from his Mark 71. The last 2 Skinny soldiers on the bottom floor flopped and stayed down. Ares continued to the stairs with Frodo hot on his heels. They ran upward, skipping past the other floors where only the enemy could be found. The building was covered if they tried to escape. Ares' goal was the humans on the top floor. Past the 4th floor to the 5th, he stopped before bolting out. IR showed 6 Skinnies and 4 humans. 2 Skinnies were near the door. Ares gestured to Frodo. They each took aim at one.
Fire,
Ares said softly. They sent a series of energy beams in a tight group. The Skinnies went down, and Ares kicked the door open. He rushed through, looking over the barrel of his weapon, and then dodged to the right. Frodo went left. They aimed at the remaining Skinnies. The 2 soldiers were dead. The others were unarmed, as were the humans, who were very much awake and alert. Chapter 23. Conversation. The hardest part in war is to not kill the enemy. Ares held his aim steady at one Skinny, then changed to the other, back and forth, unsure which one to shoot.
What's going on here?
Ares asked. We're negotiating for the delivery of foodstuffs to the Renice. The speaker was an elder gentleman, dressed in business casual with a collared polo shirt from a sports ball team on Earth.
I thought they were called something different,
Ares replied. There are different sects. These are the Renice.
How are you able to talk with them?
They have this computer. He pointed to a device on the table. It looked remarkably similar to the one that his team carried.
We have one of those too, for Skinny the English.
Interesting.
The man looked for the device, but Frodo didn't have it out. They hadn't needed it before now.
Ares made eye contact with the Skinnies.
I'm going to need you to tell your forces to surrender.
The Skinny answered in a curt phrase. The computer translated. We will do no such thing. Ares laughed.
You're allowed to make mistakes, but you won't pay for them. Those soldiers out there will.
Ares pointed at the windows to emphasize his point. Those soldiers would pay the price for this Skinny officer's bravado.
Who are you?
I'm the commander of this landing army, but I've already been relieved. I have no army, no soldiers ready to take charge. You are too late.
As long as there are Skinnies on this planet, we have work to do. You're going to surrender or die fighting us. There is no in between.
You have me. My staff surrenders. But we have no control over what's going on out there. The Skinny commander nodded toward the window. Ares didn't bother to look. He could hear the sporadic Mark 71 fire. His face shield remained down. He didn't trust that there wasn't gas ready to deploy, or that they hadn't already dropped more outside. But the human soldiers were taking precautions. They weren't susceptible as long as they used their internal air and filters.
Sounds like your boys are losing, Frodo said. The fact that we're standing here and you're our prisoner reinforces that.
Ares added,
If this Skinny is no longer in charge, why are you negotiating with him?
He didn't tell us he wasn't in charge, the older man replied. He glared at the Skinny, who remained impassive.
I think you may be lying. Shame on you.
Ares felt like blasting the Skinny right there, but he was unarmed and would add to their prisoner count.
Frodo, get to the roof and signal the shuttle. Bring the landing force in. Land them at the spaceport and at least a shuttle or two in front of this building. We'll evac the prisoners once the troops disembark.
Frodo saluted and returned to the stairwell for the short trip to the roof. The crash that echoed marked the soldier's way of unlocking the door.
Why aren't you unconscious?
Ares asked. The spokesman said, There's positive pressure in this building. Sometimes the smells of an agricultural society can be overwhelming. Ares pointed his weapon at the self-proclaimed Skinny commander.
I'm formally notifying you that you are in violation of the Regulus Treaty. Your ships have attacked ours in space. Your people have attacked Paneth Station in violation of the Neutral Planet section of the Regulus Treaty. Your people have opened themselves to attack. Your homeworld is subject to bombardment from space.
Ares leaned closer, but out of arm's reach.
The Skinnies have brought a whole world of hurt down on their heads. Nay lop, Commander. Or die.
Is that true? The older man asked. He stared, mouth open, at his colleagues as he contemplated an abrogation of the guiding document that had kept his colony safe.
Yes. The Force Commander and Fleet Captain have the videos. I personally have just come from Paneth Station, where we killed hundreds of Skinny soldiers and captured 5 Skinny ships. They weren't expecting the full weight of the HFP and were unprepared for our appearance. That gave us an advantage. Unlike this group of Skinnies, who expected us, but were also grossly unprepared for me and my soldiers. Sorry to disappoint you, Commander.
Frodo reappeared.
Message sent and received. Outside, all of you.
Ares motioned to include the humans.
Why us?
The old man was disoriented. Too much going on that he couldn't internalize. A bureaucrat whose perfect world had been shattered, and his own misguided attempts to secure peace at the price of their liberty had been interrupted. Freedom came from the business end of a Mark 71, wielded by a professional.
How many soldiers are down here?
Ares asked. The commander shrugged.
You know.
He pointed at the old man.
Tens of thousands. They brought an entire army, a vast army.
Ares stopped the group.
Where are they? My guess was a few thousand in the city and that's it. We didn't get a good look at their transport ships because they fled as soon as we destroyed their gunship, so we couldn't see how many they could have deployed.
Tens of thousands. Now you see why I was trying to negotiate. They're soldiers, not farmers. They need us. And I'd like to see my people survive this.
That makes 2 of us, Ares replied. You get your people to keep their heads down, and we'll take care of the rest.
Back into the fight, boss man? Frodo asked with a playful edge to his voice. Like Ares, he was more comfortable on the battlefield than in this boardroom, playing nice with a human population that had capitulated and a skinny leadership group that was attempting to enslave that human population. Ares couldn't blame the humans. They were only trying to survive, but he could subject the Skinnies to his vitriol. His section had not yet been given the plastic cups he had asked for, but he was perfectly happy to break a wrist. Just like humans, most Skinnies were right-handed. He glanced at their 2 narrow joints. It would take nothing to snap them, but it would cost a piece of his soul. They were his prisoners. He was responsible for them, and they'd subject themselves to interrogation and incarceration. At least they weren't telling their soldiers to shoot at the humans, although that may have been a standing order.
Let this bunch lead the way.
Ares indicated the humans.
What's your name?
Governor Tate. And yours?
They call me Ares.
He pointed to the door.
Lead the way, Governor.
The humans stepped through and headed down. The 4 remaining Skinnies followed, hunched over to go through the doorway.
Wait. At each floor, I need you to tell your people to come out and join you. Either that, or they die. It makes no difference to me, but if they're dead, there is no fighting another day.
The computer completed the translation. The Skinny commander looked at Ares without committing one way or another. When they reached the next floor, an IR view was clear. It showed 8 Skinnies and no humans. One of the leadership group slowly opened the door and then ran through, letting it close behind him. Ares fired through the thin interior wall before he made it 2 steps. The Skinny was unarmored. He went down with the first shot.
Get down,
he roared at those in the stairway. Ares dropped to a knee and picked his targets one by one, using his IR to show him where they were. Frodo dropped next to him and opened fire. The Skinnies inside rallied and charged toward the door. Ares launched himself through the wall. He hit the other side and rolled into the firing position. With a clear view, he could hit them where they were the weakest, the neck. Frodo shouted from the stairway. The Skinny leadership was fighting back. He stopped firing and started breaking bones. It was over in seconds. Unarmored Skinnies were no match for a human in combat armor. Frodo resumed firing, but he only managed 1 shot before the 8 Skinny soldiers were neutralized. Ares moved quickly around the floor to ensure they were all dead. He helped himself to a needle gun. The Mark 71s weren't as effective when he couldn't aim precisely. The needle guns would penetrate armor no matter where they hit. Ares returned to the stairway to find one of the Skinny leaders dead from getting his head punched by an armored fist.
The commander held an arm that had been snapped. The third survivor had an arm broken in 2 places. They each whimpered their pain.
"Sucks to be you," Frodo said nonchalantly.
The humans stared.
"We're fighting to free this planet. We're going to do what it takes, which means the enemy is going to get himself killed. It's them or us, Governor, and I choose us. So does the Force Commander and the rest of humanity. That's why we're here. Now, if you would be so kind, please continue outside. And you,"
Ares pointed the needle gun at the commander's face,
"tell the soldiers to surrender and join us. You have grossly underestimated your military prowess. You're making your people pay for your shortcomings. How about you stop that?"
The commander maintained his neutral expression, but at the next landing, he carefully opened the door with his good hand and called inside to the skinny soldiers on the 4th floor. The first exited almost immediately. He held out his weapon, and Frodo took it carefully, staying clear of the barrel. Ares used his IR filter to view the floor.
4 left inside, and they're on their way.
Ares aimed his rifle at them as they approached, but there was no subterfuge. They did the same thing on the other levels until the mob moved outside. 24 soldiers, 4 staff officers, and 4 humans. Ares soldiers held the area in front of the building. They hugged buildings surrounding the square and fired outboard. 1 shot here or there, but nothing sustained. The Skinnies weren't making a concerted effort to attack the human soldiers. Tin Man waited outside.
"Get to the roof of this building and tell me what you see."
Ares jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
"Compliance."
Tin Man was tasked with executing point soldier duties. He preferred that. It's what he was best at. He had little interest in assuming the role of section leader. As long as he was the eyes and ears of every section, he was happy. He raced inside and up the stairs. Ares waited close to the building. The 4 humans were nearby, but the skinny prisoners were in the open where every skinny with eyes could see that they were under the humans' control. Intimidation played a role in combat operations. The force that lost the will to fight would lose the fight.
"Frodo, keep an eye on them. Get some help if you need it."
"What do you intend to do?" the governor asked. "I'll tell you," Darrell interjected, appearing out of nowhere. "You're looking at the only 5-time winner of the Star of Valor, and what he's going to do will be spectacular and end in the demise of skinny soldiers. There will be a lot of shooting and explosions." Darrell sounded almost gleeful. Ares scowled behind his faceplate.
"We prefer to defeat them without the shots and explosions. We'll limit our exposure to their incoming fire."
"I don't know anything about military awards. Is the Star of Valor important?"
"No. It just means I survived the engagement."
Ares interrupted before Darrell could further extol Ares' combat success.
"Frodo, we need to check in with Stubby."
Frodo shook his head.
"The inbound soldiers will get to them before we can. There's still 1,000 or more skinny soldiers scattered around the city. They could snipe us from just about anywhere. I don't think we want to run headlong through that again." "Concur."
Ares looked skyward for the telltale signs of the inbound shuttle fleet. They'd land half the force in one wave. That would have been impressive, except that 5 campaigns ago, they would have taken 6 separate sorties to land the entire force, let alone deliver the logistics to support the soldiers. Half the force in one wave. It was depressing to think about, so Ares pushed it out of his mind. His section had created the conditions for the follow-on success in re-establishing control over the city. But what he wasn't looking at was the tens of thousands of soldiers formed up elsewhere. They'd take artillery and tanks to meet them. Even though the HFP was outnumbered, Ares was confident they could win the fight. Skinny soldiers couldn't stand up to human soldiers in one-on-one combat. The HFP only needed to avoid getting drawn into a trap, which was the one play in the Skinnies book. Chapter 24. Control. Capturing an objective is one thing. Recapturing it is something completely different. "There!" Darrell pointed toward the sky. Contrails appeared, drawing a line from tiny black dots at the front into the cloudless beyond. Ares risked a glance. Two broke away from the group and took a different angle downward. He returned his attention to the town square and stepped into the open.
Extend the perimeter. Get on these rooftops.
He looked up to find Tin Man messaging him.
The Skinnies are running west. All of them.
Ares gave Tin Man the thumbs up. He still needed a perimeter for the first shuttles down.
Governor, the Skinnies are running west. What's out there?
The Drumlin Field. A series of parallel hills that make farming difficult. So we've left it. We have all we can manage as is. It's rough country. If the Skinnies were to establish a foothold on this planet, that would be the place. It's bordered by a mountain range that is too rugged to get through. There are caves, too.
It was everything that Ares would avoid if he could. A Skinny last stand?
Bo! He shouted. The section lead directed two of his soldiers before zigzagging across the square to where Ares stood.
The Skinnies are pulling out to the west. Take your section and hit them from the side as they're running away. They're consolidating their position in something called the Drumlin Field. Hit them before they get into those hills. Fire every rocket you have. Every Skinny killed is one less that we'll have to face later. If they extract their people, we'll do our best to interfere, continue to reduce their numbers.
Ares handed him his canister tube and the remaining charges. Bo gave him his needle gun and racked the prototype to his gear. Bo looked over his shoulder at his soldiers committed to expanding the perimeter. He clenched his fists and then relaxed.
Compliance.
He ran toward the sector where his soldiers were finding their defensive positions, including those out of sight who were on their way to the rooftops.
Bo section to me. New orders. We're on the run. We're ambushing the Skinnies. Let's go, let's go!
He waved his arm for emphasis. The soldiers relayed his orders. It took 2 minutes for him to recover them and reorient down the road to the west. They took off running, far faster than the Skinnies, who had a considerable head start. Within a minute, in the distance, Mark 71s barked. Even farther away, HE rockets exploded amid muffled screams.
To think, you could have surrendered and saved their lives,
Ares said to the computer. It relayed the translation to the Skinny leaders.
It is you who should surrender,
the Skinny commander replied.
You know not what waits for you. Poetic. Nice. Your translator may be better than ours. How did you train it? Where did you find humans willing to help you?
He stayed silent. They must have taken prisoners. Humans were a talkative bunch. It wouldn't have taken long or any subterfuge to get them to talk with each other. Compliance led to more food, more water, and it wasn't like cracking, telling the enemy military secrets. It was learning to communicate. Ares thought that even he would have helped in that effort. Communication had made the Regulus Treaty possible, which had kept alien armies away from Earth. Humanity could live in peace. And they still could, even with the Skinnies' violation of the treaty. Ares wanted to be with Bo, out there, fighting the Skinnies, making the soldiers pay for their leaders' poor decisions. He did the next best thing.
Frodo, watch this bunch. I'll be back.
Ares ran into the building and up the stairs to where he could watch the Skinny retreat. At the top, Tin Man handed Ares the screen so he could better see what was happening. Bo's section was running all out through a field of weeds and grasses to come abreast the Skinny soldiers. Their retreat was a free-for-all. No formation. Just soldiers running for their lives. In small groups, as individuals, and some bunched up. Bo stopped. His soldiers turned and unleashed a barrage of HE rockets. Those without mortars fired their Mark 71s on automatic. The beams hosed down the runners, but most of the energy was deflected by the armor. Some Skinnies fell to the rifle fire. Their fellows vaulted over the bodies and kept running. In their wake, bodies were strewn. Not many, but enough to add wings to retreating feet. The HE rockets descended along the line of runners. They exploded like small stars, spreading their fire indiscriminately. Skinnies screamed and fell, their lanky frames contorting as they went down. Bo sent a canister toward them at extreme range. It came up slightly short, so most of its darts slammed harmlessly into the prairie, but those caught in the arc of death were wiped from the loose group of runners. Nothing stopped the Skinnies. Ares couldn't get a count, but he estimated at least 1,000 Skinnies were running for their lives. Bo's attacks hastened their pace. Their gangly stride took on an even more erratic locomotion. The small group scattered, separating themselves, running at an angle toward the drumlin field, but away from Bo's section. The human soldiers renewed their chase, now running directly at the enemy. They began to close the distance, firing as they ran. The Mark 71s reached out, missing their targets far more often than they hit. The first Skinnies raced up the first hill and disappeared on the other side. Bo accelerated, and the gap grew between his soldiers. Ares attempted to zoom in on the far hill where Skinnies were streaming over top.
"Stop, Bo! Stop!"
Ares shouted from the rooftop. He jumped up and down, waving his arms. Skinnies started to drop once more under the withering but poorly aimed fire. Bo had gotten close enough that lucky shots were hitting home. They caught the tail end of the Skinnies' flight. Bo's section tore into them, slashing with reckless abandon. Beams licked out and splashed across the limited armor of the Skinny soldiers. They continued running, like a stampeding herd. The Skinnies abandoned any attempt to fight back. Their sole purpose was to get over that hill. The Skinnies had one game plan: draw the humans into an ambush. On the other side of that hill was something Bo didn't want to run into, but that's right where they were headed, owing to the frenzy of a killing field and the taste of victory. But only a taste. The fallen Skinny soldiers marked a grim point of their retreat. Many had fallen. There were fewer to fight later. That had been the mission objective. Bo had met it. Bo's section followed the last of the Skinnies to the hill and up. Bo slowed, as if a sixth sense spoke to him. There was no way he could have heard or seen Ares. The first of Bo's soldiers went over the top. Energy beams lashed from the other side, and puffs of smoke from projectile weapons rose into the air. Bo dove to the ground, digging a channel in the dirt as it brought him to a halt. Half the section pulled up, but they were exposed. The other 6 soldiers had already gone over. More fire. Explosions. Smoke. The soldiers at the top fired frenetically, trying to back out of harm's way, but one by one, they dropped under fire from the other side. Bo sent a canister over the top. Danger close, because he had to assume his soldiers that had gone over were dead or praying for death. The canister puffed and rained projectiles into the valley on the other side of the hill. 2 soldiers staggered down from it. Bo ran to them, helping them away from the ambush's kill zone. Skinnies appeared behind them. Ares watched, helpless. Any trade of human soldiers for Skinnies was too much, unless it was 100 to 1. And only then could humanity trade life for lives. Any soldier lost was gone forever. This battle would be long over, and the dead decomposed in their shallow graves before any reinforcements arrived. Darrell stared, mouth open and face shield raised, despite Ares' warnings. Ares studied the force trailing Bo and his 2 injured survivors, Skinnies jogging and firing as they ran. Even a limping soldier was faster than them. The combat armor gave humanity a distinct advantage. But the Skinnies weren't alone. Small 6-legged creatures spread over the top of the hill and ran downward. They looked like spiders, but they weren't. The Skinnies hadn't come alone. They brought a hybrid creature, probably of their own creation. The hybrids were faster than Bo and his soldiers. They closed with them and hit them with energy weapons. One injured soldier went down, dragging Bo sideways while the other soldier fled, cradling an arm and hunching over. Bo straightened, only to get splashed by the hybrid energy weapons and Skinny needle guns. He stopped and stood still, then toppled like an oak that had been chainsawed through its trunk. The hybrids and the Skinnies changed their target to the lone survivor. He made it 2 more steps before crumpling under the deadly fire. The Skinnies strolled up to them, shooting the dead to make sure and then relieving them of weapons, harnesses, and backpacks. They disappeared back over the hill. Silence shrouded the battlefield like an open-air mausoleum. Ares took a knee and hung his head. Originator, hear my prayer. May Bo and his people find peace in your presence. Then grant me the wisdom and strength to lead my soldiers against this threat to mankind. May we realize the glory of victory in your name. He kept his head bowed. Seeing a section of soldiers decimated always bothered him. It had been avoidable, but they'd lost themselves in the fevered pitch of battle. Ares couldn't help but blame himself. Had he made them aware enough not to get drawn into a skinny trap? Speed mattered, just until patience mattered more. He'd make sure that his people would know. Ares gave the drone screen back to Tin Man. Wrap it up. We're done here. He took the stairs slowly. He wasn't ready to look at the skinny prisoners. Getting angry would accomplish nothing. They would be exploited by the burgeoning intel section. He would happily turn them over to somebody else's control. By the time Ares left the building and walked into the square, the first shuttle was already down. Soldiers exited using a standard tactical approach, heading outward with weapons raised. Ares gestured for them to stand down, and they stopped, halfway between their defensive perimeter and the shuttle. Dante walked out after the section lead. They both strode toward Ares. Report, Dante said. The Skinnies occupied the city with a defense in depth to draw soldiers into multi-layered kill zones. We defeated the defense by taking our time and sniping enemy targets before they could catch us in a crossfire. Then we penetrated to the center of the city and found this bunch forcing the human governance to capitulate, signing a deal for indentured servitude where they would farm and provide the Skinnies with food. In return, they wouldn't be killed. Civilians are in most of these buildings, but they are passed out from a knockout gas. I recommend all soldiers keep their shields down until we can be sure there aren't any gas canisters or traps remaining. I expect the cities will wake up on their own. They'll be comforted to find human soldiers patrolling the streets. Casualties? Dante asked. I lost my wheel 4. No other injuries for my section, but Bonaire's section was lost in entirety. I sent them after the fleeing Skinnies. They killed a bunch of them, but ran into an ambush at the end, what the locals call the drumlin field. I believe we might run across an enemy soldier or two in the city, but otherwise, the city is clear. Use IR to see into the buildings. Their ceilings are too low for the skinny soldiers to stand upright. Dante nodded. Jamming is in place. No radio transmissions. We are holding the Skinny fleet at arm's length with our gunships, but I think we are going to tangle. The HFP is more than happy to get our shuttles to the ground, just in case. The other section lead offered his hand. I'm Goblin. Nice to meet you, Ares. They shook. Thanks for bringing the battle planner down with you. Ares clapped Dante on the shoulder before pointing to the west. Out there. That's where the next battle is going to take place. They're already dug in, and one thing I need to add, they have spider-like hybrids with them. They're armed with energy weapons. I saw no heavy weapons with the Skinnies, but they wouldn't deploy that stuff in an urban environment. They could have artillery, spider tanks if the hybrids can drive them, and who knows what else. They also have a computer to translate Skinny into English. Dante continued looking west, where he couldn't see anything besides surrounding buildings, but he was thinking of the way ahead while having only Ares' information to go on. Dante sent Goblin to tend to his soldiers and relieve Ares' section. What would you do? Dante asked when they were alone. I know you've been thinking about it. You are a battle planner at heart. You are more well-versed in military history than I am. It took me a while to see the parallels between the Skinny campaign and Earth's Battle of the Bulge, but I get it now. The Skinnies are overextended, and we're counting on their siege of Paneth Station to give them the ability to negotiate this area of space into their hands. That won't happen now, and they are risking the entirety of their armed forces. We only have to hang on and pound them, one soldier at a time. Ares looked at the ground. He had thought about it, but only so far as how he could deliver his section and any that were attached to him into the most vulnerable spots of the Skinny defensive area. The HFP was outnumbered. They couldn't risk anything that looked like a head-to-head confrontation. They weren't going to rush the enemy line. There was no need to attempt a redo of Pickett's charge. That failed once, despite the bravery of the men who crossed an open field into withering fire. No, it had to be deliberate with small operations, the likes of which the Skinnies couldn't predict. Get past their kill zones and into the belly of the Skinny beast. Then cut their way out from the inside. Watch the Skinnies fall before them. The only question was how to get inside the Skinnies' wire.
I have some ideas,
Ares replied. The forces landed and spread out to canvass the city, finding the humans and securing them in their homes. They only found 2 Skinny soldiers who missed the recall notice. They died without firing a shot, as the soldiers hit them with beam weapons through the walls. Ares sat on the steps of the main building. Stubby and Doc were the last to rejoin the section. The rest were there, and enjoying sandwiches, fresh off Antilles.
Reporting for duty.
Stubby saluted. She kept her other hand on Stacy's shoulder. Doc had his helmet off, looking haggard. The civvy has been sent back to the ship for treatment. She'll be back when she's good enough to travel. We would have kept her here, but their medical staff is still out cold.
I understand. Wheel 4?
I carried him away, suit and all,
Stubby replied.
He goes with honor. Get yourselves a sandwich, and then grab some sleep. We'll be back at him within a day.
I heard what happened to Bo's section,
Stubby started.
Make sure it never happens to you when you have your section. That's all you can do for your soldiers. Accomplish the mission and keep them alive.
Stubby grimaced at the quick, hard leadership lesson.
Are you okay?
Ares asked, looking down at the child wearing her dusty and stained battle armor. Her lips stiffened.
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Because war and death. It's not easy to watch.
She nodded. Stubby guided her away before the child broke down. Ares had been right. She shouldn't have been there. But sometimes people had to learn for themselves, refusing any other way. The soldiers weren't enjoying their dinner. They sat, glum and silent.
Ares, I have a question,
Miss Fire interrupted from where he sat.
Did we win? 'Cause it didn't feel like it.
We're halfway through the battle. No winners or losers. Not yet. We are left to carry the flag for those who haven't made it this far. It is our responsibility to plant that flag in the heart of Skinny land. They can bow before it. I will expend every joule of energy that I have in the realization of this goal.
We're coming with you, Ares. All of us are going to plant that flag and look down on the Skinnies,
Miss Fire replied.
Hear, hear,
the soldiers of the section added. Darrell dutifully recorded it all. War was a fickle beast that drew the greatest loyalties from frail bodies thrown again and again into places where they shouldn't be. All because that's what soldiers did. For all humanity. The end of Paneth's Surge. You've been listening to Paneth's Surge, the third book in the I Soldier series by Craig Martelle, narrated by Bryan Douglas.